Climate strategies for the upstream oil and gas sector. Table of content. Chapter 1. Understanding the climate challenge. Chapter 2. The role of upstream oil and gas. Chapter 3. The regulatory landscape. Chapter 4. Emission reduction pathways. Chapter 5. Industry case studies and best practices. Chapter 6. Digitalization and decarbonization synergies. Chapter 7. Economic and financial implications of climate action. Chapter 8. Policy engagement and stakeholder relations. Chapter 9. Innovation, R&D and the future of low-carbon upstream technologies. Chapter 10. Case studies in climate leadership from the upstream sector. Chapter 11. Financing the upstream climate transition. Chapter 12. Climate scenario planning and resilience in the upstream sector. Chapter 13. Regulatory and policy trends impacting upstream decarbonization. Chapter 14. Integrating digital technologies in upstream climate strategy. Chapter 15. Collaborative pathways, partnerships, alliances, and industry-led initiatives. Chapter 16. Talent, culture, and organizational change for climate readiness. Chapter 17. Metrics, KPIs, and climate performance tracking in upstream operations. Chapter 18. Scenario planning and strategic foresight for climate resilience. Chapter 19. Supply chain decarbonization and climate-aligned procurement. Chapter 20. Nature-based solutions and biodiversity in upstream climate strategies. Chapter 21. Financing the upstream transition, green bonds, carbon markets, and investment models. Chapter 22. Workforce transition and climate-aligned talent strategy in upstream oil and gas. Chapter 23. Digital transformation as a catalyst for upstream decarbonization. Chapter 24. Regional pathways, decarbonizing upstream in the Middle East, North America, Africa, and beyond. Chapter 25. Scenario planning and risk modeling for a net zero future. Chapter 26. Redefining capital allocation for low-carbon upstream growth. Chapter 27. Talent, culture, and organizational transformation in the low-carbon upstream. Chapter 28. Engaging communities and stakeholders in a just energy transition. Chapter 29. Climate litigation and regulatory risk in the upstream sector. Chapter 30. The future of carbon markets and upstream participation. Chapter 31. Scenario planning and long-term climate resilience for upstream. Chapter 32. Metrics, KPIs, and climate performance management in upstream. Chapter 33. Organizational change and workforce transformation for the low-carbon era. Chapter 34. Innovation ecosystems and technology partnerships for decarbonization. Chapter 35. Leveraging carbon markets and offsets in upstream climate strategy. Chapter 36. Nature-based solutions and blue carbon opportunities in offshore and coastal upstream assets. Chapter 37. Climate-resilient infrastructure and adaptation planning in upstream assets. Chapter 38. Circular economy and materials efficiency in upstream supply chains. Chapter 39. Climate-conscious innovation and R&D in upstream operations. Chapter 40. Building a climate-aligned workforce and culture in upstream organizations. Chapter 41. Integrating ESG and climate reporting for upstream operations. Chapter 42. Financing low-carbon projects in the upstream sector. Chapter 43. Climate policy engagement and advocacy by upstream companies. Chapter 44. Scenario planning and future-proofing in a decarbonizing world. Chapter 45. Strategic talent development for a low-carbon upstream workforce. Chapter 46. Leveraging artificial intelligence for emissions optimization. Chapter 47. Financial innovation and climate-aligned investment in upstream oil and gas. Chapter 48. Policy advocacy and the role of oil and gas in climate diplomacy. Chapter 49. Resilience planning and climate adaptation in upstream operations. Chapter 50, The Road Ahead, a Strategic Blueprint for Net Zero Upstream Operations. Chapter 1, Understanding the Climate Challenge. 1.1 Introduction. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a present-day crisis affecting every sector, every region, and every community. Rising temperatures, shifting weather patterns, melting glaciers, and extreme events like floods and droughts all point to a world struggling to remain in balance. At the center of this disruption lies a persistent and growing buildup of greenhouse gases, GHGs, largely from the burning of fossil fuels. The upstream oil and gas sector, responsible for extracting and processing hydrocarbons before they reach consumers, plays a pivotal role in this equation. Understanding the scope and scale of the climate challenge is the first step toward developing effective strategies for mitigation. In this chapter, we explore the science of climate change, the global response, and the upstream sector's contribution to the problem and its potential to be part of the solution. 1.2 The Science of Climate Change. The Earth's climate system is driven by energy from the sun. Greenhouse gases in the atmosphere trap a portion of this energy, keeping the planet warm enough to sustain life. However, since the Industrial Revolution, human activity, particularly the combustion of fossil fuels like oil, gas, and coal, has significantly increased the concentration of GHGs, especially carbon dioxide, methane (CH), and nitrous oxide, dinitrogen monoxide. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, human activities have caused approximately 1.1 degrees Celsius of global warming above pre-industrial levels. Without deep reductions in emissions, the world is on track to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius between 2030 and 2052, triggering irreversible environmental damage. Key greenhouse gases. Carbon dioxide, produced by burning fossil fuels, long atmospheric lifetime. Methane (CH), highly potent over short timescales, released during natural gas production and transport. Nitrous oxide, dinitrogen monoxide, emitted from combustion and industrial processes. 1.3 The carbon budget. To limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, the IPCC estimates that humanity can emit only about 500 gigatons of carbon dioxide from 2020 onward. At current emission rates, about 40 GTCO per year, this budget would be exhausted within 12 to 15 years. The implications for the fossil fuel industry are stark. To stay within this carbon budget, a substantial portion of known oil and gas reserves must remain unexploited. This introduces the concept of stranded assets, fossil fuel resources that cannot be profitably developed if climate goals are to be met. 1.4 Emissions by sector, where oil and gas fits. The global emissions landscape is diverse, but energy production and use remain the largest contributors. The oil and gas sector contributes to emissions in two ways. Direct emissions, Scope 1, from operations, combustion, flaring, venting, and fugitive methane emissions. Indirect emissions, Scope 2 and 3, from purchased energy and especially from end-use combustion, e.g. gasoline burned in cars. Breakdown of global GHG emissions, approximate. Electricity and heat production, 25%. Industry, 21%. Transportation, 14%. Agriculture, forestry, 24%. Buildings, 6%. Other energy, including upstream O&G, 10%. The upstream segment specifically contributes to about 5 to 7% of global GHG emissions through operational processes, but it enables a much larger share through the supply of fuels that generate Scope 3 emissions downstream. 1.5 Global Climate Agreements. International climate governance has evolved significantly in recent decades. The Kyoto Protocol, 1997. First binding international treaty to reduce GHGs. Focused mainly on developed nations. The Paris Agreement, 2015. Aim to limit warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius, ideally 1.5 degrees Celsius. Countries submit nationally determined contributions, NDCs. Emphasizes common but differentiated responsibilities. COP26 and beyond. Emphasis on net zero targets by mid-century. Growing pressure on fossil fuel producers to phase out unabated production. Emerging global carbon pricing frameworks. 1.6 Climate change and the oil and gas sector, a critical juncture. The upstream oil and gas sector is uniquely positioned. It is both a significant emitter and a potential source of solutions. Many operators now face a dual mandate. Continue meeting global energy demand, especially in developing countries. Rapidly reduce carbon intensity, adopt new technologies, and prepare for a low-carbon future. This transition is not only about environmental responsibility, it is about business continuity. Investors, regulators, and consumers are increasingly aligning their choices with climate-conscious principles. Companies that fail to adapt may face existential risks. 1.7 Key concepts for this book. Before diving into strategies, it's important to understand the core ideas that will be used throughout this book. Scope 1, 2, 3 emissions. Emissions from operations, energy consumption, and end use of products. Carbon intensity. Emissions per unit of energy produced. Flaring and venting. Practices that release GHGs directly into the atmosphere. CCUS. Technology to capture and store carbon dioxide emissions from production. Transition risk. Financial risks from shifts toward a low-carbon economy. Net zero. A state in which all GHGs emitted are balanced by removals. 1.8 Conclusion. The climate challenge is vast, urgent, and deeply interconnected with the oil and gas industry. The upstream segment, while historically a significant contributor to emissions, also has the technical expertise, capital, and infrastructure to lead the transition. Whether it will do so swiftly and seriously remains to be seen. The next chapters explore the pathways available and the consequences of inaction. Chapter 2: The Role of Upstream Oil and Gas. 2.1 Introduction. The oil and gas industry is typically divided into three sectors: upstream, midstream, and downstream. Among these, the upstream sector, encompassing exploration, drilling, and production, is the critical first link in the hydrocarbon value chain. It is also one of the most carbon-intensive phases of fossil fuel development. This chapter examines the unique characteristics of the upstream sector, how it contributes to greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions, and why any meaningful climate strategy must begin at the source. 2.2 Defining upstream operations. Upstream oil and gas refers to the initial stages of energy development. Exploration. Geophysical surveys, seismic imaging, and testing to locate hydrocarbon deposits. Drilling. Creation of wells to extract oil or natural gas. Production. Extraction and separation of crude oil, natural gas, and water, transport to processing or pipeline systems. This sector is capital-intensive, technologically advanced, and highly sensitive to geopolitical, geological, and price-related risks. Key facility types. Onshore production fields. Offshore platforms. Floating production storage and offloading, FPSO units. Shale tight oil fields, unconventional. Gas processing plants, where applicable. 2.3 GHG emissions from upstream activities. While the upstream sector does not directly emit as much as the transportation or power sectors, its emissions are significant and preventable. Upstream emissions are primarily Scope 1 and Scope 2, and they also enable Scope 3 emissions. Major emission sources. Methane in particular is a potent GHG, more than 80 times as warming as carbon dioxide over a 20-year timeframe. Because methane is the main component of natural gas, leaks and venting are serious concerns. 2.4 Emissions by life cycle stage. Understanding where emissions occur in the upstream life cycle is essential for targeting reduction strategies. Life cycle emissions breakdown. Pre-production, land clearing, seismic surveys, drilling pad construction. Drilling and completion, fuel combustion, hydraulic fracturing. Production, gas separation, pumping, flaring, venting, fugitive emissions. Processing and transport to midstream, compression, dehydration, electricity use. On average, upstream operations account for -5 to 10% of total life cycle emissions for oil, -10 to 20% for natural gas, higher if methane leakage is unaddressed. In heavy oil or shale plays, these percentages are even higher due to greater energy requirements per barrel. 2.5 Unconventional versus conventional production. Conventional oil and gas is extracted using traditional vertical wells from reservoirs where hydrocarbons flow naturally. Unconventional methods involve more complex, energy-intensive processes, such as horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing, fracking, to access tight formations. Oil sands, ultra-deepwater fields, and shale gas are often considered carbon-heavy sources due to their resource-to-emissions ratios. 2.6 Regional emissions patterns. Different producing regions exhibit vastly different emissions profiles, depending on infrastructure, regulations, and technological adoption. Examples: Middle East, low carbon intensity per barrel due to large conventional reserves, but flaring remains a challenge. North America, higher emissions from shale, but better LDAR and satellite monitoring practices. Russia, high flaring volumes, aging infrastructure. Africa, underregulated fields, often with high methane venting. Benchmarking carbon intensity by geography and operator is now an emerging ESG practice. 2.7 Scope 3, the elephant in the room. While upstream companies primarily focus on reducing Scope 1 and 2 emissions, the Scope 3 emissions, those produced when the oil or gas is ultimately burned, are much larger. For many upstream producers, Scope 3 accounts for over 80 to 90% of total emissions associated with their products. Although traditionally considered beyond the control of upstream firms, pressure is mounting for companies to take responsibility, either through product decarbonization, e.g., blue hydrogen, carbon offsets, carbon-neutral crude initiatives, investments in renewable energy. 2.8 Why upstream matters for climate action. The upstream sector is at the front line of opportunity for climate mitigation. Why? Early interventions are cheaper. Emissions prevented at the source avoid cascading downstream effects. Infrastructure is long-lived. Decisions made today will lock in emissions profiles for decades. High leverage on methane. Methane abatement offers a fast path to climate impact. Technology exists. From electrification to flaring minimization, proven solutions are available now. 2.9 Industry trends and stakeholder pressure. Investor demands. Emissions disclosure, TCFD, SASB, CDP. Climate risk integration. Low carbon investment preferences. Regulatory trends. Carbon pricing schemes expanding, EU ETS, Canada, China. Mandatory methane monitoring, e.g., US EPA rules, OGMP 2.0. Limits on flaring and venting. Social license to operate. Public scrutiny of oil projects. Youth-led climate activism. Community resistance to new developments. 2.10 Conclusion. The upstream oil and gas sector holds both responsibility and potential in the climate fight. It is uniquely positioned to reduce emissions through better design, technology adoption, and operational discipline. While the scale of the problem is large, so too is the opportunity for transformation. Strategic climate action must begin upstream. Chapter 3: The Regulatory Landscape. 3.1 Introduction. No discussion of climate strategies in the upstream oil and gas (O&G) sector can ignore the growing web of international, national, and regional regulations. Regulatory frameworks increasingly define how, where, and under what conditions fossil fuel operations can proceed. Climate-aligned policies, from carbon pricing to methane regulations, are reshaping the economic calculus for upstream operators. This chapter explores the evolving regulatory landscape that governs climate and environmental performance in the upstream sector, highlighting key global agreements, national policies, and emerging compliance mechanisms. 3.2 Global Climate Agreements and Frameworks. 3.2.1 United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. The UNFCCC, adopted in 1992, laid the foundation for global climate governance. Though initially voluntary in approach, it paved the way for binding agreements later on. 3.2.2 The Kyoto Protocol, 1997. First legally binding treaty to reduce GHGs. Focused primarily on developed countries. Introduced market mechanisms, e.g., Clean Development Mechanism. 3.2.3 The Paris Agreement, 2015. Landmark treaty signed by nearly 200 countries. Aims to limit global temperature rise to well below 2 degrees Celsius, ideally 1.5 degrees Celsius. Countries submit nationally determined contributions, NDCs, every 5 years. Emphasizes net zero emissions in the second half of the century. 3.2.4 COP summits, e.g., COP26, COP28. Platforms for negotiation, progress updates, and new commitments. Recent outcomes emphasize methane reduction, fossil fuel phase down, and carbon market rules under Article 6. 3.3 National and regional climate policies. 3.3.1 United States. EPA methane rules, tightening requirements on flaring, venting, and leak detection. Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, allocates billions for clean energy and methane abatement. Social cost of carbon, incorporated into federal permitting. Subnational efforts, California cap and trade, state-level zero emissions goals. 3.3.2 European Union. EU Emissions Trading System, ETS, cap and trade scheme covering heavy industry and power. Methane Strategy, new regulations for monitoring and reporting methane. Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, will tax embedded emissions in imports, including refined fuels. 3.3.3 Canada. Carbon tax, national minimum price on carbon. Methane regulations, mandated 45% reduction from 2012 levels by 2025. Net zero emissions by 2050 Act, binding target with sectoral strategies. 3.3.4 Middle East. Countries like UAE and Saudi Arabia launching national net zero targets, UAE by 2050, KSA by 2060. Focus on flaring reduction, carbon capture, CCUS, and hydrogen. 3.3.5 China. National ETS, initially covering power sector, expected to expand to O&G. 5-year plans emphasize clean energy and efficiency in industrial sectors. 3.3.6 Africa and Latin America. Often constrained by limited institutional capacity. Growing participation in carbon markets, nature-based offsets, and adaptation finance. 3.4 Carbon Pricing Mechanisms. Carbon pricing is a key tool to internalize the cost of emissions and influence upstream investment decisions. 3.4.1 Carbon taxes. A fixed price per ton of carbon dioxide equivalent emitted. Predictable, but doesn't guarantee reductions. Adopted in countries like Canada, Norway, and South Africa. 3.4.2 Emissions Trading Systems, ETS. A cap is set on emissions. Allowances are traded in a market. Creates a financial incentive to emit less. EU ETS is the largest and most mature system globally. 3.4.3 Hybrid systems. Combined taxes and trading schemes, e.g. UK, Mexico. 3.4.4 Internal carbon pricing. Voluntary internal price, used by corporations for investment planning. Used by Shell, BP, Equinor and others. 3.5 Methane-specific regulations. Methane is a primary concern for upstream operations. Its regulation is intensifying. Examples of methane policy instruments. OGMP 2.0, UNLEAD Voluntary Program for Robust Methane Reporting. EPA's Clean Air Act, Section 111, covers new and existing methane sources in the U.S. EU Methane Strategy includes mandatory MRV, monitoring, reporting, verification. Satellite monitoring mandates, expected in multiple jurisdictions by 2030. 3.6 Disclosure and transparency requirements. Investors, regulators, and the public are increasingly demanding transparent climate disclosures. Major frameworks. Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD. Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, SASB. International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB. Global Reporting Initiative, GRI. Reporting Trends. Scenario Analysis, aligned with IEA, NGFS or IPCC pathways. Emissions Intensity Metrics, per barrel of oil equivalent. Physical versus transition risk disclosures. Regulatory adoption is accelerating, with jurisdictions like the EU, UK, and Canada mandating TCFD-aligned disclosures for large firms. 3.7 Legal and fiduciary risks. Fossil fuel companies now face increasing legal risks related to climate. Climate litigation, lawsuits against oil companies for climate damage or misleading shareholders. Greenwashing accusations, risk of reputational and legal damage for unsubstantiated climate claims. Fiduciary duty, growing expectation that boards and executives manage climate-related risks as material financial risks. 3.8 Compliance challenges for upstream operators. Key pain points. Data accuracy, especially for fugitive emissions and methane. Cross-border inconsistency, complex compliance for multinational firms. Technology deployment, monitoring tools, LDAR systems, and CCUS are capital-intensive. Cost competitiveness, especially for smaller operators and NOCs. 3.9 Moving towards standardization. There is a growing movement to harmonize and standardize climate regulation across borders and sectors. International Organization for Standardization, ISO 14064-50001, for GHG measurement and energy management. GHG Protocol, widely used framework for corporate emissions accounting. Carbon accounting digital platforms, automating emissions tracking, e.g. Acker Carbon Capture, GHG SAT, Project Canary. 3.10 Conclusion. The regulatory landscape for upstream oil and gas is becoming more complex, stringent, and globally interconnected. Climate-aligned regulation is no longer a theoretical risk, it is an operational and financial reality. Leading companies are embracing not just compliance, but regulatory shaping, participating in policy development, piloting early solutions, and exceeding minimum standards. In the chapters to come, we turn from the rules to the strategies, what companies can do to stay competitive, compliant, and climate responsible. Chapter 4, Emission Reduction Pathways. 4.1 Introduction. While regulations and international frameworks set the direction for climate action, it is the execution, what companies actually do, that determines progress. In the upstream oil and gas (O&G) sector, reducing emissions is both a technical challenge and a strategic imperative. Fortunately, a wide array of emission reduction pathways exist, many of which are technologically mature and economically viable. This chapter provides a detailed look at the practical strategies available to upstream companies to lower greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions, including operational efficiencies, electrification, methane abatement, carbon capture, and beyond. 4.2 Emissions Reduction Hierarchy. Before diving into specific measures, it's helpful to frame emissions reduction in terms of a hierarchy of action. Avoid emissions, e.g., eliminate flaring. Reduce emissions intensity, e.g., through efficiency. Substitute with lower carbon energy, e.g., electrify from renewables. Capture and store residual emissions, e.g., CCUS. Offset unavoidable emissions, e.g., through verified carbon credits. 4.3 Methane Mitigation. Methane, CH, is the upstream sector's most immediate climate opportunity. Because of its potency and short atmospheric lifetime, tackling methane delivers fast climate benefits. 4.3.1 Leak Detection and Repair, LDAR. Regular inspections using infrared cameras, drones, satellites, and IoT sensors. Industry best practice, quarterly LDAR programs using Tier 3 technology. 4.3.2 Pneumatic Equipment Replacement. Pneumatic controllers and pumps powered by natural gas often leak methane. Electrification or compressed air alternatives can eliminate these emissions. 4.3.3 Vapor Recovery Units, VRUs. Capture and compress volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and methane from storage tanks for resale or use. 4.3.4 Flaring and Venting Minimization. Use of flare gas recovery systems. Pressure management, to prevent overventing. Zero Routine Flaring Initiative, World Bank Target 2030. Cost effectiveness. Many methane mitigation options have negative or near zero abatement cost, meaning they pay for themselves by capturing and selling gas. 4.4 Energy Efficiency Improvements. Improving energy efficiency in upstream operations reduces both emissions and operating costs. Common measures. Variable speed drives on pumps and compressors. Waste heat recovery systems. Advanced analytics to optimize energy use per barrel. Improved insulation and process design in facilities. Digital tools. Artificial intelligence, AI for predictive maintenance. Digital twins to simulate operations and identify inefficiencies. Energy efficiency often delivers immediate ROI, especially in mature fields or aging infrastructure. 4.5 Electrification of operations. Switching from fossil fuel-based on-site generation to grid-supplied or renewable electricity can significantly cut emissions. Types of electrification. Electrified drilling rigs. Electric submersible pumps, ESPs. Battery electric vehicles, BEVs, for on-site transport. Grid-connected offshore platforms. The effectiveness depends on grid carbon intensity. Electrification in Norway, hydropower grid, has far greater benefits than in regions reliant on coal-fired electricity. 4.6 Carbon Capture, Utilization and Storage, CCUS. CCUS is critical for hard-to-abate emissions, particularly in gas processing and high-pressure operations. Applications in upstream. Natural gas sweetening. Carbon dioxide removal from raw gas. Post-combustion capture on turbines and compressors. Injection into depleted reservoirs or saline aquifers. Utilization options. Enhanced oil recovery, EOR. Use in concrete, carbonates, or polymers, less mature markets. Challenges. High capital cost. Need for robust monitoring and long-term liability frameworks. Often requires regional or government partnerships to be viable. 4.7 Renewable integration. While upstream facilities are not usually associated with renewables, they can integrate them in several ways. Solar panels at remote sites for telemetry and lighting. Wind power to supplement grid demand. Hybrid microgrids for off-grid operations, e.g., solar plus diesel backup. Green hydrogen pilots using solar-powered electrolysis. These measures reduce Scope 2 emissions and can improve energy security in remote areas. 4.8 Low-carbon innovation and emerging technologies. Beyond conventional measures, new technologies are opening up frontier pathways. Examples: all-electric subsea systems, reduce hydraulic emissions and operational energy use. Advanced membranes for gas separation. Digital flare monitoring and auto control systems. Blockchain-based emissions tracking and carbon trading. Pilot programs, consortia, and public-private R&D partnerships are crucial to scale these solutions. 4.9 Carbon offsets and nature-based solutions. When full elimination of emissions is not possible, offsets can play a transitional role. Offset types: nature-based, afforestation, reforestation, soil carbon. Engineered, direct air capture DAC, BECCS, bioenergy with CCS. Community projects, cookstove programs, clean water access. Best practice is to prioritize in-sector reductions and use offsets only for residual emissions. Offsets must be verified, e.g. by Verra Gold Standard. Additional, not business as usual. Durable and leakage-free. 4.10 Cost and abatement curves. Each emission reduction option has different costs and impacts. Companies increasingly use marginal abatement cost curves, MACCs, to prioritize interventions. MACCs help operators focus first on the no-regret opportunities with low cost and high benefit. 4.11 Integrated abatement planning. To succeed, emissions reduction must be embedded into project design, corporate strategy, and investment decisions. Include carbon intensity targets in project sanctioning. Link executive compensation to emissions performance. Develop asset-level decarbonization roadmaps. Incorporate climate resilience into infrastructure design. 4.12 Conclusion. There is no single silver bullet, but rather a toolkit of solutions that, when applied thoughtfully, can dramatically cut upstream emissions. The technologies and practices to achieve these reductions are largely available today. The challenge now is scale, speed, and integration into core business operations. In the next chapter, we'll examine how companies are actually implementing these strategies and what distinguishes leaders from laggards. Chapter 5: Industry Case Studies and Best Practices. 5.1 Introduction. While theory, regulation, and strategy provide the framework for climate action in upstream oil and gas, real-world examples demonstrate what success looks like in practice. This chapter presents case studies from a range of companies: integrated majors, independents, and national oil companies, NOCs, highlighting concrete efforts, lessons learned, and replicable best practices in reducing emissions and improving climate performance. 5.2 Case Study: Equinor Norway, electrification of offshore platforms. Project Johan Sverdrup Field. Overview: one of the largest oil fields on the Norwegian continental shelf. Action: full electrification of offshore operations via onshore renewable electricity. Impact: reduced emissions by -90% compared to traditional offshore operations using gas turbines. Key practices: early integration of climate goals in field development. Strong government collaboration and infrastructure co-investment. Life cycle emissions factored into project financials. Best practice insight: electrification is highly effective in regions with low carbon grids and supportive policy frameworks. 5.3 Case Study: BP methane measurement and reduction. Initiative: Project Helios, Permian Basin. Overview: deployment of a digital methane detection network across BP's U.S. onshore assets. Tools used: continuous monitoring sensors, aerial and satellite imagery, cloud-based analytics. Results: 50% drop in methane emissions intensity in targeted areas within 2 years. Key practices: data transparency and public reporting. Third-party validation, OGMP 2.0. Integration of methane data into operational response plans. Best practice insight. Continuous verified methane monitoring is critical to managing fugitive emissions at scale. 5.4 Case Study Shell Carbon Capture and Storage CCS. Project Quest CCS, Alberta, Canada. Overview: captures carbon dioxide from hydrogen production at Shell's Scotford upgrader. Scale: over 6 million tons of carbon dioxide captured since 2015. Storage: injected into a deep saline formation greater than 2 kilometers underground. Key practices: strong regulatory support and cost sharing with government. Transparent reporting of capture, transport and storage data. Ongoing R&D to improve capture efficiency and reduce costs. Best practice insight. CCS requires long-term partnerships and robust MRV, monitoring, reporting, verification systems to build trust and scalability. 5.5 Case Study. Petronas Low Carbon Transition Roadmap. Initiative: Net Zero Carbon Emissions by 2050, NZCE 2050. Overview: Petronas has developed a detailed roadmap aligned with net zero ambition. Key pillars: operational decarbonization, energy efficiency, flare reduction, renewable investments, solar and hydrogen, nature-based solutions and carbon offsets. Progress: methane emissions reduced by greater than 40% from 2019 baseline. First commercial carbon-neutral LNG cargo, delivered in 2021. Best practice insight. A whole-of-company transition plan that connects upstream operations with broader energy system shifts is essential for credibility. 5.6 Case Study. Apache Corporation, Flaring Reduction in the Permian Basin. Problem: excessive flaring due to infrastructure constraints. Solution: investment in gas gathering and compression infrastructure. Real-time operational control systems to prevent overpressuring. Alignment of executive bonuses to flare reduction targets. Impact: 85% reduction in routine flaring across key assets in 3 years. Best practice insight. Infrastructure investment, combined with incentive alignment, can rapidly improve emissions outcomes in mature basins. 5.7 Case Study. ADNOC, Artificial Intelligence for Energy Efficiency. Initiative: Panorama Digital Command Center. Overview: ADNOC's AI-powered platform aggregates over 200 dashboards to optimize performance across upstream and downstream. Applications: equipment monitoring and predictive maintenance, real-time emissions tracking, energy use optimization at gas lift wells. Outcome: increased energy efficiency across several upstream fields by up to 10%. Reduced unplanned downtime and flaring. Best practice insight. Centralized digital platforms enable continuous emissions and energy performance management. 5.8 Case Study. Occidental Petroleum, Carbon Removal Business Model. Strategy: pivot from oil production to carbon management. Flagship project: Direct Air Capture DAC, in partnership with Carbon Engineering and 1.5. Objective: remove up to 1 million ton of carbon dioxide per year, with captured carbon used in EOR or permanently stored. Additional actions: development of low-carbon oil certified by life cycle analysis. Sale of carbon credits on the voluntary market. Best practice insight. Future-looking strategies may involve not just reducing emissions, but developing carbon-negative revenue streams. 5.9 Cross-cutting lessons and success factors. Common success themes. 5.10 Pitfalls and challenges. Even among leading companies, challenges persist. High abatement costs in remote or offshore areas. Data quality gaps in emissions monitoring. Slow adoption among smaller operators and NOCs. Perceived greenwashing undermining trust. These challenges highlight the importance of moving from isolated projects to systemic change embedded into core operations. 5.11 Conclusion. These case studies show that climate action in upstream oil and gas is not only possible, it's already happening at scale in many regions. Leaders are proving that emissions can be cut dramatically with the right combination of technology, policy alignment, and corporate will. However, most companies are still in the early stages of implementation. To meet climate goals, the best practices showcased here must become standard practices across the sector. Chapter 6: Digitalization and Decarbonization Synergies. 6.1 Introduction. Digital transformation and decarbonization are often seen as separate agendas, but in the upstream oil and gas sector, they are increasingly intertwined. Digital technologies, ranging from real-time monitoring systems to artificial intelligence, are becoming critical enablers of emissions reduction, operational efficiency, and climate risk management. This chapter explores how upstream companies are leveraging digital tools to accelerate decarbonization, offering greater visibility, control, and optimization of emissions across the full value chain. 6.2 The case for digital-driven decarbonization. Upstream operations are inherently data-rich, but often insight-poor. Digital tools can unlock that data to identify emissions hotspots in real time, predict and prevent inefficiencies that lead to waste, automate low-carbon decision-making through AI and machine learning, reduce the cost and complexity of compliance and reporting. Digitalization acts as a force multiplier for existing climate strategies, improving both precision and impact. 6.3 Key digital technologies supporting emissions reduction. 6.3.1 Internet of Things, IoT. Sensors on compressors, flares, separators, valves, and pipelines. Enables continuous monitoring of methane leaks and energy usage. Edge computing for local processing and faster responses. 6.3.2 Advanced Analytics and AI. Predictive maintenance models to reduce equipment downtime and flaring. Energy optimization algorithms for pump scheduling and lift gas volumes. Pattern recognition to detect anomalies in emissions trends. 6.3.3 Digital twins. Virtual replicas of assets and operations. Model emissions scenarios and simulate interventions, e.g., replacing equipment. Optimize plant or field performance with minimal disruption. 6.3.4 Blockchain. Immutable records for emissions data and carbon credit transactions. Enhances transparency and trust in voluntary carbon markets. Supports decentralized emissions reporting across joint ventures. 6.3.5 Satellite and aerial imagery. Monitors methane emissions at regional and asset level. Validates self-reported emissions data. Supports regulatory compliance and stakeholder engagement. 6.4 Integrated digital platforms. Examples: ADNOC's Panorama Command Center, real-time monitoring of emissions, energy efficiency, and safety metrics across 16 upstream assets. Total Energy's T-Log, digitized flaring and emissions reporting tool that feeds into sustainability dashboards. Chevron's Reservoir Management Toolkit combines digital well models with ESG data to support low-carbon investment decisions. Benefits: holistic visibility across assets. Streamlined decision-making. Reduced emissions through dynamic response. 6.5 Automating emissions management. Automation goes beyond monitoring. It enables immediate action. Use cases: auto shutdown of gas-driven pneumatic devices during leak detection. Smart controllers to adjust gas lift rates to optimize fuel use. Eye-driven torque control for electric drilling rigs to reduce peak energy draw. These solutions reduce Scope 1 emissions in real time, avoiding the delays of manual intervention. 6.6 Machine learning for predictive abatement. ML models can forecast When and where methane leaks are likely to occur. Which assets are most emission-intensive over time? The impact of operational changes on emissions output. By embedding ML into daily operations, companies can shift from reactive to proactive climate management. 6.7 Challenges and barriers to digital decarbonization. Despite its potential, digital decarbonization is not without obstacles. To overcome these, companies must adopt open data architectures, cross-functional training programs, secure cloud-native platforms, carbon accounting frameworks integrated with digital tools. 6.8 Digital maturity and emissions performance. Research shows a correlation between digital maturity and emissions performance. High digital operators have up to 30 to 40% lower emissions intensity. Early AI adopters report faster flare response times and better methane management. Companies with integrated ESG analytics are more likely to meet Scope 1 and 2 targets. This suggests that digitalization is not just an enabler, but a strategic differentiator in low-carbon performance. 6.9 Digital technology in regulatory compliance. Governments are increasingly requiring measured, not estimated, emissions reporting. Digital solutions can automate regulatory submissions, e.g., EPA GHGRP, EU ETS. Track asset-level performance against permit limits. Ensure auditability of carbon credit generation. This reduces compliance risk and improves stakeholder confidence. 6.10 Future trends in digital decarbonization. Emerging tools will further tighten the link between digital capability and decarbonization outcomes. 6.11 Conclusion. Digitalization is no longer a luxury, it is a core enabler of climate action in upstream oil and gas. By marrying emissions reduction with real-time data, AI and automation, companies can act faster, more precisely, and more cost-effectively. As pressures mount to reduce emissions, meet ESG expectations, and remain competitive, those who lead in digital decarbonization will be best positioned to succeed in the energy transition. Chapter 7. Economic and financial implications of climate action. 7.1 Introduction. Climate strategies are often framed as cost centers, but this is a narrow view. In reality, climate action in the upstream oil and gas (O&G) sector carries both risks and opportunities that directly affect financial performance, investment attractiveness, and long-term business viability. This chapter explores the economic dimensions of decarbonization, including capital allocation, asset valuation, operational cost impacts, and investor expectations. It aims to equip executives and finance leaders with the insight needed to align climate goals with financial outcomes. 7.2 The cost of inaction. Delaying climate action is not cost neutral. The cost of inaction includes carbon pricing exposure, carbon taxes, cap and trade penalties, access to capital constraints, e.g., ESG-linked lending criteria, asset stranding risks, especially for high-intensity assets, litigation and liability for emissions and environmental damages, market share erosion as customers and governments shift to low-carbon alternatives. A 2022 McKinsey study estimates that oil and gas companies that fail to decarbonize could see a 20 to 30% drop in enterprise value by 2030. 7.3 Capital expenditure, CapEx allocation. Traditional CapEx versus low-carbon CapEx. While some low-carbon investments have lower short-term returns, they carry lower long-term risk, offer regulatory compliance benefits, and often qualify for green financing. 7.4 Operating expenses, OPEX and emissions efficiency. Climate strategies can also lower OPEX, particularly through energy efficiency improvements, methane capture and resale, Digital monitoring, which reduces maintenance costs. Reduced flaring penalties and taxes. Case insight. A medium-sized operator in Canada saved $4.2 million annually by replacing gas-driven pneumatics and eliminating venting, while also reducing emissions by 80,000 tons carbon dioxide. 7.5 Impact on asset valuation. Valuation models are shifting to incorporate carbon intensity and transition risk. Key trends. Discounted cash flow (DCF) models now often adjust for future carbon costs. High emissions assets may face write-downs due to regulatory or market obsolescence. Banks and insurers increasingly assign risk premiums to carbon-intensive operations. Stranded asset risk. Assets with high Scope 1 emissions, long project lifespans, located in jurisdictions with aggressive net zero goals, are most at risk of becoming stranded. 7.6 Climate risk disclosure and financial reporting. Investors now demand transparent disclosure of climate risks. Frameworks include Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD, ISSB Standards, IFRS S1 S2, EU Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, CSRD. Best practices. Align financial reporting with climate scenarios, 1.5 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees Celsius, etc. Quantify emissions as financial liabilities or cost risks. Demonstrate resilience via stress-tested investment plans. 7.7 Access to capital and ESG ratings. Climate performance now affects cost of capital and access to institutional funding. Trends. ESG-linked bonds and loans with margin adjustments tied to emissions targets. Climate transition bonds for financing CCUS, flaring reductions, or renewable integration. Exclusion lists. Some sovereign funds and banks exclude firms without credible climate plans. Example. In 2023, a major bank declined a $1.2 billion refinancing deal for a North American upstream firm due to a lack of methane controls. 7.8 Carbon pricing and regulatory costs. As carbon pricing becomes more widespread, emissions carry a monetary liability. Current pricing examples as of 2024. A high-emitting field producing 1 million ton carbon dioxide per year could face $65 - 90 million annually in added costs, depending on jurisdiction. 7.9 Insurance and liability implications. Insurers are integrating climate risk into underwriting, including higher premiums for high-emission operations, exclusions for pollution-related claims, requirements for third-party MRV, measurement reporting verification. Additionally, legal action against fossil fuel companies for climate damage is increasing. Even in jurisdictions without carbon pricing, liability exposure creates financial risk. 7.10 Climate-linked compensation and incentives. Linking executive compensation to emissions performance is emerging as a governance best practice. Examples. Total Energies, 20% of long-term compensation linked to climate goals. Shell and BP, emissions intensity and methane metrics embedded in bonuses. U.S. independence trend just beginning, pressure from shareholders increasing. This drives alignment between financial and sustainability performance. 7.11 Financial opportunities from climate leadership. Firms that take climate action early can unlock positive financial outcomes such as premium pricing for low-carbon LNG or certified oil, first-mover access to green infrastructure funds, carbon credit revenues from CCUS and reforestation, brand value and employee attraction benefits. Climate-aligned upstream firms are more resilient and adaptable to transition shocks. 7.12 Integrating climate into investment decision-making. Financial tools that incorporate climate factors include Shadow carbon pricing, internally applied to project economics, e.g., $75 per TCOE. Internal rate of return, IRR, adjusted for transition risk. Life cycle emissions valuation, adds emissions cost into net present value (NPV) models. Example: a project that appears profitable under a $0 carbon price becomes non-viable under a $100 per T carbon dioxide shadow price, guiding capital away from future liabilities. 7.13 Conclusion: climate action is not just an ethical imperative, it is a financial one. Leading upstream companies are integrating emissions management into their core business decisions, enhancing resilience and unlocking new sources of capital. As investor expectations and regulatory requirements increase, firms that fail to quantify, disclose, and manage their climate-related financial risks will face higher costs, lower valuations, and strategic disadvantage. Chapter 8: Policy Engagement and Stakeholder Relations. 8.1 Introduction. Effective climate strategy in upstream oil and gas, O&G, requires more than internal action. It demands proactive engagement with governments, regulators, communities, and other stakeholders. The global energy transition is being shaped by evolving climate policies, investor pressures, public sentiment, and emerging ESG norms. This chapter explores how upstream companies can navigate the policy landscape and manage stakeholder expectations, not only to maintain their license to operate, but to lead in shaping a more sustainable future. 8.2 The role of policy in climate strategy. Climate policy directly impacts upstream operations through emissions regulations, e.g., methane intensity standards, flaring limits, carbon pricing mechanisms, permitting requirements tied to environmental performance, subsidies and tax credits for low-carbon technology, e.g., CCUS, electrification, disclosure obligations under national and supranational frameworks. Strategic imperative. Upstream firms must align business models with current and anticipated policy frameworks, or risk losing competitive advantage and market access. 8.3 Engaging constructively with policymakers. Leading companies influence policy through constructive engagement, not opposition. Best practices. Participate in public consultations and comment periods. Join industry coalitions that support climate-aligned policy, e.g. OGCI, IPIECA. Share data and technical expertise with regulators to inform rulemaking. Provide transparency about emissions and mitigation progress. Case example: Norway's upstream sector co-developed carbon tax frameworks and CCS support policies with regulators, creating one of the world's most credible low-emissions upstream ecosystems. 8.4 Aligning with global frameworks. Key international frameworks that shape expectations for upstream companies. Engaging with these frameworks enhances credibility and market access, especially in jurisdictions with strong climate mandates. 8.5 Managing community and indigenous relations. Climate strategy must consider local community concerns, especially where oil and gas development affects health, air, water quality, employment, cultural or spiritual lands. Key principles. Free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, for indigenous communities. Community benefit agreements linked to emissions reductions or environmental protections. Co-development of environmental monitoring initiatives. Example: in Canada, several upstream operators have established equity partnerships with indigenous groups in methane detection and renewable integration projects. 8.6 Engaging with civil society and NGOs. Historically, upstream O&G and environmental NGOs have had an adversarial relationship. But partnerships are now emerging, especially around methane mitigation, forest conservation, and biodiversity offsetting. Transparency and verification, e.g., OGMP 2.0. Benefits: enhances public trust, improves access to external expertise, provides validation of ESG claims. Warning: token engagement or greenwashing risks reputational damage if not backed by real action. 8.7 Investor and financial stakeholder engagement. Climate strategy must be communicated clearly to institutional investors, credit rating agencies, banks and insurers. What investors want to see: clear Scope 1 and 2 reduction pathways, capital alignment with low-carbon transition, climate risk disclosure (TCFD, ISSB), social license and just transition commitments. Engagement tip: use investor days and ESG roadshows to demonstrate how climate strategy supports value creation, not just risk mitigation. 8.8 Employee engagement and internal stakeholders. Employees, especially younger and technical staff, are increasingly climate conscious. Successful companies involve employees in sustainability initiatives, tie climate goals to performance reviews and training, communicate progress regularly, including challenges. Result: higher retention, innovation from the ground up, stronger corporate culture aligned with long-term goals. 8.9 Transparency and climate communications. Transparent, proactive communications help build and maintain trust with all stakeholders. Essentials: public sustainability reports aligned with GRI, SASB, and TCFD. Independent third-party audits of emissions and ESG claims. Crisis communication plans for climate-related incidents, e.g., flare exceedances, spills. Channels: ESG microsites, social media engagement, participation in public climate forums and conferences. 8.10 Avoiding greenwashing. Greenwashing, the act of overstating or falsely portraying climate action, is a growing reputational and legal risk. How to avoid: don't announce goals without implementation plans. Back all claims with verifiable data. Acknowledge limitations and trade-offs. Engage critics, not just supporters. Regulatory note: jurisdictions such as the EU, UK, and US are beginning to enforce climate-related advertising and disclosure rules. 8.11 The role of trade associations. Upstream companies often belong to industry associations that lobby on policy. However, misalignment between company climate goals and association positions can create reputational risks. Best practice: conduct alignment audits of trade group positions versus company ESG goals. Advocate for policy-aligned positions or exit groups that obstruct progress. 8.12 Strategic stakeholder mapping. Develop a stakeholder engagement plan based on influence and interest. 8.13 Conclusion. Stakeholder and policy engagement are no longer peripheral activities. They are central to the long-term viability of upstream oil and gas operations in a decarbonizing world. Companies that listen, partner, and lead in the public dialogue will be best positioned to maintain their license to operate, access capital, and influence policy outcomes. Engagement must be authentic, data-driven, and sustained. Climate strategy succeeds when it is co-created, not imposed. Chapter 9: Innovation, R&D, and the Future of Low-Carbon Upstream Technologies. 9.1 Introduction. Climate strategy in the upstream oil and gas (O&G) sector must be future-facing. Operational optimization and regulatory compliance alone will not be sufficient to achieve net zero targets. Technological innovation and research and development (R&D) are essential to unlocking deeper emissions reductions, overcoming hard-to-abate sources, and transforming the energy extraction paradigm. This chapter explores key areas of low-carbon innovation, the role of R&D partnerships, and how upstream companies can foster a culture of climate-driven technological advancement. 9.2 The case for climate-oriented R&D. Upstream innovation has historically focused on efficiency and recovery, not emissions. A shift is underway, with leading firms allocating capital and talent to emissions detection and control technologies, electrification, and alternative power solutions, next-generation CCUS and methane abatement, water and waste minimization, digital sustainability platforms, strategic insight. Companies that own the IP for future-proof technologies will gain both competitive and regulatory advantage. 9.3 Focus area: Methane reduction technologies. Methane is the most potent short-term greenhouse gas. R&D in this area focuses on 1. Advanced leak detection and repair (LDAR). Drones and satellites with hyperspectral imaging. Continuous monitoring via IoT sensors. Automated leak detection using AI. 2. Zero-emission pneumatics. Replacing gas-driven controllers with air or electric versions. Piloted in Canada and the US with promising results. 3. Methane capture and use. Technologies to collect fugitive methane for on-site power. Biogas integration in remote operations. Case example: Shell's partnership with GHGsat led to satellite-verified reductions in methane emissions from Permian assets. 9.4 Focus area: Carbon capture, utilization and storage (CCUS). CCUS is central to achieving Scope 1 and 2 reductions in upstream operations. Innovation areas: modular capture systems for small-scale sites. Integration with enhanced oil recovery, EOR. Carbon mineralization, turning carbon dioxide into rock. Offshore sequestration in depleted fields. Challenges: cost, scalability, and long-term liability. Need for MRV, measurement reporting verification systems. Permitting and community acceptance. R&D collaboration. OGCI, Net Zero Teesside, and Carbon Clean are examples of multi-stakeholder CCUS R&D hubs. 9.5 Focus area: electrification and alternative power. Reducing combustion emissions requires a shift from diesel and gas turbines to low-carbon power sources. Innovation pathways: microgrids powered by wind, solar, or geothermal. Battery storage for intermittent supply. Fuel cells, e.g. hydrogen, for remote compression. Electric drilling rigs and ESPs. Example: Equinor has electrified several platforms in the North Sea using hydroelectric power from shore, reducing emissions by 600,000 tons carbon dioxide per year. 9.6 Focus area: water and waste innovation. Climate-linked innovation also includes reducing environmental co-impacts. Technologies in development. Zero liquid discharge systems. Produced water reuse with nanofiltration. Drilling waste minimization via closed-loop systems. Bio-based drilling fluids with lower lifecycle impacts. Water is increasingly regulated and socially contested, especially in arid regions. Innovation here can build community trust and reduce project risk. 9.7 Focus area: subsurface and reservoir emissions. Emissions can originate from underground sources, e.g. venting, seepage, or legacy wells. Emerging innovations. Subsurface carbon dioxide plume monitoring with seismic and fiber optics. Autonomous well integrity sensors. Well plugging with biocement or geopolymer sealants. Dealing with legacy emissions, especially from decommissioned or orphaned wells, is a rising priority for regulators and ESG investors. 9.8 Innovation ecosystem and collaboration. No single company can solve upstream climate challenges alone. Innovation accelerates through IP strategy. Companies must balance open innovation with competitive differentiation through patents and licensing. 9.9 Funding R&D for climate innovation. R&D funding models. Internal R&D units, Chevron Technology Ventures, ExxonMobil Low Carbon Solutions. Joint ventures and pilots. Corporate venture capital, CVC, in climate tech startups. Public-private partnerships. Climate R&D needs stable long-term funding, shielded from commodity price cycles. 9.10 The role of digital and AI in innovation. Digital is both a platform and a driver for innovation. AI accelerates materials discovery for CCUS sorbents. Machine learning improves emissions forecasting. Digital twins help simulate low-carbon retrofits. Blockchain tracks carbon credits and supply chain emissions. The next frontier is integrated innovation, blending physical and digital advances to create smarter, cleaner operations. 9.11 Managing innovation risk. All innovation carries risk, technical, financial, reputational. To mitigate, use stage-gate funding models. Conduct technology readiness assessments, TRL framework. Pilot new tech in controlled environments. Be transparent about failures and learnings. Regulatory sandboxes, e.g. in the UK and Alberta, allow safe experimentation. 9.12 Creating a culture of climate innovation. Beyond technology, innovation depends on people and mindset. Enablers. Climate-focused KPIs in R&D departments. Internal challenge funds and hackathons. Cross-functional innovation teams. Recognition and incentives for ESG innovation. Leadership matters. Senior buy-in signals that low-carbon innovation is a strategic, not peripheral priority. 9.13 Conclusion. Innovation is the engine of the energy transition. Upstream oil and gas companies must invest boldly, collaborate widely, and think creatively to develop the technologies that will define a climate-compatible future. From methane detection to AI-driven electrification, the sector's innovation frontier is vast, and those who lead will help shape both the future of energy and their own survival in it. Chapter 10 Case Studies in Climate Leadership from the Upstream Sector. 10.1 Introduction. While skepticism persists about the oil and gas industry's role in addressing climate change, several upstream companies have stepped up with bold strategies, measurable progress, and innovative models that others can learn from. This chapter presents real-world case studies showcasing leadership in emissions reduction, low-carbon technology adoption, and stakeholder engagement. By highlighting these examples, we aim to provide inspiration, credibility, and practical insights for companies seeking to scale their climate ambitions. 10.2 Case Study 1 Equinor, Electrifying Offshore Platforms. Region: North Sea Key Strategy Powering Offshore Platforms with Onshore Renewable Electricity. Highlights: Equinor has electrified multiple offshore platforms, including Johan Sverdrup, via undersea cables. The electricity comes from Norway's predominantly renewable hydropower grid. Result: annual emissions reduced by over 600,000 tons of CO2. Lessons learned: electrification is feasible, with the right infrastructure investment. Close coordination with government and grid operators is essential. Initial capex is high but justified by long-term carbon and cost savings. 10.3 Case Study 2 Occidental Leading in Direct Air Capture DAC. Region: United States, Permian Basin Key Strategy, investing in direct air capture as a pathway to net zero and carbon removal services. Highlights: Oxy Low Carbon Ventures partnered with Carbon Engineering to build the world's largest DAC facility in Texas. DAC will pull 1 million tons of carbon dioxide per year from the atmosphere. Captured carbon dioxide is used in enhanced oil recovery (EOR) or stored geologically. Lessons learned. Oil and gas infrastructure can be repurposed for carbon storage. DAC can create carbon offset credits, monetizing negative emissions. First mover advantage in carbon markets is strategic. 10.4 Case Study 3 Woodside Energy Methane Detection and Reporting. Region: Australia. Key strategy: satellite and drone-based methane monitoring. Highlights: Woodside has integrated GHGsat satellite data, drone-based LDAR, and AI-powered analytics to track fugitive methane. They publish verified emissions data aligned with OGMP 2.0 standards. Lessons learned. Transparency builds credibility with investors and regulators. Early detection prevents large leaks and reduces remediation costs. Public commitment to methane intensity limits, less than 0.2%, drives innovation. 10.5 Case Study 4 Repsol Net Zero Commitment and Portfolio Shift. Region: Spain and global. Key strategy: first oil major to commit to net zero by 2050. Highlights: Repsol has set absolute emissions reduction targets, not just intensity. 30% of R&D budget directed toward low-carbon technologies. Rapid investment in renewable hydrogen, biofuels and synthetic fuels. Lessons learned. A credible transition plan needs more than offsets, it needs diversification. Stakeholder communication is key during portfolio rebalancing. Metrics and interim goals matter. Repsol reports annual climate progress. 10.6 Case Study 5 Petronas Carbon Capture and Storage in Southeast Asia. Region: Malaysia. Key strategy: large-scale CCS in offshore depleted reservoirs. Highlights: Petronas is developing Kasawari CCS, Southeast Asia's first major offshore CCS project. Targeting 3.3 million tons per year of carbon dioxide storage, starting in 2026. The project is tied to emissions from the Kasawari gas development. Lessons learned. Regional leadership can raise climate standards across emerging markets. Integration of CCS into new field development is more cost-effective. Strong internal climate governance accelerates execution. 10.7 Case Study 6 Chevron Venture Capital and Climate Tech. Region: Global. Key strategy: investing in third-party innovation via Chevron Technology Ventures (CTV). Highlights: CTV has invested in over 100 startups, including in carbon capture, lithium extraction, and hydrogen. Supports pilot projects across Chevron's upstream operations. Helps de-risk technology before scaling company-wide. Lessons learned. Corporate venture capital expands innovation exposure. Startups benefit from field data and pilot test environments. Climate innovation can be external as well as internal. 10.8 Case Study 7 Santos Flaring Reduction through Gas Recompression. Region: Australia. Key strategy: recompressing gas that would otherwise be flared. Highlights: Santos implemented mobile gas recompression units at remote wells. Saved over 30,000 tons carbon dioxide in one pilot area within 18 months. Reduced flaring by 90% during low-flow well operations. Lessons learned. Practical, field-level solutions can deliver big emissions cuts. Flexibility and innovation matter in brownfield assets. Scaling local pilots is key to portfolio-wide decarbonization. 10.9 Case Study 8 BP Digital Twin for Emissions Optimization. Region: United Kingdom North Sea. Key strategy: deploying a digital twin to simulate and reduce emissions in real time. Highlights: BP built a digital replica of its Clare Ridge platform. It uses real-time sensor data and predictive AI to optimize fuel use, ventilation, and power management. Estimated emissions cut: 20,000 tons per year. Lessons learned. Digital twins unlock emissions visibility and forecasting. Integration with operations and maintenance is essential. Digital solutions amplify the effect of physical efficiency efforts. 10.10 Comparative insights from the case studies. 10.11 Key takeaways. First movers gain policy, brand, and market advantage. Technology alone isn't enough. Governance and strategy alignment are crucial. Partnerships with startups, academia, or NGOs amplify outcomes. Measurement and verification unlock trust and capital. These leaders prove that upstream O&G can play a real role in the climate transition. 10.12 Conclusion. The upstream sector is often cast as part of the climate problem. But as these cases show, it can also be part of the solution, if the ambition is backed by science, innovation, transparency, and sustained action. Chapter 11. Financing the Upstream Climate Transition. 11.1 Introduction. Transforming upstream oil and gas operations for climate compatibility requires more than strategy and technology. It demands capital. Whether electrifying operations, scaling carbon capture, or investing in R&D, access to adequate, affordable, and patient financing is critical. This chapter explores the evolving landscape of climate finance as it applies to upstream operations, including sources of capital, investor expectations, taxonomies and frameworks, incentives and risks, practical pathways for mobilizing sustainable investment. 11.2 Why financing matters. Upstream climate initiatives often face high upfront costs, long payback periods, and uncertain regulatory environments. These realities can disincentivize companies, especially independents, from pursuing decarbonization. Financing barriers include lack of carbon price signals, investor concerns about stranded assets, competing capital demands from core production operations, perceived greenwashing risk. Overcoming these challenges requires innovative financial instruments, new partnerships, and alignment with evolving stakeholder expectations. 11.3 Sources of climate-aligned capital. 1. Internal capital allocation. Companies can reallocate CapEx toward low-carbon priorities. Requires a robust internal carbon price to justify investments. 2. Green and sustainability-linked bonds. Issued by oil and gas firms to fund decarbonization projects. Performance-based, lower interest rates if climate KPIs are met. Examples: Repsol, Total Energies have successfully issued these instruments. 3. Public funding and tax incentives. U.S. Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, offers up to $85 per ton carbon dioxide for CCS. Canada's investment tax credit covers 50% plus of carbon capture costs. EU Innovation Fund supports frontier technologies, including DAC and green hydrogen. 4. Multilateral Development Banks, MDBs, provide concessional financing for climate adaptation and mitigation. Historically underutilized in upstream, but new ESG frameworks may change that. 5. Private equity and infrastructure funds. Growing segment of climate-focused funds are targeting methane mitigation, electrification of assets, clean fuel development. 11.4 Investor pressure and ESG screening. Investors are reshaping capital access through environmental, social, and governance (ESG) criteria. Key trends. Net zero asset managers require transition plans from oil and gas holdings. Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD, becoming standard. Firms with robust Scope 1, 2, and 3 data attract lower capital costs. Investor asks include climate scenario analysis, CapEx alignment with less than 2 degrees Celsius pathway, methane intensity thresholds, Climate-linked executive compensation. 11.5 Sustainable finance taxonomies. Governments and institutions are defining what qualifies as green or sustainable. Examples: EU taxonomy includes CCS and some transitional fossil fuel projects. Southeast Asia's ASEAN taxonomy allows natural gas under certain thresholds. ICMA principles guide green and sustainability-linked bonds. Upstream companies must map their projects to these frameworks to access preferential financing and avoid reputational risks. 11.6 The role of carbon markets. Carbon pricing mechanisms are reshaping the financial calculus for climate projects. Market-based instruments. Compliance markets, EU ETS, California Cap and Trade. Voluntary carbon markets, VCM, allow companies to sell high-quality carbon credits. Opportunities for upstream. Revenue from captured and stored carbon dioxide. Selling verified methane reductions. Participation in nature-based offsets through restoration of legacy well sites. Key to participation: robust MRV measurement, reporting and verification systems. 11.7 Climate risk and insurance. Climate risk is a growing concern for insurers and investors. Risk types. Physical risk: storms, flooding, wildfires impacting assets. Transition risk: policy, market, legal. Liability risk: for GHG emissions or environmental harm. Financing implication. Lenders increasingly require climate risk assessments. Projects with low carbon features may obtain preferential insurance terms. 11.8 Blended finance for hard-to-finance assets. Blended finance structures can de-risk climate projects in emerging markets or for small operators. Structure. Concessional capital from governments or development banks, combined with private capital from commercial lenders. Use case: funding mini-grids to electrify remote assets. Early-stage pilots for DAC or hydrogen. Methane abatement at marginal wells. Example: World Bank's Climate Investment Funds (CIF) has supported methane reduction in upstream Nigeria and CCS scoping in Indonesia. 11.9 Climate finance instruments and examples. 11.10 Best practices for accessing climate capital. Establish credible climate targets, preferably science-based. Map your asset base to identify emission hotspots and financing needs. Develop a pipeline of climate-aligned projects. Integrate ESG into governance and reporting. Engage early with banks, investors, and development partners. Use third-party verification to boost credibility. 11.11 The cost of inaction. Failure to align with climate finance expectations leads to higher cost of capital, investor divestment, limited access to grants or tax incentives, regulatory penalties, stranded asset risk. The upstream sector must compete for capital in a world where investors increasingly favor sustainable returns. 11.12 Conclusion. Financing the upstream climate transition is both a challenge and an opportunity. The companies that position themselves as credible, transparent, and innovative will gain not only financial backing, but strategic advantage in a low-carbon world. Capital will flow toward transition leaders, not laggards. Chapter 12. Climate Scenario Planning and Resilience in the Upstream Sector. 12.1 Introduction. The upstream oil and gas industry operates amid deep uncertainty, technological shifts, policy evolution, market volatility, and environmental risks. Scenario planning offers a structured approach to manage that uncertainty, especially as it relates to climate change. In this chapter, we explore how upstream companies can apply climate scenario analysis to inform strategic decisions, enhance asset resilience, comply with investor and regulatory expectations, Build agility into business models for a low-carbon future. 12.2 What is climate scenario planning? Climate scenario planning is the process of using narrative-based models to explore how different climate futures could affect business operations, assets, and strategy. Key features: not a prediction, but a structured exploration of plausible futures. Considers both transition risks, policy, legal, market, reputational, and physical risks, extreme weather, sea level rise, water stress. Aligned with frameworks such as the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD. 12.3 Types of climate scenarios. Upstream companies typically assess a range of scenarios. These may be sourced from institutions like the IEA, IPCC, or developed in-house. Common types. 12.4 Why scenario planning matters in upstream. Asset lifecycle misalignment. Many oil and gas assets have 20 to 30-year lifespans. Without scenario testing, they risk becoming stranded. Investor and regulator demands. TCFD-aligned disclosures are increasingly mandatory. Investors seek visibility into a company's resilience under stress. Risk mitigation and opportunity sizing. Identifies vulnerabilities, e.g., water-intensive operations in drought-prone regions. Reveals opportunities, e.g., early pivot to low-carbon fuels. 12.5 Methodology for climate scenario analysis. Step 1. Define business-relevant scenarios. Use reputable sources, IEA, IPCC, NGFS, to identify 3 to 4 plausible climate scenarios. Step 2. Map exposure and sensitivity. Identify how assets, supply chains, and operations are exposed to carbon pricing, water scarcity, temperature rise, policy bans or shifts in demand. Step 3. Model impacts. Assess the effect on revenue and costs, production volumes, capital allocation, carbon liabilities. Step 4. Integrate into strategy. Adjust capital planning. Inform asset divestments or acquisitions. Set internal carbon price levels. Step 5. Disclose results. Use formats aligned with TCFD, ISSB, or CDP frameworks. 12.6 Transition risks and scenario stress testing. 12.7 Physical climate risks. Categories: acute hurricanes, floods, wildfires. Chronic sea level rise, temperature extremes, water scarcity. Asset impacts: offshore platforms vulnerable to stronger cyclones. Shale operations exposed to drought, water needs. Infrastructure in permafrost zones at risk from thawing. Resilience measures. Infrastructure upgrades. Backup power and water systems. Relocation or hardening of vulnerable sites. Climate resilient design in new projects. 12.8 Case examples. Shell used IPCC and IEA scenarios to stress test its portfolio. Developed sky and waves scenarios to guide internal strategy. Suncor mapped all Canadian upstream assets against flood risk zones. Invested in infrastructure upgrades and emergency protocols. Total Energies integrated scenarios into long-term supply-demand forecasting. Divested from assets not aligned with less than 2 degrees Celsius trajectory. 12.9 Internal carbon pricing as a scenario tool. Many upstream firms now apply an internal shadow carbon price to projects to test financial robustness in high carbon scenarios. 12.10 Embedding resilience into strategy. Portfolio resilience, shift investments toward gas, LNG, and low carbon fuels. Technology resilience, invest in modular, low emission infrastructure. Operational resilience, build flexibility to ramp up or down amid climate disruption. Financial resilience, stress test balance sheets under carbon taxation and asset impairment. 12.11 Challenges in scenario use. Data gaps, especially in physical climate modeling. Uncertainty in policy timelines and carbon price forecasts. Board-level unfamiliarity with scenario planning. Confusion with forecasting. Scenarios should guide decisions, not replace planning. 12.12 Conclusion. Climate scenario planning is a powerful strategic tool, not just for risk mitigation, but also for opportunity identification and future-proofing. Upstream companies that embed scenario analysis into governance and planning will be far better equipped to thrive in the energy transition. Resilience is not about avoiding change, it's about adapting and leading through it. Chapter 13. Regulatory and policy trends impacting upstream decarbonization. 13.1 Introduction. The regulatory landscape surrounding climate and upstream oil and gas is rapidly evolving. From carbon pricing to methane mandates and disclosure laws, operators face a growing set of obligations that can dramatically shape project economics and corporate strategy. In this chapter, we explore key international and regional climate regulations, emerging policy trends affecting the upstream sector, compliance strategies and risk mitigation, opportunities to align with policy and gain competitive advantage. 13.2 The expanding climate policy landscape. Upstream oil and gas operators are affected by three categories of climate policy: emissions regulation, direct limits or taxes on GHGs, e.g., carbon pricing, methane rules, disclosure and transparency mandates, requiring companies to report climate risks and emissions, technology and investment incentives, grants, tax credits, and subsidies for low-carbon investments. These policies vary by jurisdiction, but increasingly converge in ambition. 13.3 International Climate Frameworks. 1. Paris Agreement, 2015. Countries commit to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius. Nationally determined contributions, NDCs, influence upstream licensing and emissions rules. Net zero targets are shaping long-term demand outlooks for oil and gas. 2. UNFCCC and COP negotiations. Drive long-term pressure for decarbonization. Agreements on methane, carbon markets, and fossil fuel phase-out shape expectations. 3. Global Methane Pledge. Over 150 countries aim to reduce methane emissions by 30% by 2030, translating into national-level policies that directly impact upstream methane practices. 13.4 Regional Policy Trends. United States. Inflation Reduction Act, IRA. $369 billion in climate funding, including CCS tax credits, up to $85 per ton. Clean hydrogen production credits. Methane fee under the waste emissions charge. EPA methane rules, 2024. Stringent leak detection and repair, LDAR. Limits on venting and flaring. SEC climate disclosure rule, pending. Public companies must disclose Scope 1 and 2 emissions and climate risks. European Union. EU Emissions Trading System, EU ETS. Covers offshore production. Carbon prices exceeding €90 per ton. Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM. Affects exporters of carbon-intensive fuels or inputs. Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, CSRD. Requires full climate risk and ESG disclosures. Methane Strategy. Bans routine flaring and mandates continuous methane monitoring. Canada. Federal carbon pricing. C $80 per ton rising to C $170 by 2030. Clean fuel regulations. Drives demand for low-carbon fuel alternatives. Methane regulations. 75% reduction target by 2030 enforced through provincial regulations. Asia Pacific. China, national ETS focused on power sector with plans to expand. Indonesia and Malaysia, reviewing upstream flaring and venting limits. Australia, safeguard mechanism reform introduces declining emissions limits for large emitters. 13.5 Carbon pricing and upstream economics. Carbon pricing is one of the most significant policy levers affecting upstream margins. Impacts: lowers competitiveness of high-emission assets, increases economic viability of CCS and electrification, drives internal carbon pricing adoption. 13.6 Methane regulation, the new frontline. Methane, over 80x more potent than carbon dioxide over 20 years, is a major focus of policy. Key regulations: LDAR mandates, detection frequency, sensor type. Limits on flaring, venting. Emissions intensity standards, e.g., less than 0.2% of gas produced. Satellite verification and third-party monitoring. Industry response: upstream firms must implement continuous monitoring, rapid response protocols, and non-combustion vent control technologies. 13.7 Disclosure obligations and ESG regulations. Climate transparency laws are expanding across jurisdictions. Common requirements: Scope 1 and 2 GHG emissions disclosure. Scope 3 reporting, increasingly required or expected. Climate scenario analysis. Risk governance and board oversight. Emissions reduction targets. Frameworks in use. TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. ISSB standards, IFRS S1, S2. GRI, SASB, CDP, sector-specific guidance. Companies that fail to comply may face legal risk, investor divestment, and reputation damage. 13.8 Policy-induced opportunities. Not all regulation is punitive. Many policies create value for proactive upstream firms. 13.9 Aligning strategy with policy. Best practices. Conduct regulatory scans for all jurisdictions of operation. Participate in policy consultation processes. Model asset-level exposure to pricing, disclosure, and compliance risks. Invest in compliance technology, e.g., automated methane detection. Develop internal policy scenario models to stress test strategy. Join industry coalitions to shape emerging frameworks. OGMP 2.0, IPIECA. 13.10 Preparing for future regulation. Upcoming policy developments include carbon import taxes, e.g., CBAM expansion. Net zero mandates for new licenses. Ban on routine flaring by 2030, multiple jurisdictions. Mandatory ESG audits. Climate-aligned permitting criteria. Early movers can position themselves for regulatory tailwinds, not headwinds. 13.11 Conclusion. Policy and regulation are no longer peripheral concerns, they are central to upstream strategy. Firms that understand, anticipate, and align with climate policy will enjoy greater investor confidence, license to operate, and financial returns. Those that delay or resist will face rising costs, declining market access, and stranded asset risks. Chapter 14. Integrating digital technologies in upstream climate strategy. 14.1 Introduction. Digital transformation is revolutionizing upstream oil and gas, enhancing productivity, reducing operational risk, and increasingly accelerating decarbonization. This chapter explores how digital tools can enable upstream companies to reduce emissions with real-time monitoring, optimize energy use across operations, support compliance with climate regulations, enable better scenario planning and ESG reporting. From AI-driven leak detection to blockchain for carbon tracking, digital technologies are becoming foundational in modern climate strategies. 14.2 The role of digitalization in climate action. Digital technologies help upstream firms measure, manage, and mitigate emissions more effectively. Key benefits: greater data transparency and traceability, real-time insights for faster decision-making, automation of monitoring and reporting processes, improved operational efficiency equals lower emissions. Digital tools also support strategic integration of renewables, electrification and CCUS, carbon capture, utilization and storage. 14.3 Core digital technologies in upstream decarbonization. 1. IoT, Internet of Things. Sensors for real-time data collection on emissions, pressure, temperature. Remote monitoring of wells, pipelines, compressors. Enables early detection of methane leaks and flaring events. 2. AI and machine learning. Predictive maintenance to prevent energy-intensive equipment failures. AI models to detect anomalous emissions patterns. Optimization of drilling, completions, and lift systems to reduce fuel use. 3. Digital twins. Virtual models of physical assets and systems. Simulate emissions outcomes under various operating conditions. Help test design changes and their emissions impact before implementation. 4. Cloud computing and edge analytics. Enables high-speed processing of vast sensor data volumes. Edge devices reduce latency by analyzing data close to the source. 5. Blockchain. Immutable tracking of carbon credits and emissions inventories. Enhances transparency in Scope 3 emissions verification. 6. Remote sensing and satellite data. Monitor large or remote facilities for methane, land use, water stress. Used for regulatory compliance and voluntary disclosures, OGMP 2.0, TCFD. 14.4 Use cases across the upstream value chain. 14.5 Emissions monitoring and reporting automation. Digital systems streamline ESG and regulatory reporting by automating GHG calculation workflows, Scope 1, 2, and even 3. Providing audit-ready data trails. Enabling dashboards for leadership visibility. Integrating with corporate ERP systems and TCFD-aligned platforms. Vendors and tools: Enablon, GHG SAT, Project Canary, IBM Invisi, SAP EHS, and custom-built solutions. 14.6 Methane management through technology. Digital detection tools are a cornerstone of methane abatement strategies. These tools support regulatory compliance, e.g., US EPA rules, EU methane strategy, and voluntary initiatives like OGMP 2.0. 14.7 Digital tools for energy efficiency. Applications: eye-based pump and compressor optimization. Energy usage mapping across assets. Real-time feedback loops for operator decisions. Smart automation for minimizing standby power use. Case study: a supermajor used AI to reduce gas compressor energy use by 15%, cutting minus 20,000 TCOE annually at a single site. 14.8 Data challenges and interoperability. Despite rapid growth, digital integration still faces barriers. Fragmented data sources, legacy systems, vendors. Lack of standardization for emissions data formats. Cybersecurity concerns with connected devices. Limited skills in AI data science within engineering teams. Best practice: develop an enterprise-wide data architecture with standardized taxonomy and robust governance. 14.9 Workforce and organizational enablers. Digital climate strategies require upskilling workforce in data analytics and AI. Embedding digital KPIs in environmental performance targets. Cross-functional teams IT, Ops, ESG, Legal. Leadership champions to push digital climate innovation. 14.10 Investment trends in upstream digital climate tech. Venture capital and corporate investment in climate-enabling upstream tech is surging. Top areas of funding: methane detection and abatement platforms, carbon management software, remote sensing and climate analytics, process optimization tools with emissions dashboards. Firms that partner with startups and tech incubators, e.g., OGCI Climate Investments, Greentown Labs, are accessing emerging innovations faster. 14.11 Digitalization and ESG differentiation. Investors increasingly reward companies that use data-driven ESG tools. Transparent emissions profiles. Audit-ready ESG reports. Demonstrable progress on climate goals. Lower perceived regulatory and litigation risk. Digital climate tools are thus value creators, not just cost centers. 14.12 Conclusion. Digital technologies are not a luxury, they are a strategic necessity for upstream oil and gas operators pursuing decarbonization. Companies that invest now in emissions intelligence, data infrastructure, and real-time optimization tools will not only meet climate targets, but lead the sector into the energy future. Chapter 15. Collaborative Pathways, Partnerships, Alliances, and Industry-Led Initiatives. 15.1 Introduction. Climate challenges in the upstream oil and gas sector are complex and systemic. No company can tackle them alone. Collaboration across the value chain between competitors, governments, NGOs, and academia is essential to share best practices, drive down decarbonization costs, standardize reporting and metrics, scale emerging low-carbon technologies. In this chapter, we explore the role of partnerships and industry initiatives in enabling climate action and accelerating transformation across upstream operations. 15.2 Why collaboration matters. Unique upstream challenges. High capital intensity of mitigation technologies, e.g. CCUS. Infrastructure interdependence, e.g. shared pipelines or power sources. Need for standard methods in emissions accounting and methane detection. Pressure from investors and regulators for consistency and transparency. Collaborative solutions. Pooling R&D investments. Joint pilot programs. Developing shared emissions standards. Advocating for effective policy through unified industry voices. 15.3 Key global industry alliances. 1. OGCI, Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. Founded by 12 major oil companies, e.g. BP, ExxonMobil, Saudi Aramco, CNPC. Manages over $1 billion in climate tech investment via OGCI Climate Investments. Focus areas: methane reduction, CCUS, low-carbon hydrogen, energy efficiency. 2. OGMP 2.0, Oil and Gas Methane Partnership. Led by UNEP with dozens of corporate participants. Gold Standard Framework for Methane Measurement, Reporting and Verification, MRV. Requires granular, source-level emissions data and third-party validation. 3. IPIECA, Global Oil and Gas Association for Advancing Environmental and Social Performance. Develops ESG and sustainability guidance. Active in shaping climate reporting alignment with TCFD and ISSB standards. 4. Methane Guiding Principles. A multi-stakeholder initiative with industry, civil society, and governments. Provides best practices and policy toolkits to reduce upstream methane emissions. 5. Hydrogen Council and Low-Carbon Fuel Alliances. Brings together producers, consumers, and governments to scale clean hydrogen and alternative fuels. Encourages shared infrastructure and demand-building programs. 15.4 National and regional partnerships. North America. Canada's Pathways Alliance, a group of oil sands producers investing jointly in CCUS infrastructure. U.S. DOE partnerships, collaborations on carbon management hubs, hydrogen valleys and methane detection R&D. Europe. Norwegian Longship Project, joint effort between government, Equinor, Shell, and Total Energies to develop full-scale CCUS value chain. UK North Sea Transition Deal, industry-government pact to deliver 50% emissions cuts by 2030 in offshore upstream operations. Middle East. ADNOC's alliances with Masdar and TAQA to scale green and blue hydrogen. Regional CCUS and hydrogen collaborations in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. 15.5 Academic and Research Consortia. Stanford's Natural Gas Initiative. MIT Energy Initiative, MITEI. SPE Climate and Sustainability Programs. Collaborative R&D platforms for CCUS, methane and geothermal energy. These partnerships provide upstream companies access to independent validation of emissions data, cutting-edge research on decarbonization, talent development in low-carbon disciplines. 15.6 Shared infrastructure and project collaboration. Examples: CCUS hubs, joint transport and storage networks for captured carbon dioxide, e.g. Northern Lights Alberta Carbon Trunkline. Hydrogen clusters, shared production and distribution assets to enable economies of scale. Methane monitoring networks, open-source sensor data platforms to build public trust. Collaboration helps reduce cost, risk, and regulatory hurdles. 15.7 Standardization and open frameworks. Benefits of common standards. Easier benchmarking and peer comparison. More credible disclosures to investors and regulators. Lower compliance costs. Key standards and protocols. OGMP 2.0 Methane measurement. API GHG Compendium, Emissions Estimation. IPIECA Reporting Framework. OGCI CCUS Guidelines. SPE's Environmental Stewardship Protocols. 15.8 Public-Private Partnerships PPPs. Governments are increasingly willing to co-invest in low-carbon technologies. PPP benefits. De-risk first-of-a-kind projects, e.g. CCS, blue hydrogen. Provide regulatory clarity and market signals. Align national climate goals with corporate decarbonization plans. Notable examples: U.S. carbon-safe and DOE-funded hubs. UK Industrial Decarbonization Challenge. Saudi Arabia's NEOM Green Hydrogen Project. 15.9 Barriers to effective collaboration. Despite its benefits, collaboration is not without challenges. Overcoming these barriers requires strong leadership, clear objectives, and well-structured governance models. 15.10 Creating collaborative advantage. Best practices. Identify shared goals with peers and regulators, e.g. Net Zero Basin. Establish joint technical teams and KPIs. Pilot and publish open results to encourage industry learning. Use neutral conveners, e.g. IEA, UNEP, to foster trust and credibility. Commit to pre-competitive collaboration, e.g. methane sensor calibration. Strategic payoff. Collaboration doesn't just manage risk, it creates competitive advantage by lowering capital costs, improving innovation cycles, enhancing ESG leadership. 15.11 Conclusion. The climate challenge facing upstream oil and gas is collective. The solution must be two industry leaders that collaborate, align, and co-invest in decarbonization will shape the future of energy and secure their relevance in a net zero world. Chapter 16. Talent, culture, and organizational change for climate readiness. 16.1 Introduction. Technology and capital alone are not enough to deliver on climate goals. The human factor, skills, mindset, leadership, and organizational culture is equally critical to achieving upstream decarbonization. This chapter explores how upstream oil and gas companies can build a workforce with future-ready climate capabilities, align incentives and governance with sustainability goals, foster a culture of innovation and accountability, drive enterprise-wide climate literacy and engagement. 16.2 The talent imperative. Upstream companies face a dual talent challenge. Attracting and retaining top talent, especially younger professionals drawn to purpose-driven sectors. Reskilling and upskilling existing employees for a low-carbon future. Climate-critical skill sets include carbon accounting and ESG reporting, systems thinking and sustainability strategy, digital and AI expertise, especially for emissions management, hydrogen, CCUS and geothermal technologies, climate policy, regulatory compliance and stakeholder engagement. 16.3 Organizational capabilities for climate strategy. Effective decarbonization requires capabilities in 3 areas. Many upstream firms are building climate teams, cross-functional groups that bridge technical operations, ESG, finance, and digital innovation. 16.4 Leadership for climate transformation. Leadership is the catalyst for climate action. Hallmarks of climate-ready leaders. Clear articulation of the climate vision and targets. Willingness to challenge legacy practices. Focus on long-term value, not just quarterly returns. Empowering teams to innovate and take ownership. Engaging with external stakeholders on climate issues. Board oversight is also evolving, with many companies integrating climate into governance committees and risk assessments. 16.5 Cultural shifts toward sustainability. Cultural change is often the hardest part of transformation. Traits of a low-carbon culture. Climate is embedded in decision-making at all levels. Sustainability performance is valued and recognized. Openness to experimentation and failure in pilot programs. Emphasis on cross-functional collaboration. A shared narrative that links climate action to company purpose. How to foster cultural change. Communicate climate priorities with clarity and consistency. Celebrate internal success stories. Use peer influence and visible role models. Align incentives with environmental goals. 16.6 Incentives and performance management. Climate goals must be reflected in performance metrics and compensation structures. Examples: linking executive bonuses to GHG reduction targets, including methane intensity as a KPI for production teams, rewarding project managers for emissions-efficient capital execution, incorporating ESG ratings into capital access decisions. Companies like Shell, Equinor, and BP have already embedded climate KPIs into leadership compensation frameworks. 16.7 Workforce engagement and climate literacy. For climate strategies to succeed, the entire workforce needs to be engaged. Tools to build awareness. Company-wide climate bootcamps and e-learning modules. Climate hackathons and innovation challenges. Internal dashboards showing emissions performance. ESG ambassadors and internal sustainability networks. Town halls and listening sessions on climate transition concerns. Employee engagement creates buy-in, surfaces frontline insights, and builds a sense of shared mission. 16.8 Change management and organizational design. Climate initiatives often require organizational redesign. Change management strategies should include stakeholder mapping and engagement planning, Transparent communication about goals and trade-offs. Phased implementation with pilot programs. Feedback loops for iterative improvement. 16.9 Learning from early movers. Case study: Ørsted, formerly Dong Energy, transitioned from fossil fuel-heavy portfolio to global renewables leader. Aligned business model: people and culture with decarbonization. Emphasized purpose: rebranding and retraining. Case study: Equinor, created dedicated climate and sustainability teams. Embedded climate in leadership training. Tied executive compensation to carbon intensity reductions. These cases show that climate transformation is possible, with the right people, purpose, and systems. 16.10 Talent pipeline and industry rebranding. To attract new talent, upstream companies must highlight their role in climate solutions, e.g., CCUS, hydrogen, low methane gas. Partner with universities on sustainability-focused programs. Offer meaningful career paths in ESG and innovation. Shift public narratives from extraction to transformation. Repositioning the industry as a climate transition enabler is vital to maintaining long-term workforce vitality. 16.11 Conclusion. The energy transition is not just technical or financial, it's deeply human. Upstream companies that invest in people, culture, and leadership will have a decisive edge in delivering climate performance and business resilience. Decarbonization is not just about what a company does, but who it becomes. Chapter 17 Metrics, KPIs, and Climate Performance Tracking in Upstream Operations. 17.1 Introduction. You can't manage what you can't measure. Nowhere is this truer than in the climate performance of upstream oil and gas operations. This chapter explores how upstream companies can establish robust metrics, key performance indicators, KPIs, and monitoring systems to track and improve their climate strategies, turning sustainability from a goal into a measurable reality. 17.2 The role of metrics in climate strategy. Metrics and KPIs serve four core purposes. Clarity: defining specific, measurable decarbonization goals. Accountability: holding teams and business units responsible. Decision support: informing capital allocation and operational choices. Transparency: demonstrating credibility to regulators, investors, and the public. 17.3 Principles for designing effective climate KPIs. To be useful, KPIs should be specific, tied to a defined emission source or climate objective. Quantifiable, based on reliable measurement or estimation methods. Comparable, benchmarked across assets, peers, or time. Actionable, linked to operational or investment decisions. Aligned, supportive of company and regulatory climate targets. 17.4 Core GHG metrics for upstream operators. 17.5 Methane-specific KPIs. Methane is a short-lived but highly potent greenhouse gas. Upstream operators should track methane intensity, methane emissions per BO or per unit of gas produced. LDAR, leak detection and repair coverage, % of assets with active LDAR programs. Fugitive emissions detection frequency. Use of best available technology BAT for venting flaring. OGMP 2.0 level compliance status. 17.6 Climate performance in capital projects. To evaluate climate impact of capital decisions. Shadow carbon price, internal price, e.g., $50 to $150 TCOE, applied to investment models. Project carbon intensity forecasts, emissions over asset life. Marginal abatement cost MAC, curves rank order emissions reduction options by cost effectiveness. NPV and IRR with and without climate penalties. KPIs should be integrated into project stage gates and portfolio optimization tools. 17.7 Data sources and measurement methods. Data types. Direct measurements, e.g., continuous monitoring, sensors. Calculated estimates, e.g., engineering models, emission factors. Satellite and remote sensing, for validation and leak detection. Tools. GHG protocol-based inventory tools. API compendium, for GHG estimation. Vendor platforms, Enablon, Sphera, GHG SAT, Project Canary, IBM Invisi. 17.8 Monitoring, Reporting and Verification, MRV systems. A strong MRV framework ensures credibility and compliance. MRV systems should integrate with financial and ESG systems. Internal dashboards for real-time tracking. Public disclosures, e.g., TCFD, CDP, OGMP 2.0. 17.9 Reporting frameworks and benchmarks. Aligning upstream KPIs with these frameworks improves transparency, comparability, and investor confidence. 17.10 Real-time climate dashboards. Leading companies use internal platforms to visualize and track climate KPIs across operations. Features may include asset-level GHG performance versus targets, real-time flare methane alerts, abatement project pipeline tracking, progress against net zero pathway milestones, scenario analysis based on carbon pricing or policy shifts. Examples: Shell's Climate Dashboard, Equinor's ESG Pulse platform. 1711 Using KPIs to drive decision-making. Applications. Setting emissions limits in operational budgets. Prioritizing high-impact abatement investments. Linking climate KPIs to variable compensation. Driving performance reviews and board oversight. Informing scenario planning and resilience analysis. When tied to decisions and incentives, metrics become levers of change. 17.12 Continuous improvement and target adjustment. Climate strategies must evolve as measurement technology improves, regulatory standards tighten, science-based targets SBTs shift. KPI review cycles should be annual, with flexibility to update methods, targets, and baselines as needed. 17.13 Conclusion. Metrics and KPIs are the backbone of credible climate strategy in upstream oil and gas. They make ambition tangible, guide daily decisions, and build the transparency stakeholders demand. By investing in robust measurement systems and performance dashboards, upstream firms can move from compliance to leadership in climate performance. Chapter 18. Scenario Planning and Strategic Foresight for Climate Resilience. 18.1 Introduction. In a world of policy volatility, evolving technology, and uncertain energy demand, upstream oil and gas companies must be ready for multiple possible futures. Scenario planning is a critical tool for enhancing strategic foresight, enabling decision-makers to assess climate-related risks and opportunities, test the robustness of business models, make resilient capital and portfolio choices, stay adaptive in a fast-changing environment. This chapter outlines how upstream firms can apply scenario planning and strategic foresight to navigate the low-carbon transition. 18.2 What is scenario planning? Scenario planning is not about predicting the future. It is about preparing for plausible futures by developing and analyzing alternative narratives based on key uncertainties. Each scenario considers policy pathways, e.g., carbon pricing, bans on flaring, market shifts, e.g., demand decline, green premiums, technology evolution, e.g., CCUS scale-up, electrification, stakeholder expectations, e.g., investor ESG scrutiny, community pressure. 18.3 The need for foresight in upstream strategy. Upstream firms face risks including stranded assets due to declining demand or policy changes, reputational loss from misaligned strategies, Underinvestment in decarbonization. Missed opportunities in hydrogen, CCS, geothermal, etc. Strategic foresight helps mitigate these risks by enabling early warning of disruption, supporting diversified and climate-aligned portfolios, helping leaders recognize long-term signals amid short-term noise. 18.4 Common climate and energy scenarios. Organizations that provide structured energy transition scenarios. Upstream companies often analyze their portfolios under 2 to 4 scenarios to compare impacts on oil-gas demand, carbon price trajectories, regulatory timelines, capital competitiveness. 18.5 Building custom company scenarios. Effective custom scenarios should be grounded in data, but creatively explore extremes. Be internally consistent, e.g., policy, tech, social trends align. Reflect global and regional variations. Be revisited and updated regularly. Sample scenario archetypes. Rapid transition, aggressive climate action, high carbon prices, rapid electrification. Delayed action, policy fragmentation, higher physical climate risks. Hydrocarbon resilience, limited renewables growth, oil and gas remain dominant. Disorderly transition, abrupt policy shifts create market volatility. 18.6 Scenario planning process. Identify key uncertainties, e.g., demand trajectory, carbon regulation, investor pressure. Define scenario matrix. Use 2 to 3 axes, e.g., policy ambition versus tech progress. Develop scenario narratives. Describe world, policy, technology, and market conditions. Quantify impacts. Estimate oil gas prices, carbon costs, and capital flows. Stress test strategies. Model asset performance and resilience. Embed in decision-making. Use in boardrooms, budgeting, and risk planning. 18.7 Applications in upstream decision-making. Scenario analysis is increasingly used for capital allocation, right-pointing arrow which projects are robust across most futures. Portfolio optimization, right-pointing arrow what balance of oil, gas, and low-carbon assets is prudent. Risk management, right-pointing arrow what climate risks need mitigation plans. Climate disclosures, TCFD, right-pointing arrow how does our strategy hold up under net zero scenarios. Innovation strategy, right-pointing arrow what technologies to invest in for transition resilience. 18.8 Tools and models. To quantify scenario impacts, upstream companies use integrated assessment models, IMS combine energy, economy, and climate data. Proprietary demand and supply models. Carbon pricing stress test tools. NPV models with scenario-adjusted assumptions. Digital twins, and asset-level simulators. Combining qualitative narratives with quantitative models enhances insight and credibility. 18.9 Signals and trends to monitor. Strategic foresight depends on ongoing monitoring of global climate policy, e.g., COP decisions, EU ETS reforms. Capital market signals, e.g., ESG fund flows, green bonds. Tech cost curves, e.g., electrolyzers, DAC batteries. Litigation and regulatory enforcement. Public opinion and social license dynamics. Peer commitments and performance. Scenario plans should be living tools, updated as the world evolves. 18.10 Embedding foresight into governance. Foresight should be institutionalized through board-level scenario reviews, dedicated strategic foresight teams, scenario-based risk registers, inclusion in sustainability and investment committee charters, training for executives on navigating uncertainty. Companies that embed foresight into their DNA are better positioned to make resilient, future-proof decisions. 18.11 Case example. Scenario planning in action. Company, Total Energies developed 3 energy transition scenarios for 2050. Used scenario outcomes to guide investment shifts toward LNG, renewables, and hydrogen. Publicly disclosed scenario impacts on upstream margins and reserve risks. Outcome: build credibility with investors and aligned long-term strategy with Paris Agreement goals. 18.12 Conclusion. Scenario planning is a powerful tool for strategic agility. By preparing for multiple futures, upstream oil and gas firms can ensure they are not locked into a single pathway, but ready to thrive no matter how the transition unfolds. Chapter 19. Supply Chain Decarbonization and Climate-Aligned Procurement. 19.1 Introduction. The upstream oil and gas industry relies on complex, global supply chains, from drilling contractors and equipment manufacturers to logistics, chemicals, and fabrication services. These suppliers contribute significantly to the sector's indirect, Scope 3 emissions, and thus must be part of any credible climate strategy. This chapter focuses on how upstream companies can drive emissions reductions beyond their operational boundaries by transforming procurement practices, supplier engagement, and supply chain emissions transparency. 19.2 Scope 3 and Upstream's Climate Accountability. Scope 3 emissions include: Category 1, Purchased Goods and Services. Category 4 and 9, Upstream and Downstream Transportation. Category 11, Use of sold products covered in separate chapters. Category 2, Capital Goods and Large Project Infrastructure. While Scope 3 may be harder to control, it often represents a larger emissions footprint than Scope 1 and 2 combined, especially for asset-heavy construction-intensive upstream operations. 19.3 Why focus on supply chain decarbonization? Key reasons for engaging the supply chain include: meeting stakeholder expectations, investors, customers, regulators. Achieving net zero commitments that include Scope 3. Lowering embedded carbon in assets. Driving industry-wide climate transformation. Future-proofing operations against carbon costs, tariffs, or ESG ratings. 19.4 Supply chain emissions hotspots in upstream. 19.5 Procurement as a climate lever. Procurement teams are increasingly being positioned as climate actors, with goals such as reducing embedded carbon in materials, selecting suppliers with climate-aligned operations, integrating life cycle emissions into cost evaluations, promoting innovation in low-carbon equipment and packaging. This shift requires both policy reform and capacity building in procurement departments. 19.6 Climate-aligned procurement practices. Key practices include: carbon footprint in bid evaluation. Include embodied emissions as a scored criterion in RFPs. Preferred supplier programs. Give advantage to vendors with validated SBTi targets or net zero plans. Green specifications. Require or prefer low carbon materials, e.g., recycled steel, zero emission generators. Low carbon contracting. Incorporate GHG targets and data disclosure into contracts. Bundled procurement for innovation. Aggregate demand across projects to drive supplier investment in low-emission solutions. 19.7 Measuring and tracking supply chain emissions. Effective tracking requires GHG data collection frameworks for suppliers. Emission factors for material categories based on life cycle databases, e.g. EcoInvent ICE. Spend-based estimation for categories with poor data. Collaboration with third-party platforms like EcoVadis, CDP Supply Chain, or SupplyShift. Digital procurement systems should integrate GHG reporting fields, enabling real-time analytics and benchmarking. 19.8 Supplier engagement strategies. Upstream companies can support suppliers by providing carbon accounting tools or training, Co-investing in decarbonization pilots, e.g., electric rigs, green logistics. Hosting climate supplier days or innovation showcases. Encouraging CDP disclosure and SBTi commitment. Embedding emissions clauses in master service agreements. Partnership is more effective than pressure alone, especially for small or mid-tier vendors. 19.9 Tiered supply chain management. A tiered approach allows upstream companies to prioritize impact. Focus first where emissions and influence are highest. 19.10 Case studies of supply chain climate action. Example 1 BP. Integrated carbon pricing into supply chain decisions. Worked with suppliers on electrified hydraulic fracturing units. Developed Scope 3 emissions mapping tool. Example 2 Equinor. Green procurement strategy for offshore projects. Low-carbon steel and certified concrete sourcing. Scope 3 transparency in logistics contracting. Example 3 Petrobras. Supplier training in carbon accounting. Added GHG KPIs in supplier scorecards. Supported electrification of offshore supply vessels. 19.11 Industry collaboration on supply chain decarbonization. No company can do this alone. Collaboration across the upstream ecosystem can include standardizing emissions reporting templates, joint emissions databases for suppliers, shared emissions reduction commitments, e.g., OGCI or oil and gas methane partnership, sectoral alliances, e.g., Clean Energy Procurement Alliance, Carbon Disclosure Project Supply Chain Initiative. 19.12 Embedding climate in procurement governance. Governance enhancements include climate-specific roles or training in sourcing teams, KPIs for procurement-linked GHG reductions, climate risk screening in vendor qualification, board oversight of major Scope 3 exposure, integration of ESG into enterprise resource planning, ERP systems. 19.13 Conclusion. Supply chain decarbonization is one of the most powerful, yet underutilized, levers for upstream climate action. By aligning procurement with climate goals, upstream companies can unlock emissions reductions beyond their fence lines, stimulate innovation, and drive systemic industry change. Tomorrow's competitive advantage will belong to those who control not only the molecules, but also the emissions footprint of every dollar they spend. Chapter 20: Nature-based solutions and biodiversity in upstream climate strategies. 20.1 Introduction. As upstream oil and gas companies work to decarbonize, nature-based solutions, NBS, offer a unique opportunity to support climate goals while enhancing biodiversity, ecosystem services, and community benefits. Nature-based solutions can play a dual role. As carbon sinks to offset residual emissions, e.g., reforestation. As landscape-level resilience tools that reduce operational risks, e.g., erosion, flooding, social conflict. This chapter explores how upstream companies can responsibly integrate NBS into their climate strategy, avoid greenwashing, and align with global biodiversity frameworks. 20.2 What are nature-based solutions? Nature-based solutions are actions that work with nature to address societal challenges while providing human well-being and biodiversity benefits. Examples include reforestation and afforestation, mangrove restoration, peatland conservation, agroforestry projects, wetland rehabilitation, soil carbon enhancement. For oil and gas firms, NBS are often part of Scope 1/2 residual offsetting or broader ESG programs. 20.3 The role of NBS in climate mitigation. High-quality NBS can sequester atmospheric carbon dioxide, 1 to 10 tons carbon dioxide per hectare per year depending on ecosystem. Reduce emissions from land use degradation. Enhance water regulation and flood control. support local livelihoods, and improve social license. However, NBS should not replace deep operational decarbonization. They are a complement, not a substitute. 20.4 Biodiversity risk in upstream operations. Upstream projects can negatively impact biodiversity through land clearance for pads, roads, pipelines, habitat fragmentation, water and soil contamination, noise and light pollution, marine ecosystem disturbance, offshore drilling. Biodiversity loss poses reputational, legal, and operational risks, especially as nature-related disclosures and regulations increase. 20.5 Global frameworks and standards. Upstream climate and nature strategies must align with 20.6 Criteria for high-integrity NBS. For credibility and impact, upstream companies should ensure NBS projects are additional. Carbon sequestration wouldn't have happened otherwise. Permanence, long-term carbon storage greater than 30 to 100 years. Leakage proof, doesn't cause deforestation or emissions elsewhere. Verified, third-party audited under credible standards. Co-beneficial, enhances biodiversity and community resilience. Just and equitable, developed with free, prior, and informed consent (FPIC) of indigenous local communities. 20.7 Project types relevant to upstream companies. 20.8 Integrating NBS into climate strategy. NBS should be part of a broader decarbonization hierarchy. Avoid emissions through efficiency, electrification, flaring reduction. Reduce residual emissions through abatement. Offset only hard-to-abate residuals via high-integrity NBS. Enhance ecosystem services around assets to build resilience. Companies should disclose offset percent versus operational reductions. Types and locations of NBS used. Verification standards and biodiversity metrics. 20.9 Internal governance and due diligence. To avoid reputational and legal risk, companies should conduct robust due diligence on NBS project developers. Establish NBS screening committees. Link NBS decisions to climate and biodiversity experts. Ensure FPIC and community co-benefit assessments. Integrate nature risk into ESG dashboards and board reviews. 20.10 NBS partnerships and investment models. Oil and gas companies can invest in NBS via direct ownership of land or offset projects, joint ventures with NGOs or environmental funds, voluntary carbon markets, corporate public conservation agreements, blended finance with development banks or philanthropies. Examples of effective partnerships include Shell with Conservation International, Peru Mangroves, Total Energies and the Livelihoods Carbon Fund, ENI's REDD+ projects in Africa and Southeast Asia. 20.11 Measuring nature impacts. Beyond carbon, upstream companies should track hectares restored or protected, species richness and ecosystem integrity, community benefits, jobs, education, resilience, water retention and erosion control metrics, biodiversity net gain or no net loss. Nature metrics should be independently verified and disclosed alongside GHG performance. 20.12 Avoiding greenwashing. To ensure transparency and credibility, do not overstate NBS contribution to net zero goals. Avoid reliance on unverified or low-integrity offsets. Clearly differentiate removals versus avoidance credits. Provide lifecycle impact assessments of NBS. Be honest about residual emissions still to be addressed. 20.13 Conclusion. Nature-based solutions offer upstream oil and gas companies a powerful tool to support climate goals, enhance ecosystems, and strengthen stakeholder trust, when used with integrity, transparency, and science-based oversight. The path to a low-carbon future isn't just built on steel and electrons, it's also rooted in forests, wetlands, and biodiversity. Chapter 21. Financing the Upstream Transition, Green Bonds, Carbon Markets, and Investment Models. 21.1 Introduction. Decarbonizing the upstream oil and gas sector requires significant capital. As companies shift toward lower emission operations, diversify portfolios, and invest in climate solutions, they must navigate evolving financial instruments, investor expectations, and carbon market dynamics. This chapter explores how upstream firms can leverage green finance, carbon credits, blended finance, and sustainability-linked investment models to fund the transition while maintaining profitability. 21.2 The Capital Imperative. Key funding needs in the transition include electrification of rigs and facilities, carbon capture, utilization and storage (CCUS), flaring reduction and methane abatement, renewable energy integration into operations, nature-based offset projects, low-carbon fuels, hydrogen, ammonia, bioenergy, digital systems for emissions monitoring and reporting. Traditional financing methods may not cover all transition-related investments, especially where upfront costs are high or return timelines are long. 21.3 Evolving investor expectations. Investors increasingly demand clear net zero transition plans, Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions targets, climate scenario stress testing, e.g., TCFD aligned, use of proceeds transparency for climate funding, participation in voluntary carbon markets or offset retirement registries. Asset managers, sovereign wealth funds, and banks are screening oil and gas exposure for climate alignment, stranded asset risk, and ESG performance. 21.4 Green and sustainable finance instruments. 1. Green bonds. Debt raised to finance specific environmental projects must adhere to Green Bond Principles (GBP) from the ICMA. Use cases: electrification of upstream operations, renewable energy integration, carbon capture infrastructure. 2. Sustainability-linked bonds (SLBs). General-purpose bonds with interest rates linked to sustainability KPIs. Example KPIs: GHG intensity per barrel of oil equivalent, flaring reduction milestones, Scope 3 emissions disclosures. 3. Green loans. Loan capital tied to environmental performance. Lower rates may be offered for meeting climate targets. 21.5 Accessing carbon markets. Carbon markets offer both compliance and voluntary pathways to finance emission reductions. Upstream companies can generate credits by reducing methane or investing in CCS, purchase credits to offset residual emissions, develop NBS to monetize carbon sequestration, hedge future carbon price exposure. 21.6 Criteria for high-quality carbon credits. When engaging in carbon markets, credits should be additional, wouldn't have happened without financing, verifiable, measured using approved methodologies, permanence, risk of reversal is low, avoiding double counting, not claimed by multiple parties, co-beneficial, offers biodiversity or community benefits. Preferred standards include Verra, Gold Standard, ARTREES, and Climate Action Reserve. 21.7 Internal carbon pricing. Internal carbon pricing, ICP, is a tool to drive capital allocation toward low-emission projects. Types: shadow price, used for scenario planning or NPV modeling. Internal tax, applied to emissions to fund a transition fund. Implicit price, derived from cost of abatement actions taken. Many leading upstream firms now apply a shadow price between $50 to $100 ton carbon dioxide when evaluating major projects. 21.8 Blended finance and public-private partnerships. Some transition initiatives may be high risk or low return. Blended finance can de-risk such investments. Entities like the World Bank, IFC, and Green Climate Fund support such models. 21.9 Transition finance frameworks. Transition finance provides funding for companies in hard-to-abate sectors if they have credible transition plans. They disclose emissions transparently. Projects are aligned with 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius scenarios. Emissions intensity declines over time. Transition finance can help upstream players fund LNG projects with carbon capture, electrify drilling fleets, convert gas flaring to productive use. However, greenwashing risk remains if transition claims lack substance. 21.10 ESG ratings and access to capital. Strong ESG and climate performance improves bond pricing and risk premiums. Access to sustainability-linked lending. Index inclusion. Investor demand in ESG funds. Key rating agencies, MSCI, Sustainalytics, ISS ESG, and Moody's ESG Solutions. Climate KPIs should be material, science-based, and independently assured. 21.11 Sample climate-linked investment case. Project: electrification of offshore platform. CapEx: $300 million. GHG reduction: 220,000 tons carbon dioxide per year. Financed via green bond issuance. Additionality validated through external audit. Integrated into company's SLB-linked KPI for emissions reduction. Result: right pointing arrow improved ESG score, right pointing arrow lower interest rate on next bond issue, right pointing arrow enhanced investor trust. 21.12 Barriers to green and climate-aligned finance. Lack of taxonomy clarity for transition assets. Low credit quality of some NBS projects. Limited disclosure of Scope 3 emissions. Skepticism of oil and gas green claims. Misalignment between CFO and sustainability teams. Overcoming these requires strong governance, clear communication, and data transparency. 21.13 Conclusion. Capital will increasingly flow toward climate-aligned, resilient, and transparent upstream companies. Those that embrace financial innovation, green bonds, carbon markets, and blended investment structures will not only reduce emissions but also unlock new growth, investor confidence, and long-term value. Chapter 22: Workforce Transition and Climate-Aligned Talent Strategy in Upstream Oil and Gas. 22.1 Introduction. The upstream energy workforce is undergoing profound transformation. As the sector pivots toward decarbonization, digitalization, and diversification, its talent needs are evolving. Building a climate-aligned workforce is not only about managing headcount, but about retraining, reskilling, and re-engaging employees to drive the transition. This chapter explores how upstream companies can develop a future-ready workforce, reduce transition risk, and align their human capital strategy with climate and sustainability goals. 22.2 Why workforce strategy is a climate issue. The transition to a low-carbon economy affects skills and job functions, e.g., rise of carbon engineers, decline in flaring technicians. Social license, impact of layoffs or transitions in local communities. Just transition obligations, ensuring equity and fairness for workers. Innovation, diversity and new talent enable new ideas and technologies. Without a forward-looking workforce strategy, upstream companies may face resistance, talent shortages, operational disruption, and reputational damage. 22.3 Key workforce trends impacting upstream oil and gas. 22.4 Defining a climate-aligned workforce strategy. An effective climate-aligned workforce strategy addresses reskilling and upskilling for new technologies and low-carbon systems. Job pathway creation from legacy to future roles. Talent attraction from broader engineering and sustainability fields. DAE integration to broaden innovation capacity. Workforce climate literacy to support internal culture shift. 22.5 Core transition skill areas. Upstream companies should build capacity in the following domains. 22.6 Reskilling pathways for legacy roles. These transitions require training partnerships, career support, and organizational buy-in. 22.7 Talent attraction in the climate era. Younger generations often prioritize purpose-driven work, climate impact, inclusion and innovation, work-life balance and remote options. To remain competitive, upstream firms must rebrand to emphasize sustainability missions, collaborate with universities and climate-focused programs, offer clear pathways into green or hybrid roles, update EVP, employee value propositions to reflect climate leadership. 22.8 Just transition principles. The just transition concept focuses on ensuring that workers, communities, and vulnerable groups are supported during the energy shift. Best practices include engaging unions and workers early, providing retraining funding and career services, supporting affected communities with economic diversification, reporting on social metrics, job retention, reskilling outcomes, equity impacts. Examples: Repsol retrained workers from legacy operations for solar EPC work. Equinor created hybrid roles across oil, offshore wind and hydrogen units. 22.9 Climate literacy and internal culture change. Empowering employees to engage with climate goals means offering climate fundamentals training, e.g., GHG 101 carbon pricing. Embedding sustainability in technical onboarding programs. Recognizing and rewarding climate innovation across teams. Appointing climate champions or ambassadors in departments. Companies like Shell, Total Energies, and Woodside have launched internal academies for climate and energy transition topics. 22.10 Metrics and reporting. To manage workforce transition, companies should track % of workforce in low-carbon roles, training hours on climate ESG topics, reskilling outcomes and new career pathway metrics, workforce emissions literacy via surveys or assessments, diversity metrics in sustainability-focused teams. These data can also support ESG disclosures, SASB, GRI, TCFD, etc. 22.11 Partnership opportunities. Effective workforce transition often requires partnerships. 22.12 Risk of inaction. Failure to address workforce needs can lead to increased attrition and brain drain, safety or operational incidents from undertrained personnel, community backlash in areas dependent on oil and gas jobs, regulatory scrutiny or project delays, missed opportunities in adjacent clean energy sectors. 22.13 Conclusion. The upstream workforce is both a driver and beneficiary of climate transformation. A strong talent strategy, focused on climate readiness, just transition, and capability building, ensures that people remain at the heart of an industry in transition. Machines can monitor emissions. People must manage the change. Chapter 23: Digital Transformation as a Catalyst for Upstream Decarbonization. 23.1 Introduction. Digital transformation is redefining the upstream oil and gas sector. Beyond improving operational efficiency and safety, digital technologies now play a pivotal role in decarbonization, from emissions detection to predictive maintenance and optimization of energy consumption. This chapter explores how AI, machine learning, IoT, automation, cloud computing, and blockchain are accelerating climate action in upstream operations, and outlines the strategy needed to embed digital tools in climate pathways. 23.2 Why digital matters for decarbonization. Upstream operations are complex, data-rich, and emissions-intensive. Digitalization helps decarbonize by detecting and quantifying GHGs, especially methane, optimizing energy use across drilling and production, enhancing equipment reliability to reduce fugitive emissions, enabling smarter flaring and venting controls, supporting real-time emissions tracking and reporting, integrating renewables and energy storage into sites. Digital technologies make the invisible, emissions, inefficiencies, risks visible and actionable. 23.3 Digital technologies with high climate impact. 23.4 Methane monitoring and abatement. Methane is a short-lived but potent GHG. New digital tools enable continuous leak detection via satellite, drone, or sensor arrays. AI models that predict leak locations before they occur. Integration of emissions data into maintenance schedules. Automated shutoff or flaring when thresholds are crossed. Companies like BP, Shell, and ExxonMobil are using digital methane strategies to support OGMP 2.0 targets and reduce emissions intensity. 23.5 Energy efficiency and asset optimization. AI can reduce emissions by optimizing gas lift operations, heat exchanger efficiency, compressor scheduling, electric submersible pump (ESP) performance, rig energy profiles. Example: machine learning models helped one operator reduce power usage by 12% on a platform, cutting Scope 1 emissions without major retrofits. 23.6 Emissions data and ESG reporting. Accurate, auditable GHG reporting is now a regulatory and investor imperative. Digital tools support centralized emissions data platform Scope 1, 2, 3. Automated calculation of carbon intensity per barrel of oil equivalent. Integration with financial and production data systems. Near real-time dashboards for ESG performance. Blockchain-based traceability for offsets and removals. This enhances transparency, enables third-party assurance, and supports TCFD, ISSB, and EU CSRD compliance. 23.7 Digital twins for climate scenario modeling. A digital twin is a dynamic, data-driven model of a physical asset or system. Use cases include modeling the carbon footprint of a new development, simulating energy flows and identifying GHG hotspots, testing retrofit scenarios for carbon capture or electrification, planning renewable microgrid integration. Digital twins make climate-informed asset design and operation faster and more accurate. 23.8 Automation and robotics for low-carbon operations. Reducing manual interventions lowers both emissions and safety risk. Automated control of flare stacks and combustion systems. Robotics-assisted pipeline inspections reduce vehicle travel. Remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, in offshore operations. Robotic tank cleaning reduces waste and exposure. Autonomous systems, when paired with emissions data, can enforce real-time climate protocols. 23.9 Challenges and barriers. Despite clear value, digital climate solutions face several hurdles. Legacy infrastructure incompatible with digital sensors. Data silos between HSE, IT, and operations. Cybersecurity risks in connected environments. Change management resistance from traditional teams. High upfront investment for uncertain or long-term ROI. Strategic leadership and cross-functional alignment are key to overcoming these barriers. 23.10 Digital Climate Maturity Framework. Upstream companies can benchmark digital climate maturity using the following model. 23.11 Building digital climate talent and governance. Digital transformation must be people-led and governance-backed. Best practices include appointing a Chief Digital and Sustainability Officer, forming cross-functional digital decarbonization teams, incentivizing digital innovation for GHG reduction, training engineers in data science and climate analytics, integrating digital KPIs into sustainability scorecards. 23.12 Collaborations and open innovation. External partnerships accelerate innovation. Upstream firms can join OGCI's Aiming for Zero Methane Initiative, Open Subsurface Data Universe, OSDU, Startup Accelerators for Climate AI Tech, Joint Industry Projects, JIPs, for digital decarbonization pilots, cross-sector data collaboratives for Scope 3 modeling. Collaboration reduces duplication, costs and time to impact. 23.13 Conclusion. Digital technologies are not just enablers, they are accelerators of upstream decarbonization. By embedding digital in climate strategy, upstream companies can enhance visibility, accountability and action, moving faster and smarter toward net zero. In the low-carbon upstream of tomorrow, data is the new energy, and intelligence is the new infrastructure. Chapter 24. Regional Pathways, Decarbonizing Upstream in the Middle East, North America, Africa, and Beyond. 24.1 Introduction. Upstream oil and gas operations differ widely across regions due to resource types, infrastructure maturity, regulatory frameworks, and climate exposure. As a result, decarbonization pathways must be regionally tailored, balancing emissions intensity, economic development, technology access, and policy readiness. This chapter explores how upstream decarbonization strategies manifest across 5 major producing regions: the Middle East, North America, Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, and Asia Pacific. It highlights unique challenges, local innovations, and emerging opportunities. 24.2 Middle East. High carbon intensity meets low-cost leadership. Regional context. World's lowest lifting costs, but some of the highest Scope 1 and 2 emissions per barrel, due to high flaring, water handling, and power inefficiencies. Major players: Saudi Aramco, ADNOC, Qatar Energy, Kuwait Oil Company. Ambitions growing around carbon neutrality, hydrogen exports, and CCUS leadership. Key strategies. Mass electrification of upstream operations using solar and nuclear power. Major investment in gigaton-scale carbon capture hubs, e.g. ADNOC's Al Rayeda, Aramco's Uthmaniyah. Reduced gas flaring through infrastructure expansion and gas recovery systems. Hydrogen, blue and green production linked to upstream gas. Integration of AI, digital twins, and satellite-based methane monitoring. Enablers. Sovereign wealth funding and long-term vision. Centralized NOC control facilitates top-down transformation. Shared infrastructure, pipelines, desalination, reduces marginal abatement costs. 24.3 North America. Tech-driven, policy-sensitive transition. Regional context. Includes U.S., Canada, and Mexico. Highly fragmented ownership structures and market-driven operations. U.S. shale plays, e.g. Permian, Bakken, have high methane intensity. Canada's oil sands among the most carbon-intensive operations globally. Key strategies. Aggressive methane reduction in response to EPA and IRA rules, U.S., and Canada's methane strategy. Deployment of electrified drilling rigs, solar-powered pads, and mobile CCUS units. Oil sands emissions tackled via Pathways Alliance, aiming for net zero by 2050. Carbon pricing mechanisms, e.g., Canada's $65 per ton carbon dioxide, drive investment in abatement. VC-backed innovation in emissions analytics, remote sensing, and blockchain offset platforms. Enablers. Deep capital markets and tech ecosystem. Strong environmental policy pressure and litigation risk. Growing ESG investor scrutiny. 24.4 Sub-Saharan Africa, growth with responsibility. Regional context. Emerging producers e.g. Mozambique, Uganda, alongside longtime players Nigeria, Angola. Energy access, poverty alleviation and revenue needs are top priorities. Infrastructure gaps and capital constraints hinder decarbonization. Key strategies. Associated gas capture to reduce flaring and monetize resources. Deployment of modular renewables to power remote upstream facilities, e.g., solar PV in Niger Delta. Small-scale CCUS, often as part of enhanced oil recovery (EOR) pilots. Leveraging nature-based solutions (NBS) for carbon offsetting, mangrove restoration, agroforestry. Partnerships with IOCs and DFIs to fund low-carbon transitions. Enablers. Clean slate for new field development, can design low emission from the start. Significant biodiversity and land resources for NBS. Multilateral climate finance access. 24.5 Latin America, renewable synergy and flare reduction. Regional context. Countries like Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, and Guyana are seeing both legacy and frontier upstream expansion. High hydroelectric power availability enables low-carbon electrification of operations. Social and environmental scrutiny growing in the Amazon and Andean basins. Key strategies. Electrification of offshore operations, e.g., Brazil's FPSOs powered from hydro grid. Methane capture from mature fields, notably in Argentina's Neuquén Basin. Integrated LNG and CCS projects, e.g., Trinidad and Tobago. Regulatory modernization, e.g., Colombia's emissions disclosure rules. Focus on indigenous consultation and just transition alongside climate goals. Enablers. High renewable penetration. National oil companies, e.g. Petrobras, Ecopetrol, driving energy transition agendas. Oil revenue dependence creates motivation for longer-term license to operate. 24.6 Asia Pacific, balancing growth, demand and emissions. Regional context. Includes Australia, Southeast Asia and parts of South Asia. Wide range of maturity. Australia's advanced LNG versus frontier developments in Myanmar or Timor-Leste. High regional demand for natural gas and petrochemicals. Key strategies. Large-scale CCS and blue hydrogen from offshore gas fields, e.g. Santos Mumba CCS. Electrification of offshore assets using floating renewables, wind, solar, wave. Focus on digitally enabled emissions accounting to meet export partner standards, e.g., Japanese buyers demanding GHG certified LNG. Regional carbon markets emerging, Singapore, South Korea pilot programs in Indonesia. Enablers. Strong gas infrastructure. Export markets demand carbon intensity transparency. Advanced technology adoption, e.g., Australia's carbon accounting tools. 24.7 Cross-regional lessons. Despite regional differences, several common principles support successful upstream decarbonization. Start with methane, universally the fastest, cheapest emissions win. Leverage digital infrastructure to make emissions visible and actionable. Align with national NDCs and climate finance frameworks. Design climate into new projects rather than retrofit later. Engage local stakeholders and communities to build legitimacy. 24.8 Conclusion. There is no single path to upstream decarbonization. Strategies must reflect local realities, economic priorities, and resource constraints. By embracing regional strengths, whether hydropower in Brazil, carbon pricing in Canada, or CCUS investment in the Middle East, oil and gas producers can pursue emissions reductions without sacrificing competitiveness. In the energy transition, decarbonization must be global, but it must also be local. Chapter 25: Scenario Planning and Risk Modeling for a Net Zero Future. 25.1 Introduction. In a world of accelerating climate policies, market shifts, and stakeholder expectations, upstream oil and gas companies must move beyond static forecasting. They need to embrace scenario planning and climate-aligned risk modeling to ensure resilient, adaptable strategies. This chapter outlines how scenario-based approaches help upstream firms evaluate physical and transition risks, model portfolio resilience, and prepare for net zero-aligned futures. 25.2 Why scenario planning matters for upstream. Scenario planning helps companies navigate uncertainty in demand, regulation, and technology adoption, test the robustness of assets and strategies across different climate futures, inform strategic investments, divestments, and innovation planning, support TCFD, ISSB, and regulatory disclosure requirements, align decision-making with Paris Agreement and net zero goals. Rather than predicting the future, scenario planning prepares for a range of plausible futures. 25.3 Types of climate scenarios. Upstream companies typically use scenarios are usually differentiated by temperature outcome, 1.5 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees Celsius greater than 2.5 degrees Celsius. Policy stringency, technological advancement, energy mix evolution. 25.4 Transition risk dimensions. Scenario planning assesses transition risks such as policy and legal, carbon taxes, emissions caps, permitting restrictions, technology, displacement by renewables, CCUS costs, digital disruption, market, demand decline, price volatility, customer switching, reputation, ESG scoring, litigation, public pressure, financing, capital access limitations, insurance costs. Tools like the IEA NZE 2050 scenario model upstream oil demand falling 75% by 2050, implying major asset impairment risk. 25.5 Physical climate risk dimensions. Physical risk modeling includes chronic risks, temperature rise, sea level rise, heat stress, water scarcity. Acute risks, hurricanes, floods, wildfires, extreme rainfall or drought. Operational exposure, offshore rig storm damage, onshore pipeline flooding. Logistics disruption, supply chain, transport, worker safety. Example: in the Gulf of Mexico, operators now include Category 5 hurricane frequency in asset integrity assessments. 25.6 Modeling portfolio resilience. To understand resilience, companies test how their asset portfolios perform under different scenarios. Key outputs include emissions intensity by scenario, NPV and break-even price shifts under carbon taxes or low demand, stranded asset identification, time to peak and decline for project production, Scope 3 emissions and life cycle carbon impacts. Resilience modeling informs capital allocation, divestment timing, and net zero roadmaps. 25.7 Scenario planning process. A robust scenario planning process includes define objectives, e.g., stress test strategy against 1.5 degrees Celsius world. Select scenarios, use multiple temperature transition trajectories. Identify variables, carbon prices, demand curves, cost of abatement. Model impacts, financial, operational, reputational, and emissions impacts. Develop responses, adjust strategies, investments, or technology pathways. Integrate into governance, board-level review, risk registers, and performance dashboards. 25.8 Tools and frameworks. Common tools include TCFD-aligned scenario assessments, climate value at risk, CVAR modeling, Carbon pricing sensitivity analysis. Marginal abatement cost curves, MACC. Scenario Explorer platforms, IEA, PRI, and GFS. Increasingly, companies also use AI and big data analytics to dynamically model risk in real time. 25.9 examples from industry. Shell's sky and ocean scenarios help align long-term capital plans. Total Energy's stress tests new projects against 1.5 degrees Celsius and 2 degrees Celsius demand curves. Repsol and BP embed internal carbon pricing, $40 to 100 TCOE in project planning. Equinor uses scenario modeling to set strategic net zero targets by 2050. 25.10 Governance and disclosure. Scenario outputs should inform board-level strategy reviews. Climate transition plans, as per ISSB or CSRD. ESG disclosures and investor engagement. Internal carbon pricing and shadow budgeting. Capital expenditure alignment with net zero goals. Investors now expect upstream firms to quantify and disclose climate risks and adaptation plans. Scenario planning is the foundation. 25.11 Challenges and best practices. Challenges. Scenario overload. Too many conflicting narratives. Quantification difficulties. Nonlinear risk interactions. Cultural resistance to integrating climate into core business. Lack of transparency in assumptions or models. Best practices. Use decision-useful scenarios, not just compliance. Focus on material business risks, not theoretical possibilities. Combine quantitative and qualitative insights. Ensure leadership and cross-functional involvement. 25.12 Conclusion. Climate-aligned scenario planning is no longer optional for upstream oil and gas. It is a core tool for survival and strategy. Companies that build strategic agility through structured foresight are better positioned to lead in a carbon-constrained world. In a volatile energy landscape, the best way to control your future is to plan for more than one. Chapter 26. Redefining capital allocation for low-carbon upstream growth. 26.1 Introduction. The traditional upstream investment model, focused on maximizing reserves, throughput, and short-cycle return, must now evolve in response to climate risk, energy transition pressures, and capital market expectations. In a net-zero world, capital allocation must reflect not just financial yield, but carbon yield, that is, emissions per dollar invested. This chapter explores how upstream companies are redefining capital allocation to prioritize climate-aligned, resilient, and profitable growth, balancing emissions targets, investor demands, and strategic competitiveness. 26.2 The new capital allocation paradigm. Capital allocation strategies must now integrate carbon risk-adjusted returns, NPV at risk, climate scenario resilience, regulatory compliance, and carbon pricing exposure, license to operate, and social capital, long-term asset flexibility and future-proofing. Traditional metrics like IRR and payback period are no longer sufficient. Today's capital investments must also answer: how does this project contribute to our net zero pathway? What are its scope 1 to 3 emissions and abatement potential? Can it remain viable under a $100 plus TCOE price or a 1.5 degrees Celsius world? Does it improve or degrade our overall portfolio carbon intensity? 26.3 Key investment filters for climate-aligned growth. 26.4 Green CapEx versus transition CapEx. Upstream companies increasingly classify capital as green CapEx, direct investments in low-carbon or renewable ventures, e.g. offshore wind, solar-to-power rigs, CCUS hubs. Transition CapEx, emissions-reducing upgrades to core hydrocarbon operations, e.g. low-bleed pneumatics, flare reduction, electrification. Brown CapEx, Traditional oil and gas project development with no mitigation enhancements. Target: minimize brown capex, increase green and transition capex while maintaining financial discipline. 26.5 Capital Allocation Framework. A climate-aligned capital allocation process typically includes climate materiality assessment, map financial and carbon risk exposure by asset or project. Screening and ranking, apply filters, emissions intensity, break-even price, social impact. Scenario stress testing, evaluate performance under future policy market climates. Carbon ROI analysis, measure emissions reduction per dollar invested. Board-level governance, ensure strategy reflects climate and fiduciary responsibilities. 26.6 Capital allocation levers. 26.7 Case studies. Eni's dual exploration strategy. Separate portfolios for quick-to-commercialize gas and long-term renewables. Capital disciplined around emissions intensity thresholds. Equinor's climate-linked CapEx KPIs. 50% of gross CapEx allocated to renewables and low-carbon solutions by 2030. Ties executive compensation to emissions performance. Total Energy's carbon break-even point. Projects evaluated on carbon break-even, price at which project remains viable under emissions constraints. 26.8 Challenges in climate-aligned allocation. Lack of standardization in carbon intensity benchmarks. Uncertainty around future carbon pricing and policy evolution. Balancing shareholder returns with long-term transition investment. Perception of greenwashing when transition CapEx is overstated. Mismatch between investor time horizons and climate payback periods. Companies must transparently disclose methodologies and assumptions to maintain credibility and capital access. 26.9 Role of investors and financial institutions. Investors are driving change through active stewardship and proxy voting on climate disclosures. Climate risk screening by banks and credit agencies. ESG-linked lending conditions and green bond premiums. Exclusion lists and divestment of companies not aligned with Paris goals. Leading upstream firms engage proactively with capital markets to co-develop climate-aligned financing frameworks. 26.10 Embedding climate in capital planning cycles. To institutionalize change, companies should include carbon metrics in all stage-gate decisions. Assign carbon budget allocations per business unit. Integrate climate scenarios into long-range planning, LRP. Report on climate ROI, alongside financial metrics. Align strategy with science-based targets and climate pledges. 26.11 Conclusion. Upstream capital allocation is being transformed, from maximizing barrels to maximizing value per ton of COE avoided. Companies that lead in aligning financial strategy with climate goals will gain both competitive advantage and investor confidence in a carbon-constrained world. In the age of transition, where you invest defines who you become. Chapter 27: Talent, Culture, and Organizational Transformation in the Low-Carbon Upstream. 27.1 Introduction. Achieving upstream decarbonization is not merely a technical or financial challenge, it is a human transformation. The shift toward a low-carbon business model demands not just new technologies, but new mindsets, skills, leadership behaviors, and cultural norms. This chapter explores how oil and gas companies can reshape their organizational DNA to thrive in a climate-constrained world. It emphasizes the importance of talent acquisition, capability building, cultural alignment, and internal governance in executing a climate strategy. 27.2 The cultural shift required. Traditional upstream culture has long been shaped by risk-taking and operational excellence, capital and asset intensity, focus on short-term returns, and hydrocarbon maximization, hierarchical decision-making. To transition to a climate-aligned model, companies need a culture that emphasizes. Culture must support innovation, accountability, and sustainability, not just safety and performance. 27.3 New talent profiles. Upstream organizations increasingly require hybrid talent that combines traditional petroleum expertise with emerging climate capabilities. Upskilling must be continuous, with learning integrated into operations. 27.4 Leadership in the low-carbon era. Low-carbon transformation requires adaptive, credible, and collaborative leadership. Executive sponsorship of climate goals, not just CSR or communications. Leaders modeling climate accountability and curiosity. Creating psychological safety to experiment and question legacy practices. Encouraging transparency and cross-functional collaboration. Companies must invest in climate literacy at every leadership level, integrating emissions thinking into all strategic decisions. 27.5 Change management strategy. Cultural and talent shifts require structured change management, including case for change, clearly articulate why climate alignment is urgent and valuable. Shared vision, co-create a vision that balances energy security, profit, and climate responsibility. Quick wins, demonstrate success with early emissions reduction initiatives. Climate champions, develop a network of internal influencers who advocate and innovate. Recognition and incentives, align KPIs and reward systems with climate performance. Feedback loops use surveys, town halls, and retrospectives to refine culture over time. 27.6 Embedding climate in HR and governance. To institutionalize climate-aligned transformation, companies should include climate performance in executive and middle management KPIs. Link bonuses and long-term incentives to emissions or ESG goals. Adjust performance reviews to reward cross-functional collaboration. Develop career paths for low-carbon and sustainability roles. Offer internal training on carbon accounting, net zero strategies, and green finance. Governance structures, e.g. sustainability committees, ESG boards, must have real authority, not just symbolic roles. 27.7 Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, in climate strategy. The energy transition also presents an opportunity to advance equity and inclusion. Engage younger, climate-conscious employees through purpose-driven roles. Involve underrepresented communities in workforce development and climate innovation. Promote inclusive leadership that reflects the diversity of impacted stakeholders. Foster global collaboration by leveraging insights from indigenous knowledge, local climate solutions, and diverse geographies. Climate leadership is enriched by diversity of thought, background, and experience. 27.8 Organizational models for climate innovation. Leading upstream firms are adopting new organizational models. Internal carbon hubs or climate task forces reporting to C-level. Agile squads integrating engineers, ESG, finance, and digital for project decarbonization. Open innovation platforms for partnerships with startups, academia, and NGOs. Digital labs and incubators focused on emissions analytics and low-carbon design. Example: Equinor's climate and sustainability team interfaces directly with strategy, operations, and investor relations. 27.9 Metrics and measurement. Culture is hard to measure, but not impossible. Suggested indicators include employee climate literacy scores, % of workforce in low-carbon roles, time to deploy climate innovation pilots, employee engagement on sustainability, retention of climate-oriented talent, progress toward culture-shaping KPIs, e.g. collaboration, agility, transparency. Annual climate culture audits and benchmarking against peers can provide meaningful insights. 27.10 Barriers and breakthroughs. Common barriers. Resistance to change from long-tenured staff. Fear of stranded careers or skill irrelevance. Climate viewed as a support function rather than core business. Misalignment between stated strategy and actual incentives. Breakthroughs. Storytelling that connects climate, career, and purpose. Empowering engineers as decarbonization leaders. Co-designing climate metrics with frontline teams. Regular forums for peer learning and knowledge exchange. Transformation happens when culture becomes a force multiplier, not a bottleneck. 27.11 Conclusion. Technology and finance may shape the direction of upstream decarbonization, but people shape its pace and success. Companies that invest in climate-ready talent, culture, and leadership will outcompete, not only by reducing emissions, but by attracting the workforce of the future and building lasting legitimacy. Culture is not a sideshow, it is the strategy. Chapter 28. Engaging communities and stakeholders in a just energy transition. 28.1 Introduction. The upstream oil and gas sector is undergoing a profound transformation, but its success will depend not only on engineering or economics, but on social legitimacy. As companies reduce emissions and restructure operations, they must also address the human impact of the energy transition, especially in the communities where they operate. This chapter explores how upstream firms can foster a just transition, ensuring that local communities, workers, and stakeholders are engaged, respected, and empowered throughout the low-carbon journey. 28.2 Defining the just transition. A just energy transition refers to the fair and inclusive shift to a low-carbon economy that protects workers and communities dependent on fossil fuel industries, reduces inequalities exacerbated by energy or climate policy, promotes local participation, skills, and economic diversification, ensures that benefits and burdens of the transition are shared equitably. For upstream operators, this means aligning decarbonization strategies with local development priorities and ethical business practices. 28.3 Why community engagement matters. Engaging stakeholders is not just an ethical imperative, it's a strategic enabler. Prevents project delays due to opposition or legal challenges. Enhances license to operate and community trust. Enables better local talent retention and social impact. Attracts climate-conscious investors who scrutinize ESG performance. Strengthens resilience in socially complex or high-risk geographies. The energy transition must be done with people, not to them. 28.4 Stakeholder mapping in the upstream context. Understanding each group's perspectives and priorities is critical for meaningful dialogue. 28.5 Principles of effective engagement. Free, prior, and informed consent (FPIC), especially for Indigenous and marginalized communities. Early and ongoing dialogue. Engage communities before decisions are made, not after. Transparency and accountability. Disclose project risks, emissions, and mitigation plans clearly. Benefit sharing. Ensure communities tangibly benefit from investments, e.g., revenue, infrastructure, jobs. Cultural sensitivity and inclusivity. Respect local traditions, languages, and power dynamics. Conflict resolution mechanisms. Provide safe and fair grievance systems. 28.6 Community investment and co-creation. Rather than one-off CSR programs, upstream companies should focus on long-term community value creation. Climate resilience programs, e.g., clean water disaster prep. Local employment and procurement targets. Co-developed land use plans. Green skills training centers. Joint monitoring of environmental impacts. Support for youth, women, and marginalized groups. Case example: Shell Nigeria supports solar microgrid cooperatives and vocational training as part of its Niger Delta Transition Plan. 28.7 Just transition for workers. Oil and gas workers are among the most technically skilled professionals in the world. A just transition includes skills mapping to identify redeployment opportunities, e.g., CCUS, hydrogen, geothermal. Upskilling and reskilling pathways, often in partnership with local colleges or governments. Internal mobility programs between traditional and low-carbon business units. Job security frameworks and fair severance for roles phased out. Union engagement and labor representation in transition planning. Worker dignity is not negotiable in a net-zero world. 28.8 Engaging indigenous and marginalized communities. Best practices include recognizing land rights and sovereignty, using culturally appropriate engagement formats, e.g., oral history, elder councils, building mutual benefit agreements or equity sharing arrangements, including indigenous knowledge in climate adaptation and environmental monitoring. Avoiding extractive relationships, focus on partnership. Example: Equinor Canada partnered with the Mi'kmaq First Nation in offshore planning, ensuring shared decision-making and training opportunities. 28.9 Reporting and accountability. Transparent disclosure builds trust. Key metrics may include number and nature of community consultations held, percent of local workforce or procurement in low-carbon projects, investments in reskilling and community infrastructure, use of FPIC, and inclusion in environmental impact assessments. Grievances raised, resolved, and stakeholder satisfaction levels. Reporting frameworks such as the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, and SASB include just transition indicators. 28.10 Risks of failing to act. Ignoring stakeholder engagement or justice considerations can lead to project blockades and litigation, loss of social license to operate, reputational damage and ESG investor divestment, regulatory sanctions or permit withdrawals, heightened exposure to climate litigation under human rights frameworks. The cost of social failure often far exceeds the cost of proactive engagement. 28.11 Conclusion. The upstream industry's climate strategy is only as strong as its social foundations. Building a just transition requires upstream companies to act not only as energy providers, but as community partners, employers, and stewards of shared futures. There is no sustainable energy future without shared prosperity. Chapter 29. Climate litigation and regulatory risk in the upstream sector. 29.1 Introduction. As global climate awareness increases and legal frameworks evolve, upstream oil and gas companies face growing climate-related legal and regulatory risks. From lawsuits over emissions and disclosures to stricter permitting regimes, climate litigation is rapidly shaping the strategic and financial landscape for upstream operators. This chapter explores key trends in climate litigation, analyzes the changing regulatory landscape, and provides tools to manage legal exposure in a carbon-constrained world. 29.2 The rise of climate litigation. Climate litigation is now a mainstream business risk. Over 2,500 cases have been filed globally, with a surge in climate accountability, greenwashing, and human rights-based lawsuits. Litigants include citizens and communities, NGOs and environmental groups, public prosecutors and state attorneys general, shareholders and institutional investors, indigenous peoples and climate refugees. Legal actions target both direct emissions and climate-related disclosures. 29.3 Types of climate litigation affecting upstream. The legal landscape is expanding fast, with new precedents, jurisdictions, and legal theories emerging. 29.4 Regulatory pressures and permitting risk. Climate-aligned regulation is increasing in both scope and enforcement. Mandatory climate disclosures, SEC, EU CSRD, UK TCFD. Carbon pricing and emissions trading schemes, EU ETS, Canada OBPS. Permitting constraints linked to carbon budgets or net zero plans. Methane regulations with specific technology or timeline mandates. Stranded asset risk due to carbon lock-in bans or no new exploration policies. Future exploration and development are increasingly subject to carbon-related scrutiny. 29.5 milestones in climate legal history. Urgenda versus Netherlands 2019. Government ordered to reduce emissions under human rights law. Milieudefensie versus Shell 2021. Court required Shell to cut global emissions by 45% by 2030. Liuya versus RWE. Ongoing. Peruvian farmer sues utility for glacier melt due to emissions. SEC proposed rule, 2022 to 2024, would require listed companies to disclose Scope 1 to 3 emissions and climate risk governance. These cases influence not just one company, but the entire industry's legal exposure. 29.6 Risk Assessment Framework. To evaluate climate legal and regulatory risk, upstream companies should assess jurisdictional exposure. Where are assets located? What is the local legal climate? Carbon intensity and legacy emissions. Do historical operations create liability? Disclosure practices. Are ESG reports accurate, auditable, and aligned with frameworks? Stakeholder grievance channels. Are there effective non-legal pathways for dispute resolution? Scenario resilience. Can operations withstand a 1.5 degrees Celsius aligned regulatory world? 29.7 Mitigation and legal preparedness. Governance measures. Appoint board-level responsibility for climate risk oversight. Integrate legal counsel into climate strategy teams. Conduct regular climate litigation scenario exercises. Disclosure best practices. Align with TCFD, ISSB, and CSRD. Avoid vague or unverifiable ESG claims. Disclose risks, assumptions, and transition plans transparently. Contractual protections. Include force majeure clauses referencing climate-related regulations. Renegotiate JV and host government agreements to allow for emissions mandates. Structure investments with carbon compliance contingencies. 29.8 Insurance and financial risk. Climate litigation and carbon regulation can affect insurance premiums and exclusions. Access to financing and sustainability-linked loans. Asset valuations under IFRS and GAAP. Credit ratings, e.g., S&P includes transition risk in assessments. Insurance markets are also responding. Some now exclude coverage for climate liability if disclosures are found to be misleading. 29.9 The role of legal strategy in climate leadership. Proactive legal strategy includes participating in policy dialogues and regulatory consultations, partnering with climate law research groups and think tanks, advocating for clear, science-based regulations to level the playing field, supporting the development of climate litigation defense funds for small operators, promoting industry codes of conduct to self-regulate before mandates arrive. Leadership means moving from defensive lawyering to constructive climate engagement. 29.10 Looking ahead. Legal trends to watch. Scope 3 disclosure mandates. Fiduciary duty lawsuits against directors and pension funds. Youth and intergenerational rights cases. Global South litigation targeting multinationals for cross-border harm. Criminalization of ecocide and corporate emissions negligence. The legal frontier is expanding, and upstream companies must be ready. 29.11 Conclusion. Climate litigation and regulation are not passing trends. They represent a structural shift in the legal and operational environment of the upstream industry. Companies that anticipate legal challenges, improve disclosure practices, and integrate law into climate strategy will be best positioned to operate safely, transparently, and profitably in the net zero era. In the energy transition, compliance is no longer enough. Credibility is everything. Chapter 30: The Future of Carbon Markets and Upstream Participation. 30.1 Introduction. Carbon markets are an increasingly central pillar of global climate policy. They offer a mechanism to price emissions, allocate capital toward cleaner technologies, and incentivize companies to reduce their carbon footprint. For upstream oil and gas companies, carbon markets represent both a compliance obligation and a strategic opportunity. This chapter explores the evolution of carbon markets, the mechanisms by which upstream players can engage with them, and the risks and rewards of carbon trading in a rapidly changing regulatory and investment landscape. 30.2 Understanding Carbon Markets. Carbon markets are systems in which carbon credits, representing 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent, TCOE, avoided, reduced, or removed, can be traded. Two main types. Credits may come from renewables, reforestation, methane capture, CCS, and other project types. 30.3 Upstream oil and gas in compliance carbon markets. Key exposure areas. Carbon pricing schemes for methane and flaring. ETS allowances for combustion-related emissions, e.g., production facilities, LNG. Carbon taxes levied per ton of COE emitted, e.g., Canada, Norway, Colombia. Strategic considerations. Incorporating carbon cost into investment decisions, carbon shadow pricing. Hedging exposure via allowance trading or abatement. Participating in offsetting mechanisms within regulated systems, e.g., EU ETS Article 6 pilots. Example: oil sands producers in Alberta operate under the tier system, which includes performance benchmarks and carbon credit trading. 30.4 The Rise of Voluntary Carbon Markets, VCM. Many upstream firms participate in VCMs too. Offset Scope 1 and 2 emissions. Offer carbon-neutral products, e.g., carbon-neutral LNG. Demonstrate climate leadership to investors and consumers. Support nature-based solutions, NBS, in host communities. Top project types include reforestation, afforestation, improved forest management, mangrove restoration, soil carbon sequestration, CCS and direct air capture, DAC. However, credibility, quality, and transparency are under scrutiny. 30.5 Ensuring integrity in carbon offsets. Recent critiques have highlighted issues such as double counting of credits, overcrediting through inflated baselines, permanence risk, e.g., forest fires reversing sequestration, lack of additionality, project would have occurred anyway. Best practices for upstream firms include using third-party verified standards, e.g. Verra Gold Standard ART. Applying project-specific due diligence. Publishing offset retirement and attribution. Participating in initiatives like the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, ICVCM. Offsets should be complementary to, not a substitute for, direct emissions cuts. 30.6 Internal carbon pricing strategies. To navigate carbon markets and future policy shifts, many upstream firms implement 1. Shadow carbon pricing. Used in financial modeling to simulate future carbon cost exposure. 2. Internal carbon fees. Departments are charged a per-ton fee for emissions, reinvested into abatement or innovation. 3. Carbon value screening. Projects are screened based on lifecycle emissions cost-benefit. Example: BP uses an internal carbon price of $100 TCOE in its project evaluations. 30.7 Opportunities for upstream leadership. Upstream firms can lead in emerging areas such as nature-based project co-development with host communities, carbon-neutral hydrocarbons, marketed with transparent offsetting, trading and market-making roles through subsidiaries, low-carbon technology credit generation, e.g. CCS methane abatement. They can also advocate for global carbon market linkages under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, standards that recognize industrial abatement technologies as credit eligible, simplified MRV, monitoring, reporting and verification systems using blockchain and satellites. 38. Risk management in carbon market participation. Market risks. Volatility in carbon credit prices. Regulatory uncertainty, e.g., new bans on certain offset types. Reputational risk from low-integrity offset use. Liquidity constraints in emerging markets. Mitigation approaches. Portfolio diversification across credit types and vintages. Long-term offtake agreements with reputable developers. Independent audits and MRV tools. Stakeholder communications and carbon claim transparency. 30.9 Future trends and outlook. Digital MRV platforms will enhance traceability and reduce fraud. Carbon removals, DAC BECCS, will grow in premium value. Article 6 frameworks will unify global compliance and voluntary markets. Hybrid climate finance models will combine carbon credits, development aid, and private capital. Standardization and rating systems, e.g., B0 Silvera, will aid quality assurance. Carbon markets will become more central, regulated and scrutinized, and potentially more lucrative for early movers. 30.10 Conclusion. Carbon markets are no longer a peripheral activity. They are a core pillar of climate strategy for upstream companies. With the right capabilities, risk controls, and integrity focus, upstream operators can use carbon markets to reduce their net footprint, create value, and lead on the path to net zero. Carbon is the new currency of climate competitiveness. Chapter 31. Scenario Planning and Long-Term Climate Resilience for Upstream. 31.1 Introduction. The upstream oil and gas sector is inherently long cycle. Projects often span decades, from exploration through decommissioning. As such, companies must develop strategies that account for long-term climate uncertainty, market shifts, and policy evolution. Scenario planning is a critical tool for enhancing resilience, strategic flexibility, and climate readiness. This chapter examines how upstream firms can use scenario planning to future-proof their operations, inform investment, and navigate the uncertainty of the net zero transition. 31.2 What is scenario planning? Scenario planning is a strategic foresight method that explores multiple plausible futures rather than attempting to predict a single outcome. It encourages long-term thinking, surfaces assumptions and blind spots, prepares organizations for disruption and adaptation, supports more robust, flexible strategies. Unlike forecasts or models, scenarios examine narratives of change, integrating political, economic, technological, environmental, and social factors. 31.3 Climate uncertainties impacting upstream. Several uncertainties influence upstream decision-making over a 10 to 30-year horizon. Pace and stringency of global climate policy. Carbon pricing trajectories, volatility, alignment, scope. Demand shifts driven by electrification and green fuels. Cost and availability of abatement technologies. Public perception and investor pressure. Geopolitical and climate-induced supply shocks. Climate-related physical risks, e.g., sea level rise, extreme weather. Scenario planning helps companies anticipate, not react to these uncertainties. 31.4 Building climate scenarios. Effective scenario development involves identifying driving forces, use PESTLE, political, economic, social, technological, legal, environmental analysis. Assessing critical uncertainties, e.g., how fast will global carbon markets mature, or will peak oil demand occur by 2030? Constructing divergent scenarios, combine uncertainties into 3 to 4 contrasting futures. Analyzing impacts, model operational, financial, and reputational impacts under each scenario. Stress testing strategy, evaluate current and proposed business plans for resilience. 31.5 Example, 4 climate scenarios for upstream. Firms can align risk appetite, capital allocation, and strategy to these pathways. 31.6 Embedding scenario, thinking in upstream decision-making. Applications. Strategic planning and budgeting cycles. Exploration portfolio risk weighting. Asset valuation and write-down sensitivity. Carbon pricing and shadow cost integration. Stakeholder communications and disclosure. ESG and climate resilience ratings. Scenario planning should be a living process, not a one-time exercise. 31.7 Physical climate resilience, preparing for impact. Besides transition risk, upstream assets face physical climate risk. Adaptation measures. Site-specific climate, vulnerability assessments. Resilient design and climate proofing of infrastructure. Emergency preparedness and business continuity planning. Insurance and financial hedging. Collaboration with local authorities on climate resilience. 31.8 Aligning with climate disclosure standards. Leading frameworks require or recommend scenario analysis. Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD. ISSB, IFRS S2. EU CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. SASB Sector, Specific Metrics for Oil and Gas. Disclosing scenario assumptions, pathways, and impact assessments builds investor trust and transparency. 31.9 Challenges and pitfalls. Common challenges include treating scenarios as forecasts rather than exploratory tools. Lack of internal ownership or board engagement. Ignoring low likelihood, high impact outcomes. Underestimating the pace of technological or social change. Failing to update scenarios regularly as new information emerges. Scenario planning must be integrated with organizational learning and risk culture. 31.10 Tools and resources. Useful tools for upstream firms include IEA Net Zero Emissions Scenario, NZE, and Stated Policy Scenario, STEPS. Shell Energy Scenarios. NGFS Climate Scenarios. IPCC 6th Assessment Report, for physical risk baselines. Climate Scenario Modeling Software, e.g., Tech Finance Energy Exemplar. Partnerships with academic institutions, think tanks, and consultancies can enhance scenario depth. 31.11 Conclusion. Scenario planning is no longer optional. It is a core discipline for upstream companies navigating an uncertain, carbon-constrained future. By embracing structured foresight, companies can remain agile, protect long-term value, and lead responsibly in the energy transition. Resilience is not about predicting the future, it's about preparing for it. Chapter 32 Metrics, KPIs, and Climate Performance Management in Upstream. 32.1 Introduction. What gets measured gets managed. For upstream oil and gas companies navigating the energy transition, having robust, transparent, and standardized climate metrics is essential, not just for regulatory compliance, but for investor confidence, operational excellence, and continuous improvement. This chapter explores the key climate-related performance indicators, KPIs, relevant to upstream operations, emerging standards in measurement and disclosure, and best practices for integrating these metrics into core business strategy. 32.2 The importance of climate metrics. Effective climate KPIs. Enable benchmarking against peers and targets. Demonstrate progress toward net zero commitments. Support climate disclosures, e.g., TCFD, ISSB, CSRD. Inform capital allocation and risk management. Drive internal accountability across departments. They are also increasingly used by investors and credit rating agencies, ESG analysts and indices, regulators and climate policy monitors. 32.3 Key emissions metrics for upstream. 1. Scope 1 GHG emissions. Direct emissions from owned or controlled sources, e.g., combustion, flaring, venting. Measured in metric tons of COE per year. 2. Scope 2 emissions. Indirect emissions from purchased electricity or steam. 3. Scope 3, Category 11 emissions. Use phase emissions from sold oil and gas products. Most material in total life cycle footprint. 4. GHG emissions intensity. Emissions per unit of output, e.g., kilogram carbon dioxide EBO or carbon dioxide MMBTU. Enables comparison across companies and assets. 5. Methane emissions rate. Methane as percent of natural gas production, e.g., OGMP 2.0 Tier 5 reporting. 32.4 Operational KPIs linked to emissions. 32.5 Climate finance and strategy metrics. Capital expenditure, CapEx, share in low-carbon projects. Carbon shadow price used in project screening. Internal carbon fee or offset cost per ton carbon dioxide. Estimated stranded acid exposure, under 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario. Carbon abatement cost curve for operational initiatives. These metrics help align financial decision-making with climate objectives. 32.6 Physical climate risk indicators. Number of climate-related disruptions, e.g., storms, floods. Asset-specific climate vulnerability scores. Insurance claims or premiums linked to physical risk. Percent of production or reserves in high-risk climate zones, e.g., Arctic hurricane basins. These are critical for TCFD-aligned risk disclosures. 32.7 Social and governance climate metrics. Board and executive climate competency, percent trained or certified. ESG-linked executive compensation, percent tied to climate performance. Community investment in adaptation, resilience. Indigenous and local stakeholder engagement in carbon projects. Sustainability is no longer just environmental, it's social and governance too. 32.8 Emerging disclosure frameworks and standards. Companies must stay current with evolving jurisdictional requirements and reporting tools. 32.9 Integrating KPIs into performance management. Climate KPIs must move beyond sustainability reports and become embedded in scorecards and dashboards for operations and leadership. CapEx and M&A screening tools. Compensation and incentive structures. Enterprise risk management systems, ERM. Annual General Meeting, AGM, disclosures. Example: several majors link 10 to 20% of executive bonuses to climate and methane targets. 32.10 Best practices for climate KPI systems. Use independent assurance, third-party verification of emissions. Disclose methodologies, assumptions, and boundaries. Implement real-time or near real-time monitoring where feasible, e.g., satellite methane tracking. Benchmark against peer and sector standards. Regularly update KPI frameworks based on materiality and strategy evolution. 32.11 Tools and platforms. Tools that support KPI tracking and management. GHG accounting software, e.g., Invisi, Persephone, Watershed. Satellite methane monitoring services, e.g. GHG-SAT KROs. Climate scenario modeling platforms, e.g. Energy Transition Model or Tech Finance. ESG data management platforms, e.g. Sphera Enablon Diligent ESG. Data integration and automation are increasingly critical for auditability and speed. 32.12 Conclusion. Climate performance cannot be improvised. Upstream companies must develop and manage a comprehensive suite of climate KPIs, ones that are credible, auditable, and strategically aligned. These metrics provide the foundation for real climate action, transparent reporting, and effective stakeholder engagement. In climate leadership, clarity of measurement drives clarity of action. Chapter 33: Organizational Change and Workforce Transformation for the Low-Carbon Era. 33.1 Introduction. The upstream oil and gas sector faces not just a technological and regulatory transition, but a people-centered transformation. Achieving net zero goals and climate resilience requires redefining roles, upskilling employees, restructuring decision-making, and fostering a culture of agility and innovation. This chapter explores how upstream organizations can build the internal capability, mindset, and culture to thrive in a low-carbon future. The energy transition is not just about assets, it's about talent, leadership, and organizational DNA. 33.2 Why organizational change is essential. Upstream firms must rethink how they design and staff operations to integrate low-carbon priorities, make capital decisions under carbon constraints, align employee incentives with sustainability goals, foster innovation in a historically risk-averse culture, attract and retain talent in a sector under social pressure. Without organizational alignment, even the best climate strategies will stall. 33.3 Key drivers of workforce transformation. Workforce transformation is a competitive advantage, not just a compliance issue. 33.4 The talent gap in low-carbon skills. Upstream companies are now competing in talent markets that include clean tech, utilities and renewables, sustainability, consulting, climate finance and ESG investing. High-demand skills include carbon accounting and LCA life cycle analysis, climate risk modeling, renewable energy integration, systems engineering for low-carbon tech, e.g. CCS geothermal, climate law and policy compliance, digital twins, and predictive maintenance for emissions. Bridging the talent gap requires retraining existing staff and strategic recruitment. 33.5 Strategic workforce planning. Steps for upstream firms. Assess future talent needs based on climate strategy and new businesses. Map current workforce capabilities and identify gaps. Develop a climate-aligned job architecture, new roles, evolving responsibilities. Create a reskilling and upskilling roadmap. Build a pipeline of young talent through internships, graduate programs, and university partnerships. 33.6 Climate training and capacity building. Training is essential for embedding climate awareness across the organization. Key training topics: climate science and net zero strategy, emission sources and abatement levers, carbon markets and pricing, methane reduction technologies, ESG reporting frameworks, e.g., TCFD, ISSB, CSRD, climate scenario analysis. Cross-functional training is vital, especially for engineering, finance, and operations leaders. 33.7 Embedding climate in leadership and governance. Board and executive focus areas. Clear climate governance structures, e.g. Board Climate Committee. Integration of climate KPIs into executive performance reviews. Regular climate risk reviews at the C-suite level. Appointment of Chief Sustainability Officers, CSOs, with real influence. Ensuring diversity of thought and intergenerational representation. Leadership must signal commitment and role model change. 33.8 Culture change for climate action. Culture is the operating system of an organization. Key elements of a low-carbon culture. Change management requires narrative, incentives, and symbols of commitment. 33.9 HR and organizational design levers. HR teams must update systems to support climate strategy. Performance management systems to include emissions targets. Compensation structures tied to climate outcomes. Job descriptions reflecting sustainability responsibilities. Succession planning for green leadership roles. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI strategies aligned with social sustainability. 33.10 Case examples. Shell launched a Powering Progress program with workforce-wide carbon literacy training and low-carbon business rotations for top talent. Equinor developed an internal net zero academy and mobility programs to move employees into renewables, CCS, and low-carbon R&D units. Petrobras invested in methane reduction training and real-time emissions monitoring competencies across offshore platforms. 33.11 Challenges in workforce transformation. Resistance to change in legacy operations. Generational divides in attitudes toward sustainability. Short-term productivity drops during retraining. Difficulty retaining green talent in competitive markets. Misalignment between leadership ambition and middle management behavior. Overcoming these requires communication, incentives, and shared ownership. 33.12 Conclusion. The upstream oil and gas workforce of the future will look very different from the past. Companies that embrace climate transformation as a people challenge, not just a technical one, will be best positioned to succeed. True energy transition begins inside the organization. Chapter 34. Innovation Ecosystems and Technology Partnerships for Decarbonization. 34.1 Introduction. No single company can decarbonize the upstream oil and gas sector alone. Climate goals require a networked approach to innovation, one that leverages the collective expertise of startups, academia, governments, NGOs, and competitors. The most impactful upstream climate strategies are emerging from innovation ecosystems and technology partnerships. This chapter examines how upstream firms can participate in, create, or lead collaborative platforms to accelerate low-carbon technology development, share risk, and scale solutions more efficiently. 34.2 The role of innovation in upstream decarbonization. Innovation is crucial across multiple domains. Emission monitoring and detection. Methane abatement technologies. Carbon capture, utilization and storage, CCUS. Subsurface electrification. Digital twins and AI for optimization. Low-carbon fuels, e.g. blue hydrogen, e-methane. Waste heat recovery and efficiency improvements. However, the capital intensity, technical uncertainty, and regulatory complexity of these technologies make collaboration essential. 34.3 What is an innovation ecosystem? An innovation ecosystem is a network of interdependent actors, companies, institutions, and individuals that interact to co-develop and commercialize technology, share infrastructure and data, pilot and scale innovations, drive down technology cost curves, accelerate regulatory and market acceptance. For upstream firms, ecosystems are vital for first-of-a-kind deployment and de-risking. 34.4 Types of technology partnerships. These partnerships offer access to expertise, pilot sites, and non-dilutive funding. 34.5 Open innovation models. Open innovation allows upstream companies to source and deploy external ideas through innovation challenges and hackathons. Venture capital arms or CVCs, corporate venture capital. Co-investment platforms. Licensing or technology acquisition agreements. Data sharing platforms for emissions and subsurface analytics. Example: Shell's Game Changer program has supported over 200 early-stage energy startups. 34.6. The role of oil and gas majors in technology scaling. Supermajors have the infrastructure, capital, and operational footprint to pilot and prove emerging technologies at commercial scale. Create demand pull for innovation, e.g., procurement commitments. Set global performance and emissions standards. Support regulatory harmonization for new tech. They act as anchor adopters in climate technology markets. 34.7 Key technology domains for partnership focus. These collaborations enable early adoption at lower cost and risk. 34.8 Building internal readiness for external collaboration. Upstream companies need internal capabilities to effectively engage with innovation ecosystems. Innovation scouting and strategic foresight teams. Flexible procurement and IP policies. Cross-functional tech evaluation committees. Seed funding pools for pilot projects. Innovation sandboxes within operations. Cultural openness and executive sponsorship are also essential. 34.9 Funding models and capital access. Innovation ecosystems often blend funding sources. Corporate capital, R&D, VC arms. Government grants and tax credits. Multilateral finance, e.g., World Bank climate investment funds. Green bonds and climate tech funds. Outcome-based financing, e.g., carbon credit revenue. Example: the UK North Sea transition deal leverages £16 billion in public-private co-investment for CCUS and hydrogen. 34.10 Challenges in climate innovation collaboration. IP ownership and data sharing concerns. Misaligned timelines between startups and operators. Risk aversion in regulated environments. Fragmentation of pilot efforts. Failure to scale from pilot to commercial. Success requires clear governance, shared incentives, and alignment with climate targets. 34.11 Case study: Net Zero Technology Center, Aberdeen. Founded after the 2014 oil crash, this innovation hub has delivered greater than 20 field trials across CCUS, electrification, and digitalization. Partnered with over 160 companies globally. Created over £100 million in project value. Helped shape the UK's North Sea transition roadmap. It shows the power of place-based innovation ecosystems tailored to upstream regions. 34.12 Conclusion: no upstream company can decarbonize in isolation. By engaging actively with innovation ecosystems and forging meaningful partnerships, firms can accelerate decarbonization, stay ahead of disruption, and lead the sector into a new climate-aligned era. The future of upstream climate strategy is collaborative, connected, and co-created. Chapter 35: Leveraging carbon markets and offsets in upstream climate strategy. 35.1 Introduction. For upstream oil and gas companies, achieving net zero emissions involves a combination of absolute emission reductions and, in many cases, residual emissions management. Carbon markets, especially voluntary offsets and compliance mechanisms, offer tools for bridging hard-to-abate emissions, financing decarbonization, fulfilling regulatory or ESG-linked commitments, generating co-benefits, and corporate goodwill. This chapter explores the strategic role of carbon markets and offsets in upstream operations, focusing on credibility, quality, and alignment with long-term climate goals. 35.2 Understanding carbon markets. Carbon markets are platforms where carbon credits or allowances are bought and sold to account for emissions reductions. Two primary types. Upstream companies participate in both. 35.3 types of carbon credits. Carbon credits represent the avoidance, reduction or removal of 1 metric ton of COE. Common project types. Nature-based solutions, NBS, reforestation, mangrove restoration, soil carbon. Technology-based solutions, direct air capture, DAC, BECCS, CCUS. Avoided emissions, improved cookstoves, methane capture from waste. Energy-related projects, renewables, gas flare recovery. Each type has varying costs, permanence, and co-benefits. 35.4 Quality criteria for carbon offsets. For offsets to be credible, they must meet. Use of low-quality offsets can trigger reputational and legal risk. 35.5 Standards and registries. Offset projects are registered and verified by independent standards. Verra, VCS, most widely used especially for nature-based projects. Gold standard, high integrity with strong co-benefit focus. American Carbon Registry, ACR. Climate Action Reserve, CAR. Plan Vivo, focused on community and forest projects. ARTREES, for jurisdictional REDD+ forest conservation. Emerging standards are tackling durability and double counting issues. 35.6 Strategic use of offsets in upstream. Use cases. Addressing residual emissions post-abatement, e.g., for Scope 1 methane leaks. Voluntary climate claims for net zero or carbon-neutral products. Pilot projects for future offset generation, e.g., CCS credits. ESG-linked bond requirements or investor expectations. Compliance with methane or emissions caps. Offsets should be part of a last resort approach, not a substitute for abatement. 35.7 Generating offsets from upstream operations. Upstream firms can become offset producers, not just buyers. Eligible activities. Methane capture and reduction from fugitive sources. Gas flare elimination projects. Carbon capture and storage, CCS. Blue carbon conservation linked to offshore assets. Biochar from organic waste at production sites. These can create new revenue streams and help offset own emissions or those of customers. 35.8 Risk management and governance. Offsets introduce new forms of risk. Reputational. Accusations of greenwashing or ineffective credits. Legal. Misleading ESG disclosures or securities violations. Market. Volatility in offset prices or credit eligibility. Delivery. Failure to secure verified reductions from projects. Best practices include internal offset procurement policy. Use of third-party verification and rating agencies, e.g. BeZero, Silvera. Avoiding over-reliance on offsets to meet targets. Clear offset disclosure in sustainability reporting. 35.9 Price trends and market outlook. Carbon pricing is expected to tighten in both voluntary and compliance markets. 35.10 Regional and regulatory considerations. Some jurisdictions are integrating offsets into upstream regulation. EU ETS Phase 4. Limited offset use focus on insector reductions. Canada OBPS. Oil sands firms can buy offsets within certain limits. U.S. IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, incentivizes CCS credits under 45Q. Article 6 of Paris Agreement, enables international offset trading with safeguards. Companies must monitor policy shifts and offset eligibility by region. 35.11 Integrating offsets into net zero strategy. Use offsets only after aggressive abatement of scopes 1 and 2. Prioritize removal offsets over avoidance after 2030. Maintain a transparent offset registry and retirement log. Disclose offset volume, source, type and quality standard. Align with SBTi Net Zero Standard and VCMI, Voluntary Carbon Markets Integrity Initiative, Claims Code. Offsetting must enhance, not erode climate credibility. 35.12 Conclusion. Carbon markets and offsets can support upstream decarbonization when used strategically and transparently. As the market matures, only companies that use high-integrity credits, integrated with real reductions, will retain legitimacy and value from their offset strategies. Offsets are not a way out but a way through when done right. Chapter 36. Nature-based solutions and blue carbon opportunities in offshore and coastal upstream assets. 36.1 Introduction. Nature-based solutions, NBS, offer powerful, scalable, and cost-effective ways for upstream oil and gas companies, especially those with offshore and coastal operations, to contribute to climate mitigation, biodiversity conservation, and community resilience. This chapter explores how mangroves, seagrasses, salt marshes, and other coastal ecosystems, collectively known as blue carbon ecosystems, can be integrated into upstream climate strategies, both as carbon sinks and as tools for ecological risk management. 36.2 What are nature-based solutions? Nature-based solutions are actions that protect, sustainably manage, or restore ecosystems to address climate and other societal challenges. For upstream oil and gas, relevant NBS include reforestation and afforestation, onshore assets, wetland and peatland restoration, mangrove and coral reef conservation, coastal resilience projects near offshore platforms or LNG facilities, agroforestry and soil carbon improvement, supply chain side. 36.3 The power of blue carbon. Blue carbon refers to carbon captured and stored in marine and coastal ecosystems. These ecosystems also offer co-benefits critical to upstream operations: storm surge and erosion protection, biodiversity, habitat, local community livelihoods, natural buffer against sea level rise. 36.4 Upstream asset context for blue carbon. Companies with infrastructure in coastal deltas, e.g., Niger Delta, Orinoco, Mekong, offshore terminals and FPSOs, tidal wetlands and estuaries near onshore support bases, nearshore LNG facilities or refineries, are ideally positioned to support and benefit from blue carbon projects. 36.5 Types of NBS projects relevant to upstream. 36.6 Integrating NBS into climate strategy. Nature-based solutions can be part of offset portfolios if projects meet credible standards, biodiversity net gain (BNG) or nature-positive targets, ESG reporting under frameworks like TNFD, Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, corporate climate risk mitigation, e.g., physical asset resilience, community engagement programs. They should complement, not replace, emissions reduction from operations. 36.7 Standards for blue carbon offsets. Blue carbon projects are increasingly certified under Verra's VCS plus VMUs for tidal wetland and seagrass restoration, Plan Vivo for community-focused coastal resilience, ARTREES for jurisdictional REDD+ in coastal forests. Gold standard pilot methodologies. Key is ensuring additionality, permanence, and local involvement. 36.8 Case studies. Petronas, Malaysia, mangrove restoration. Partnered with local NGOs to restore 5,000 hectares of mangroves along Borneo's coast, near upstream assets. Project supports both carbon goals and flood protection for communities. Equinor, Arctic Biodiversity Program. Integrated a seagrass protection zone in their Arctic offshore project's environmental baseline, reducing project-related sediment disruption. Shell, Western Africa blue carbon feasibility. Conducted feasibility studies for carbon credit generation from mangrove restoration, near its operations in the Niger Delta. 36.9 Risks and challenges. Mitigation involves community partnership, transparent MRV and scientific rigor. 36.10 Governance and stakeholder engagement. Successful blue carbon projects involve local communities and traditional owners, environmental NGOs and scientists, government permitting authorities, marine spatial planning bodies. Building trust and shared value is essential, especially in biodiverse, politically sensitive regions. 36.11 The future of blue carbon in oil and gas. Growing interest in sovereign-level blue carbon programs, e.g. Indonesia, Panama. Emerging blended finance vehicles for marine NBS. Alignment with TNFD, SBTN and nature-positive frameworks. Potential integration into Scope 3 climate compensation strategies. Digital MRV, satellite, AI, drones, enabling better tracking. Blue carbon is evolving from a niche offset class to a mainstream climate asset class. 36.12 Conclusion. Nature-based solutions, and especially blue carbon, offer upstream companies a unique opportunity to support climate goals, build resilience into their operations, and deliver tangible benefits to ecosystems and communities. When done with integrity, NBS can be a cornerstone of a credible, impactful upstream climate strategy. Nature is not a liability, it's a climate ally. Chapter 37: Climate Resilient Infrastructure and Adaptation Planning in Upstream Assets. 37.1 Introduction. While much of the climate strategy for upstream oil and gas focuses on mitigation, reducing emissions, the sector must also confront the rising urgency of climate adaptation. Upstream infrastructure, from offshore platforms to Arctic drill pads to pipeline corridors, is increasingly exposed to climate-related physical risks such as rising sea levels, increased storm frequency and intensity, permafrost thaw, flooding and coastal erosion, wildfires and heat waves, water scarcity. This chapter addresses how upstream companies can design, retrofit, and operate assets to be climate resilient, ensuring operational continuity, worker safety, and environmental protection under changing climate conditions. 37.2 Understanding physical climate risk. There are two primary categories of physical risk. Both must be incorporated into asset lifecycle planning, from feasibility and design to decommissioning. 37.3 Key vulnerabilities in upstream infrastructure. In many cases, legacy infrastructure was not designed for future climate conditions. 37.4 Climate Adaptation Planning Framework. A robust adaptation strategy should include physical climate risk assessment, use of IPCC scenarios, e.g. SSPs, downscaled climate models, asset-level exposure mapping, vulnerability and criticality analysis. Identify high-value or mission-critical assets. Understand failure modes and interdependencies. Adaptation measures design. Engineering solutions. Operational, contingency planning. Nature-based defenses, e.g. mangroves. Monitoring and feedback. Integrate with enterprise risk management, ERM. Adjust as science and exposure evolve. 37.5 Engineering for resilience. Adaptation strategies can be integrated into asset design or retrofits. Elevated platforms above projected sea levels. Flood barriers and storm surge defenses. Flexible pipeline materials to accommodate thawing or shifting soils. Cooling and ventilation upgrades for hotter operating conditions. Enhanced drainage and water retention systems. Wind load reinforcements on facilities in cyclone-prone areas. These often align with safety, reliability, and business continuity goals. 37.6 Nature-based and hybrid adaptation solutions. Nature-based solutions, NBS, complement engineering fixes and include mangroves and wetlands for shoreline protection, revegetation and reforestation to reduce erosion, living shorelines near terminals, green infrastructure around roads and logistics routes. Hybrid approaches combine concrete and nature for optimized protection. 37.7 Integration into project lifecycle. Resilience planning should be embedded in HSE, asset integrity and risk management processes. 37.8 Case studies. Total Energies, Mozambique LNG. Design adapted to rising cyclone risk and coastal flooding, including elevated storage tanks and breakwater protections. ConocoPhillips, Alaska. Use of thermosiphons and elevated drill pads to protect permafrost integrity. Petrobras, Brazilian offshore assets. Improved wave loading designs and upgraded mooring systems after climate risk assessments. 37.9 Climate risk disclosure and governance. Regulators and investors increasingly expect climate resilience transparency. Key frameworks. TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, Physical Risk Assessment and Governance. ISSB, International Sustainability Standards Board, Climate Resilience Metrics. CDP Climate Questionnaire, Adaptation and Risk Mitigation Strategies. Boards must be informed and engaged on climate risk governance. 37.10 Adaptation co-benefits and cost savings. Well-planned adaptation measures often reduce insurance premiums, avoid production downtime, minimize environmental harm from asset failure, enhance social license in host communities, improve long-term asset ROI. Climate resilience is not just a cost, it's a strategic investment. 37.11 Barriers to implementation. Short-term planning cycles. Uncertainty in climate projections. Capital constraints for retrofits. Fragmented internal responsibilities. Underestimation of chronic risks. Solutions include climate scenario training, cross-functional resilience teams, and board-level KPIs. 37.12 Conclusion. Climate adaptation is no longer optional. Upstream firms must design and operate with the assumption that climate disruption is already underway. By investing in climate-resilient infrastructure, companies can protect their operations, reduce liabilities, and fulfill their duty of care to workers, communities, and shareholders. A resilient asset is a future-proof asset. Chapter 38. Circular Economy and Materials Efficiency in Upstream Supply Chains. 38.1 Introduction. The circular economy offers a paradigm shift from the traditional take, make, dispose model to one where materials are kept in use for as long as possible and waste is minimized. In the upstream oil and gas sector, this translates into rethinking material flows, extending equipment life, optimizing logistics, and reducing resource intensity across the supply chain. This chapter explores how circular economy principles can be strategically applied to enhance operational efficiency, reduce emissions, and cut costs in the upstream sector. 38.2 The case for circularity in upstream. Upstream operations rely on intensive material inputs, from steel, water, and chemicals to specialized equipment and packaging. These material flows contribute to Scope 3 emissions, waste generation, supply chain vulnerabilities, high operating costs. Circular practices help improve resource efficiency, reduce indirect emissions, increase asset utilization, enhance ESG performance. 38.3 Core Circular Economy Principles. These principles should guide procurement, operations, and decommissioning. 38.4 Materials Efficiency Opportunities. 1. Steel and metals. Use high-strength, lighter alloys to reduce volume. Implement modular equipment design for easier reuse. Partner with suppliers for take-back programs on used steel. 2. Chemicals and drilling fluids. Use closed-loop mud systems. Opt for non-toxic, biodegradable chemicals. Recycle and regenerate base fluids when feasible. 3. Water. Employ produced water reinjection or treatment for reuse. Minimize freshwater intake by optimizing water use in completions. Monitor leakage and evaporation losses. 38.5 Equipment Lifecycle Optimization. Implement asset tracking systems, RFID digital twins for inventory management. Invest in preventive maintenance and predictive analytics to extend life. Design for refurbishment and redeployment, not single use. Build local capability for repair and remanufacturing. A shift from ownership to service-based models, e.g., equipment as a service, can also promote circularity. 38.6 Waste Minimization Strategies. Set waste intensity KPIs to drive performance. 38.7 Circular Procurement. Embed circularity clauses in supplier contracts. Prioritize vendors offering remanufactured or low-carbon materials. Use life cycle assessment (LCA) in procurement decisions. Standardize parts to simplify reuse across sites. Engage suppliers in collaborative innovation to develop circular solutions. 38.8 Digital enablers of circular practices. IoT sensors for real-time monitoring of material and energy use. Blockchain for materials traceability and waste tracking. AI and ML for inventory optimization and demand forecasting. Digital marketplaces for surplus or used equipment. Digital tools improve visibility, efficiency, and accountability across the value chain. 38.9 Circularity and emissions reduction. Improved materials efficiency and reuse contribute to Scope 3 reductions, including Category 1, Purchased goods and services. Category 5, Waste generated in operations. Category 8, Upstream leased assets. Circular economy is thus a climate strategy multiplier. 38.10 Case studies. BP, reusable drill pipe packaging. Transitioned from wood to reusable metal cradles for offshore drill pipe delivery, reducing waste by 90% and lowering logistics emissions. Total Energies closed-loop water system. In Argentina's shale operations, implemented a mobile water treatment system that recycles flowback and produced water for reuse. Shell waste-to-value pilot. Tested conversion of oily waste into construction material at onshore sites in the Middle East, diverting thousands of tons from landfill. 38.11 Circular economy KPIs for Upstream. Tracking these KPIs helps set goals and demonstrate progress. 38.12 Implementation Roadmap. Assess baseline material and waste flows. Identify high-impact circular opportunities. Engage procurement, operations, and logistics teams. Pilot circular initiatives at selected sites. Scale successful practices across the portfolio. Incorporate into corporate sustainability reporting. Start small, prove value, then expand. 38.13 Conclusion. Circular economy strategies present a win-win for the upstream sector, lowering costs and emissions while increasing efficiency and resilience. By designing waste out, extending the life of materials, and innovating with suppliers, upstream companies can transition toward a regenerative, climate-aligned future. What gets reused gets results. Chapter 39. Climate-conscious innovation and R&D in upstream operations. 39.1 Introduction. Innovation and research are the engines of transformation. As the upstream oil and gas sector navigates an era of decarbonization and environmental scrutiny, its R&D agenda must evolve to prioritize not only productivity and safety, but also climate alignment. This chapter explores how upstream operators can drive climate-conscious innovation across technologies, materials, processes, and business models to meet environmental targets while maintaining competitiveness. 39.2 Redefining the innovation mandate. Historically, upstream innovation focused on enhanced oil recovery (EOR), drilling and completions efficiency, safety and automation, reservoir modeling. Today's imperative requires expanding that focus to include low-carbon technologies, emission detection and abatement, energy efficiency, nature-based integration, circular design and reuse. R&D must be aligned with climate science, policy trends, and sustainability goals. 39.3 Strategic areas for climate-aligned R&D. 1. Methane detection and reduction. Advanced leak detection using satellites, drones, and continuous sensors. New low-bleed and no-bleed valves. Materials science for tighter seals and components. Algorithms for leak localization and quantification. 2. Electrification of operations. Development of all-electric well pads. Improved subsea electric actuation. Integration with off-grid renewable power. 3. Carbon capture and utilization, CCUS. Novel solvents and membranes for capture at low concentrations. In situ mineralization techniques. Mobile capture units for small-scale facilities. 4. Low GWP alternatives. Replace sulfur hexafluoride and other high global warming potential gases in equipment. Develop climate-safe drilling fluids and foams. 5. Hydrogen and ammonia integration. Feasibility of hydrogen-powered compressors and turbines. Materials research for corrosion resistance in H environments. 39.4 Innovation in materials and design. Low-carbon steel and cement for wells and infrastructure. Smart materials that respond to environmental conditions. Modular designs for disassembly and reuse. Bio-based materials for temporary components. Design thinking and life cycle assessment, LCA, must be embedded in engineering choices. 39.5 Digital innovation for climate goals. Digitalization can drive energy efficiency, emissions visibility, and operational agility. 39.6 Open innovation and ecosystem collaboration. Climate challenges are too complex for siloed R&D. Upstream companies must partner with startups and clean tech firms. Engage in public-private partnerships. Participate in university-led research consortia. Fund pre-competitive innovation platforms, e.g., OGCI Net Zero Technology Center. Collaboration accelerates innovation and reduces duplication. 39.7 Internal enablers of climate R&D. Dedicated low-carbon R&D budgets. Incentive structures for climate-focused inventions. Technology roadmaps aligned with net zero scenarios. Cross-functional innovation teams, including ESG, engineering, and operations. Fast-track pilots and testbeds at live sites. Leadership must make climate innovation core to business strategy, not an R&D sidetrack. 39.8 Metrics for climate innovation. These metrics help justify R&D investments and inform external disclosures. 39.9 Case examples. Equinor, offshore wind for platform power. R&D enabled the integration of floating offshore wind to power platforms, reducing operational emissions significantly. Aramco, carbon-neutral synthetic fuel R&D. Developing climate-aligned synthetic fuels using captured carbon dioxide and green hydrogen. Chevron, methane sensor deployment pilot. Partnered with a startup to trial AI-enabled methane detection sensors at Permian Basin sites. 39.10 Policy and funding drivers. Climate-conscious upstream R&D is increasingly supported and required by national net zero strategies, green innovation funds and tax credits, carbon pricing mechanisms that reward low-carbon tech, disclosure frameworks e.g. ISSB, CDP, that encourage tech transparency, shareholder pressure for climate-aligned CapEx. Aligning innovation with external policy and internal climate targets is critical. 39.11 Conclusion. The future of upstream is being shaped in today's labs, pilot sites, and innovation teams. To remain competitive and responsible, companies must embed climate goals at the core of their R&D strategy. Innovation isn't just about finding more hydrocarbons, it's about finding better ways to produce them with fewer emissions, less waste, and more resilience. The next frontier in upstream is carbon-smart innovation. Chapter 40. Building a climate-aligned workforce and culture in upstream organizations. 40.1 Introduction. Technology alone won't solve the climate challenge. Real change requires people and culture, employees, leaders, and partners who are engaged, informed, and empowered to align their daily decisions with climate objectives. This chapter explores how upstream companies can foster a climate-aligned workforce, embed sustainability into corporate DNA, and drive the organizational transformation needed to thrive in a decarbonizing world. 40.2 Why workforce engagement matters. Without workforce alignment, even the best climate strategies can fail. Companies must build internal capability to meet net zero goals, reduce resistance to change, harness employee creativity and commitment, meet growing expectations from millennials, Gen Z, and ESG investors. Culture is the climate strategy multiplier. 40.3 The climate competency gap. Companies must address these gaps through education, tools, and incentives. 40.4 Key components of a climate-aligned workforce strategy. Leadership buy-in and role modeling. Senior leaders must visibly support and engage in climate action. Incorporate climate performance into executive incentives. Training and capacity building. Climate literacy programs for all staff levels. Role-specific modules, e.g. for engineers, procurement, field operators. Gamified learning platforms and simulations. Incentives and recognition. Climate-related KPIs in bonuses and promotions. Annual awards for sustainability innovation. Recognition in performance reviews. Cross-functional collaboration. Climate champions in every department. Interdisciplinary green teams and task forces. Regular climate forums and idea-sharing events. 40.5 Embedding climate into organizational culture. Cultural anchors for success. Transparency, share progress, setbacks, and emissions data. Accountability, clear ownership of climate goals at all levels. Empowerment, encourage bottom-up innovation. Adaptability, foster a learning mindset amid evolving climate expectations. Use storytelling, internal newsletters, and leadership videos to build emotional connection. 40.6 Recruiting and retaining climate-conscious talent. The upstream sector must compete for top talent with the tech and renewables industries. Key tactics. Highlight climate ambitions in employer branding. Offer purpose-driven career paths in emissions reduction, circular economy, and nature-based solutions. Partner with universities on climate-focused research and internships. Embed sustainability criteria into job descriptions and hiring processes. Young professionals want to build, not just extract. Give them the tools and the purpose. 40.7 Workforce planning for the energy transition. As operations decarbonize, skill needs will shift. Consider. Use reskilling and upskilling programs to transition existing staff to future-ready roles. 40.8 Field workforce engagement. Field personnel are central to emissions control and operational efficiency. To engage them. Translate climate goals into tangible daily actions. Provide feedback loops, e.g., flaring dashboards. Reward innovations that improve sustainability. Use digital tools for energy performance tracking on site. Practical engagement beats abstract vision statements. 40.9 Internal communications and change management. Successful culture change requires sustained internal communication. Best practices include monthly climate updates with stories, metrics, and milestones. CEO videos on sustainability progress. Climate minute segments in team meetings. Climate-focused intranet hubs and idea boards. Peer-to-peer climate storytelling. The message must be relevant, credible, and consistent. 40.10 DEI and climate, a shared agenda. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI and climate goals intersect. Diverse teams bring more innovative climate solutions. Inclusion ensures fair access to green roles and training. Equity demands a just transition for affected workers and communities. Embed climate into DEI strategies, and vice versa. 40.11 Case studies. Climate Academy for Upstream staff. Launched a modular internal climate training platform reaching 10,000 plus employees globally, customized by function and geography. BP, Climate Champions Program. Created a network of 1,200 trained employees, empowered to lead climate initiatives across business units. Equinor, Just Transition Planning. Proactive upskilling and redeployment of oil field workers into offshore wind and CCUS operations. 40.12 Metrics for measuring climate culture. Track, publish, and act on these metrics to show commitment and adjust programs. 40.13 Conclusion. A company's climate culture is not built in a day, but it can be eroded in one if leadership fails to act. Upstream firms must nurture a workforce that understands climate challenges, feels empowered to act, and is proud to be part of the solution. Climate strategy is not just an engineering challenge, it's a people challenge. Empowered employees are your most powerful decarbonization tool. Chapter 41. Integrating ESG and Climate Reporting for Upstream Operations. 41.1 Introduction. Environmental, social, and governance, ESG, and climate reporting have become indispensable tools for upstream oil and gas companies to demonstrate accountability, satisfy investor expectations, and comply with regulatory obligations. Transparent and reliable reporting also drives internal alignment and helps companies stay competitive in a carbon-constrained world. This chapter explores how upstream operators can integrate climate disclosures into broader ESG reporting frameworks, improve data quality, and use reporting as a lever for transformation, not just compliance. 41.2 Why ESG and climate reporting matter. Investors are reallocating capital based on ESG ratings and climate risk exposure. Regulators, e.g., SEC, CSRD, ISSB, are requiring mandatory disclosures. Customers and partners demand transparency on emissions and social performance. Employees and communities expect alignment with climate and social responsibility. Reporting is no longer a niche sustainability function, it's strategic. 41.3 Key climate and ESG frameworks. Many of these frameworks are converging under ISSB to simplify reporting burdens. 41.4 Principles of high-quality climate reporting. Materiality. Focus on what matters most to stakeholders and business value. Consistency. Use comparable metrics year on year. Accuracy. Apply verified methodologies and third-party assurance. Timeliness. Publish reports aligned with financial filings. Clarity. Avoid jargon and disclose assumptions transparently. A strong report tells both the story and the numbers. 41.5 Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions disclosure. Advanced reporters break down Scope 1 by source, e.g., combustion, venting, and facility. 41.6 Reporting beyond emissions. A robust ESG report for Upstream should include water use and intensity, spill and incident tracking, biodiversity impacts, waste management and circularity, workforce demographics and diversity, indigenous rights and community engagement, board oversight of climate strategy. Use a balanced scorecard approach across environmental and social metrics. 41.7 Building an integrated reporting system. Map stakeholders and disclosure requirements. Establish a unified ESG data architecture. Use digital tools to automate data capture, e.g., IoT, SCADA, ERP integration. Assign ownership to functions, e.g., operations, HR, finance, HSE. Apply internal audit and third-party assurance. Align ESG with financial and operational KPIs. Avoid siloed reporting. Integrate ESG into core management dashboards. 41.8 Role of technology in ESG reporting. Tech reduces manual reporting burden and enhances credibility. 41.9 Assurance and credibility. To avoid accusations of greenwashing, obtain third-party assurance of emissions and ESG data. Align with GHG protocol, ISO 14064 or country-specific standards. Provide clear documentation of methodologies and assumptions. Disclose uncertainties and limitations. Credible reporting builds stakeholder trust and protects license to operate. 41.10 Case examples. Shell, ESG integration into annual report. Combines financial, operational, and climate performance into a single annual document with scenario analysis. Woodside, Scope 3 transparency. Reports Scope 3 emissions from customer product use, with abatement engagement plans. Total Energies, double materiality approach. Considers both how climate affects the company and how the company affects the climate. 41.11 From reporting to action. Reporting must drive performance. Key enablers include tying ESG KPIs to executive and team incentives, embedding climate metrics into capital allocation decisions, conducting internal ESG audits linked to operational performance, using reports to identify high-impact improvement areas. The best reports reflect a management system, not just a communications product. 41.12 Common pitfalls to avoid. Data silos between departments. Lagging disclosure cycles, e.g., publishing 18 months after data collection. Inconsistent boundaries or baselines. Over-reliance on offsets without reduction plans. Greenhushing, withholding progress for fear of criticism. Prioritize transparency over perfection. 41.13 Conclusion. In the upstream oil and gas sector, ESG and climate reporting are rapidly becoming strategic imperatives. Effective disclosure not only meets external demands but unlocks internal insight, drives accountability, and supports sustainable transformation. The goal isn't to impress, it's to improve. What gets reported gets managed. What gets verified gets believed. Chapter 42. Financing low-carbon projects in the upstream sector. 42.1 Introduction. As upstream companies face increasing pressure to reduce emissions, The ability to finance low-carbon projects, from carbon capture to electrification and methane abatement, has become mission-critical. These projects are often capital-intensive and may not deliver traditional short-term ROI, making creative financing, partnerships, and new valuation models essential. This chapter explores financing mechanisms, investor trends, public-private opportunities, and risk mitigation strategies for enabling climate-aligned investment in upstream oil and gas. 42.2 The evolving capital landscape. Investors and financial institutions are re-evaluating their exposure to fossil fuel assets, focusing instead on transition plans and low-carbon portfolios. ESG integration into risk pricing. Green and sustainability-linked lending. Disclosure-aligned investment decisions. Access to capital is increasingly conditional on climate performance and future-proofed business models. 42.3 Types of low-carbon projects in upstream. Each type varies in cost, maturity, and investor appetite. 42.4 Key financing models. 1. On-balance sheet investment. Company funds the project directly. Often used for near-term cost-saving initiatives. Advantage: full control. Disadvantage: capital-intensive. 2. Project finance. Ring-fenced special purpose vehicle (SPV). Common in large-scale CCS or renewables integration. Can leverage non-recourse debt. 3. Green and sustainability-linked loans (SLLs). Lower interest rates if sustainability targets are met. Tied to specific KPIs, e.g., emissions intensity reduction. 4. Government grants and tax incentives. Includes U.S. IRA 45Q, Canadian Investment Tax Credit, EU Innovation Fund. Can reduce CapEx significantly. 5. Carbon markets and offsets. Projects generate tradable carbon credits. Revenue stream supports financial viability. 6. Blended finance. Combines public and private capital to de-risk projects. Often used in developing markets or early-stage CCS. 42.5 Engaging capital providers. Upstream companies should tailor pitches to climate-conscious investors by articulating climate alignment and emission reduction outcomes, providing transparent project economics and lifecycle impacts, demonstrating risk mitigation, e.g., regulatory, technical, reputational, offering performance-linked structures, e.g., SPTs or milestone KPIs, highlighting co-benefits, e.g., biodiversity, job creation, resilience. Investors want to fund climate-smart assets, not legacy liabilities. 42.6 Role of multilateral and development finance. Agencies like the World Bank, IFC, IB, and regional development banks increasingly support methane abatement in low-income producing countries, gas flare reduction, just transition planning, nature-based climate solutions. These institutions offer concessional funding, technical support, and guarantees. 42.7 Risk allocation and mitigation. Financing low-carbon projects requires addressing several key risks. Well-structured projects de-risk investment and build stakeholder trust. 42.8 Valuing low-carbon projects. Traditional NPV and IRR may not capture full value. Upstream operators should also assess carbon abatement cost, $TCOE, cost of inaction, e.g., carbon taxes, stranded assets, strategic alignment value, license to operate, brand equity, scenario resilience under IEA or IPCC pathways, access to capital benefits from climate-friendly portfolios. Adopting a total impact valuation approach can justify climate investments. 42.9 Case studies. Occidental Petroleum, direct air capture financing. Formed a joint venture with Carbon Engineering, and secured equity and pre-purchase agreements from Stripe, Airbus and others to fund DAC plant construction. Total Energies (CCS) joint ventures utilized SPVs and public co-financing to fund CCS hubs in Europe, distributing risk across partners. Petronas sustainability-linked sukuk issued Asia's first sustainability-linked Islamic bond, tied to GHG intensity reduction KPIs. 42.10 Best practices for upstream firms. Build internal carbon finance expertise. Integrate climate into CapEx planning and hurdle rates. Leverage cross-sector partnerships and innovation funds. Communicate low-carbon success stories to investors. Continuously scan funding opportunities and evolving incentives. Finance teams must become climate literate and opportunity-driven. 42.11 Conclusion. Financing low-carbon initiatives in the upstream sector is not just feasible, it's increasingly imperative. The flow of capital is now following emissions performance. To secure funding and maintain long-term relevance, upstream companies must treat climate investment as core business strategy, not peripheral CSR. Money follows vision, especially a decarbonized one. Chapter 43: Climate Policy Engagement and Advocacy by Upstream Companies. 43.1 Introduction. Upstream oil and gas companies operate within a dynamic web of climate policy, regulation, and stakeholder influence. Rather than being passive recipients of regulation, industry leaders are realizing the strategic value of proactive, transparent, and responsible policy engagement, to both influence sound policy and secure their social license to operate. This chapter explores how upstream operators can effectively engage in climate-related policy processes, support constructive regulation, and advocate in a way that aligns corporate climate goals with public interests. 43.2 Why Policy Engagement Matters. Climate policy directly affects costs, markets, and long-term viability. Carbon pricing, methane rules, and emissions disclosure mandates shape operational models. Governments are key partners in deploying carbon capture, hydrogen, and renewable integration. Investors increasingly scrutinize corporate lobbying behavior for alignment with climate goals. Policy engagement is no longer a side activity, it is a core business strategy. 43.3 Risks of misaligned or opaque advocacy. Upstream companies face mounting scrutiny over lobbying against climate science or targets, membership in trade associations opposing climate action, inconsistencies between public climate commitments and private lobbying. Misalignment can lead to reputational damage, ESG downgrades, and loss of stakeholder trust. Transparency is essential. 43.4 Principles of Responsible Climate Policy Engagement. Alignment. Ensure all advocacy efforts align with science-based climate targets, e.g. 1.5 degrees Celsius. Transparency. Disclose positions, trade association memberships, and lobbying spend. Accountability. Assign board-level oversight and conduct regular alignment reviews. Constructiveness. Engage policymakers with solutions, not just criticisms. Inclusivity. Involve local communities and indigenous voices in policy dialogue. 43.5 Key policy areas for engagement. Upstream firms must inform, not obstruct, well-designed policy in these domains. 43.6 Engaging with policymakers. Effective strategies include participating in public consultations and hearings, submitting position papers and impact studies, collaborating with academic institutions for policy research, hosting site visits to demonstrate technologies and environmental performance, forming coalitions for shared advocacy, e.g., CCS hubs, hydrogen alliances. Relationship building must be long-term and trust-based, not transactional. 43.7 Role of industry associations. Trade associations, e.g., API, IOGP, CAP, wield significant influence but often lag behind progressive climate goals. Best practices. Review association climate positions annually. Publicly disclose alignment or divergence. Withdraw membership or funding if misalignment is persistent. Support associations working toward climate-positive frameworks. Companies can't hide behind industry groups, they're judged by the company they keep. 43.8 International climate forums and treaties. Upstream firms with global operations should engage in UNFCCC COP negotiations, via observer status or coalitions. Clean Energy Ministerial (GEM) and Mission Innovation Platforms. Regional initiatives like OGCI, NZEI, and Methane Guiding Principles. Participation allows influence on emerging norms, e.g., carbon markets, MRV standards, and enhances credibility. 43.9 Engaging subnational and local governments. Provincial and municipal governments often pilot climate innovations. Effective engagement includes co-developing regional emissions reduction plans, partnering on infrastructure and workforce development, engaging indigenous and frontline communities early in project siting, supporting local biodiversity and resilience policies. Local alignment builds community goodwill and smoother permitting. 43.10 Case studies. Shell Lobbying Transparency Report. Annual public report discloses climate policy positions and reviews of trade association alignment. Equinor Policy support for offshore wind and CCS. Active collaboration with the Norwegian government on funding and regulation for low-carbon energy hubs. Occidental bipartisan advocacy for direct air capture incentives. Constructive engagement with both Democratic and Republican lawmakers on carbon removal legislation. 43.11 Evaluating and improving policy engagement. Use third-party tools, e.g., Influence Map, Climate Action 100+, to benchmark performance. 43.12 Conclusion. In the energy transition, silence is no longer neutral. Upstream companies must engage actively, transparently, and responsibly in shaping climate policy. Doing so ensures that regulations are practical, investments are de-risked, and operations are future-fit. To influence the rules of the game, you must play by higher ones. Chapter 44. Scenario Planning and Future-Proofing in a Decarbonizing World. 44.1 Introduction. The upstream oil and gas sector faces deep uncertainty in the decades ahead. From carbon pricing and climate regulations to technology shifts and changing demand, companies must navigate complex and volatile conditions. Traditional forecasting is no longer enough. This chapter explores the use of scenario planning as a strategic tool to future-proof upstream operations, enabling resilience and adaptability in the face of the energy transition. 44.2 Why scenario planning matters. Scenario planning isn't about predicting the future, it's about preparing for plausible futures. It helps companies identify and manage climate-related transition and physical risks. Stress test strategies under divergent pathways. Anticipate market, regulatory, and societal shifts. Align capital planning with long-term resilience. Firms that engage in robust scenario planning are better equipped to survive and thrive through change. 44.3 Characteristics of effective scenarios. Most companies model 3 to 4 scenarios to balance diversity and depth. 44.4 Common climate scenarios in use. Use of third-party scenarios ensures transparency and comparability. 44.5 Building internal scenarios. Beyond external frameworks, companies can develop customized scenarios by identifying critical uncertainties, e.g., carbon price, demand shift, CCS adoption. Developing scenario narratives, storylines with logical trajectories. Quantifying key metrics, e.g., oil price, emissions intensity, market share. Mapping strategic implications, e.g., stranded asset risk, capital reallocation needs. Tools like Monte Carlo simulation, real options valuation, and system dynamics modeling can support quantification. 44.6 Key variables to include. Each scenario should assess both transition and physical climate risks. 44.7 Linking scenarios to business strategy. Scenario planning is only useful if it's applied to decision-making. Use scenarios to test robustness of portfolio and project economics. Assess carbon lock-in and asset stranding risks. Prioritize investments in low-regret opportunities. Set flexible trigger-based decision rules, e.g., invest if carbon price greater than $X. Guide capital allocation and divestment timing. Scenarios should inform strategic agility, not paralysis. 44.8 Adaptive strategy and dynamic planning. Modern scenario planning moves from one-time exercises to continuous adaptive strategy. Components include regular scenario refresh cycles, e.g., every 1 to 2 years. Early warning systems, e.g., policy tracker, market signals. Strategic options portfolios, e.g., scalable CCS, modular renewables. Decision trees and flex points. Integration into enterprise risk management, frameworks. Flexibility becomes a core strategic asset in a decarbonizing world. 44.9 Case studies. BP, Energy Outlook Scenarios. Publishes annual scenarios exploring accelerated, net zero, and new momentum pathways linked to strategic repositioning. Suncor, Internal Scenario Planning for Carbon Risk. Assesses upstream asset exposure to high carbon price futures. Uses results to prioritize emissions-reducing investments. Repsol, Scenario-based capital planning. Aligns investments with both short and long-term climate scenarios. Includes dynamic updates for regulatory shifts. 44.10 Pitfalls to avoid. Using scenarios to justify status quo rather than challenge it. Failing to update scenarios as conditions evolve. Over-focusing on global narratives, ignoring regional realities. Not integrating scenario findings into real operational decisions. Treating scenario planning as a siloed sustainability task. Scenario work must be cross-functional and board-informed. 44.11 Conclusion. Scenario planning enables upstream companies to confront climate uncertainty not with fear, but with foresight. By preparing for a range of possible futures, companies can stay agile, protect value, and align their strategies with long-term sustainability. In a volatile world, the most resilient companies will not predict the future. They will be ready for it. Chapter 45. Strategic Talent Development for a Low-Carbon Upstream Workforce. 45.1 Introduction. As the upstream oil and gas sector evolves under the pressures of climate change, regulatory transformation, and technological disruption, its workforce must evolve too. The future demands a new kind of talent, one that blends traditional engineering and operational expertise with digital fluency, sustainability knowledge, and resilience mindset. This chapter explores how upstream companies can future-proof their human capital, retrain existing teams, attract climate-aligned talent, and build the skills base needed for a net-zero-aligned future. 45.2 The workforce shift in context. The upstream sector is experiencing 3 simultaneous shifts. Decarbonization, requiring knowledge in emissions management, carbon accounting, and clean technologies. Digitalization, demanding skills in AI, automation, and data analytics. Diversification, necessitating systems thinking across renewables, hydrogen, and circular economy models. Companies that fail to adapt risk not only technical obsolescence, but also recruitment and retention challenges, especially among younger professionals. 45.3 Key skill areas for the low-carbon transition. A successful workforce must combine technical excellence with systems awareness. 45.4 Strategies for workforce development. 1. Upskilling existing employees. Short courses, micro-credentials, e.g. carbon accounting, ESG reporting. Internal knowledge sharing platforms. Mentoring between seasoned engineers and sustainability specialists. 2. Reskilling for role transition. Programs to shift field personnel to low-carbon operations, e.g. CCS site maintenance. Early identification of at-risk roles and pathways to transition. Government-supported just transition training partnerships. 3. Recruiting next-generation talent. Focus on STEM plus sustainability backgrounds. University partnerships and climate innovation challenges. Internships linked to real climate initiatives, e.g. methane reduction pilots. 4. Embedding climate in leadership training. Board and executive programs on climate strategy. Linking KPIs and incentive structures to climate performance. 45.5 Internal capability mapping. Upstream firms should conduct a skills audit to map current capabilities and identify gaps. This mapping informs strategic workforce planning. 45.6 Aligning culture with climate ambition. Talent development alone is not enough. It must be supported by a culture that recognizes and rewards climate innovation, encourages cross-disciplinary collaboration, values long-term impact over short-term output, centers diversity, equity, and inclusion in the transition. Culture change begins at the top and is reinforced by policy, incentives, and storytelling. 45.7 Collaboration for scalable workforce impact. Upstream firms should engage in collective action by partnering with academic institutions to shape relevant curricula, collaborating with industry associations to standardize training, supporting vocational training programs in affected communities, contributing to public-private workforce transition initiatives. The low-carbon transition is a systems challenge. It requires system solutions. 45.8 Metrics for success. Regular tracking builds accountability and guides resource allocation. 45.9 Case studies. Equinor, Low Carbon Skills Academy. In-house training platform focusing on CCS, hydrogen and energy efficiency across technical roles. Woodside Energy, Digital and Climate Innovation Hub. Initiative to blend emissions tech, automation and remote operations skills under a unified innovation strategy. Total Energies, Climate Education for Executives. Executive Development Program on Climate Governance, Net Zero Strategy and ESG Risk. 45.10 Conclusion. A company's path to net zero is only as strong as its people. To meet the challenges of a climate-constrained future, upstream firms must build and nurture a workforce that is skilled, engaged, and motivated by purpose. The energy transition isn't just technological, it's human. Chapter 46. Leveraging Artificial Intelligence for Emissions Optimization. 46.1 Introduction. Artificial intelligence, AI, is rapidly transforming the upstream oil and gas sector, unlocking new possibilities for operational efficiency, predictive maintenance, and safety. But one of its most powerful emerging applications lies in emissions optimization, helping companies detect, prevent, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions with unprecedented precision. This chapter explores how AI can be applied across the upstream value chain to enable real-time emissions management, accelerate decarbonization, and support compliance and transparency goals. 46.2 Why AI matters for emissions. Traditional methods for monitoring and managing emissions in upstream operations often rely on periodic manual inspections, retrospective reporting, or static modeling. These approaches are time-consuming, subject to human error, poorly suited to dynamic, high-volume environments. AI overcomes these limitations by enabling continuous, real-time monitoring, automated anomaly detection, predictive forecasting of emissions events, optimized control of process parameters. The result: smarter decisions, faster interventions, and significantly lower emissions intensity. 46.3 Key AI technologies for emissions optimization. These tools form the foundation for intelligent emissions control systems. 46.4 use cases across the upstream lifecycle. 1. Exploration and drilling. AI forecasts drilling-related emissions by analyzing mud losses, flaring risk, and energy use. Optimized well design minimizes future venting or flow interruptions. 2. Production operations. ML models identify inefficient separators, pumps, and compressors contributing to fugitive emissions. AI-enabled control systems dynamically adjust operating parameters to reduce energy use and emissions. 3. Flaring and venting control. Real-time flare stack monitoring with optical sensors and AI image classification. AI systems recommend operational adjustments to prevent unnecessary venting. 4. Methane detection and abatement. Drones and satellite imagery analyzed by AI detect leaks faster than manual inspections. Predictive maintenance schedules are generated based on equipment behavior trends. 5. Emissions reporting and compliance. NLP algorithms automate the extraction and classification of emissions data for regulatory filings. AI validates sensor outputs and flags data inconsistencies. 46.5 Architecture of an AI-driven emissions platform. An integrated AI platform typically includes data acquisition layer, sensors, meters, SCADA systems, drones, satellites. Data processing layer, edge computing and cloud analytics. AI and ML engine, predictive models, anomaly detection, optimization algorithms. Visualization and control layer, dashboards, alerts, integration with control systems. Governance and compliance layer, audit trails, access control, data quality assurance. This modular architecture allows for scalability and interoperability across assets. 46.6 Benefits and ROI. Firms often recover their AI investment within 12 to 24 months, especially in methane-intensive operations. 46.7 Challenges to AI deployment. Despite its promise, upstream firms must address data availability and quality. Legacy assets may lack sensors or structured data. Cybersecurity risks. AI systems must be protected from manipulation or intrusion. Integration complexity. Linking AI to legacy control systems can require significant engineering. Workforce readiness. Staff need training to understand and trust AI outputs. Governance frameworks. Clear policies are needed for algorithm transparency and accountability. A phased rollout with robust change management is essential. 46.8 Case studies. BP methane detection with AI and drones. Deployed AI-powered drone networks in U.S. shale fields to detect methane leaks, reducing inspection costs by 90% and cutting emissions by 74%. Chevron AI-driven compressor optimization. Used reinforcement learning algorithms to minimize flaring at gas processing plants, resulting in improved throughput and lower GHG emissions. Petronas predictive maintenance for emissions control. Trained machine learning models on historical maintenance and emissions data to prevent equipment failures linked to high fugitive emissions. 46.9 Regulatory and ESG alignment. AI-powered emissions system support. EPA and EU methane rules, continuous monitoring, verified reporting. GHG protocol and Scope 1/2 disclosures. SASB and TCFD alignment. Climate Action 100+ benchmarks for emissions transparency. By building digital trust, AI helps upstream firms meet both compliance and investor expectations. 46.10 The future of AI in emissions management. Emerging frontiers include autonomous field robots for real-time detection and response, AI-powered life-cycle emissions analysis for capital project planning, carbon intensity trading platforms linked to verified AI measurement systems, collaborative AI ecosystems for shared methane data and benchmarking. As models mature, AI will become a default operating layer for emissions control in upstream energy systems. 46.11 Conclusion. Artificial intelligence offers upstream companies a powerful new toolkit to monitor, predict, and reduce their emissions. When applied strategically and responsibly, AI doesn't just make upstream operations smarter, it helps make them climate compatible. In a decarbonizing world, intelligence isn't just artificial, it's essential. Chapter 47. Financial Innovation and Climate-Aligned Investment in Upstream Oil and Gas. 47.1 Introduction. In the climate-conscious era, the upstream oil and gas sector faces not only environmental and regulatory pressures, but also financial scrutiny. Investors, insurers, and lenders increasingly demand transparency, accountability, and clear alignment with global climate goals. At the same time, upstream companies must secure capital to fund low-emissions operations, deploy transition technologies, and remain competitive. This chapter explores how financial innovation is enabling the sector to attract capital, de-risk low-carbon investments, and align portfolios with a net-zero trajectory. 47.2 The Evolving Landscape of Climate Finance. Global finance is shifting toward sustainability. Over $130 trillion in assets under management are now committed to net zero via GFANZ. ESG funds are growing faster than traditional funds. Regulators and rating agencies are incorporating climate risk into financial stability frameworks. For upstream companies, this shift presents both risk, capital flight from high-emitting assets, and opportunity, access to green, blended, and performance-linked capital. 47.3 Barriers to climate-aligned investment in upstream. Overcoming these barriers requires new financial instruments, strategies, and metrics. 47.4 Innovative financing mechanisms. 1. Sustainability-linked bonds, SLBs. Coupons tied to emissions or methane reduction targets. Penalty for underperformance, incentive for overachievement. 2. Transition bonds. Specifically designed for financing hard-to-abate sectors transitioning toward net zero. Include third-party validation of transition credibility. 3. Green loans for low-carbon projects. Earmarked for electrification, CCS, digital emissions monitoring. Preferential terms based on environmental outcomes. 4. Carbon-indexed financial instruments. Linked to carbon price trajectories, useful for hedging regulatory exposure. 5. Blended finance structures. Combine public and private capital to de-risk frontier low-carbon investments. 47.5 Internal capital allocation reform. Firms must also innovate internally by embedding carbon pricing into project economics, shadow or real price, assigning internal hurdle rates for emissions-intensive versus low-carbon projects, creating internal carbon funds to support innovation or remediation, requiring climate risk-adjusted returns in investment committee reviews. These practices help direct capital toward climate-positive outcomes while maintaining fiduciary discipline. 47.6 Investor expectations and ESG ratings. Upstream companies face growing expectations from investors and ESG assessors. Failure to meet these expectations can limit access to capital or raise borrowing costs. 47.7 Role of carbon markets and offsets. Voluntary carbon markets, VCMs, enable monetization of methane reduction, CCS, reforestation. Require robust MRV, monitoring, reporting, verification systems. Offer revenue streams and compliance flexibility. Compliance carbon markets. Emerging in Canada, EU, and US jurisdictions. Pricing carbon into upstream business models is increasingly non-negotiable. AI, blockchain, and satellite data are boosting credibility and liquidity of these markets. 47.8 Integrating financial and climate strategy. True alignment requires climate considerations to be embedded in enterprise risk management systems, long-range financial planning and budgeting, scenario analysis and stress testing, e.g., $100 per TCO scenarios, board oversight and CFO accountability on climate-related financial disclosures. Finance is no longer a separate domain. It is a key driver of upstream climate strategy. 47.9 Case studies. Repsol, transition bond pioneer, issued a €500 million transition bond for energy efficiency and emissions reduction projects in oil and gas operations. Eni, sustainability-linked loans. Linked loan margins to methane emissions performance, achieving financial incentives for environmental targets. OMV, internal carbon pricing system. Established a $100 TCOE internal carbon price applied to all upstream investments. 47.10 Key metrics for financial climate alignment. Tracking these metrics builds trust with investors and improves capital access. 47.11 Conclusion. Financial innovation is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity for upstream firms aiming to thrive in a net-zero future. By integrating climate into capital strategy and leveraging new financing mechanisms, companies can align investor confidence with environmental integrity. Capital will flow where carbon is managed and where vision meets verification. Chapter 48. Policy advocacy and the role of oil and gas in climate diplomacy. 48.1 Introduction. The upstream oil and gas sector has long influenced national and international policy through lobbying, trade associations, and participation in regulatory processes. As the world transitions to a low-carbon economy, policy advocacy must evolve, from protecting legacy interests to supporting credible, science-aligned climate action. This chapter explores how upstream companies can play a constructive role in climate diplomacy, align their lobbying efforts with net-zero goals, and engage governments and civil society in shaping fair, effective energy policy. 48.2 From defensive lobbying to constructive engagement. Historically, many oil and gas firms opposed carbon pricing and methane regulations, funded misinformation on climate science, resisted mandatory disclosure and transparency rules. Today, the most forward-looking firms are pivoting to constructive advocacy, recognizing that a stable, science-based regulatory framework is better for business than uncertainty. Alignment with investor and stakeholder expectations requires transparency in public policy positions. Participation in climate diplomacy enhances influence, reputation, and license to operate. 48.3 Principles for climate-aligned advocacy. Upstream companies seeking to support effective climate policy should adopt 5 key principles. Support the Paris Agreement and science-based targets. End opposition to carbon pricing and climate disclosure mandates. Promote strong methane regulations and technology standards. Ensure lobbying efforts are aligned across all trade associations. Commit to transparency on policy positions and lobbying expenditures. These principles are now used by investors and watchdogs to evaluate companies' credibility on climate. 48.4 Areas of policy engagement. Proactive engagement here can de-risk operations and enhance long-term resilience. 48.5 Multilateral forums and climate diplomacy. Upstream companies can contribute to global climate diplomacy through participation in UNFCCC COP meetings as observers or technical advisors. Input into IPCC technical working groups on mitigation and energy systems. Collaboration with initiatives like OGCI, IETA, and the Methane Guiding Principles. Contributions to climate finance and technology transfer programs in the Global South. Constructive presence at the global table increases credibility and policy influence. 48.6 Trade associations and alignment audits. Many upstream companies are members of trade associations whose lobbying often contradicts their public climate commitments. To address this, companies should conduct lobbying alignment audits, publicly disclose associations' positions on climate policy, withdraw from groups that obstruct science-based regulation. Example: BP, Shell, and TotalEnergies exited the American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers, AFPM, due to misalignment on carbon pricing and methane regulation. This is not just a reputational issue, it affects investor trust and ESG ratings. 48.7 Policy co-design with governments. Upstream companies can actively co-design policies by offering technical input on emissions measurement and control standards, piloting regulatory sandbox programs for new technologies, e.g. CCS flare capture, proposing market-based solutions, e.g. tradable emissions intensity permits, supporting regional transition strategies for dependent economies and workers. This collaborative model enhances policy effectiveness and operational feasibility. 48.8 Stakeholder engagement beyond government. Policy influence is increasingly shaped by non-state actors, including NGOs and climate coalitions, e.g., Environmental Defense Fund, Climate Action 100+. Financial institutions demanding alignment of advocacy with net zero plans. Civil society and indigenous organizations, especially around land use and development. Youth and environmental justice movements, with growing public and political sway. Engaging these groups respectfully and transparently is essential to policy legitimacy. 48.9 Metrics for advocacy alignment. To demonstrate credibility, companies should disclose. Such transparency builds policy legitimacy and stakeholder trust. 48.10 Case studies. Shell, Public Policy Transparency Report. Publishes detailed alignment assessments of 36 industry associations against its climate positions. Equinor, Proactive Carbon Pricing Advocacy. Actively supports EU ETS expansion and a global carbon price corridor. Integrates advocacy into corporate strategy. TotalEnergies, COP26 and COP27 participation. Engaged as an observer, supported methane reduction pledges and co-hosted technology showcases. 48.11 Conclusion. The upstream oil and gas sector cannot remain on the sidelines of climate policymaking. Through credible, transparent, and constructive advocacy, companies can help shape the regulations and partnerships that enable a just, efficient, and science-aligned energy transition. Silence is no longer neutral. Engagement is the new license to operate. Chapter 49. Resilience Planning and Climate Adaptation in Upstream Operations. 49.1 Introduction. While upstream oil and gas companies focus heavily on mitigating emissions, they must also contend with the physical risks of climate change. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, sea level rise, water scarcity, and permafrost thaw. These risks can directly impact assets, supply chains, workforces, and communities. Resilience planning and climate adaptation are no longer optional. They are vital for business continuity, safety, regulatory compliance, and stakeholder confidence. 49.2 Understanding physical climate risks in upstream operations. These impacts are intensifying in frequency, severity, and unpredictability. 49.3 Framework for climate resilience in upstream. Effective climate adaptation involves risk identification, climate modeling, GIS mapping, and vulnerability assessments. Risk quantification, scenario analysis, e.g., RCP 4.5, RCP 8.5, financial loss modeling. Risk integration, embedding climate risks in enterprise risk management (ERM). Action planning, designing site-specific adaptation strategies and engineering solutions. Monitoring and review, updating plans as conditions, science, and operations evolve. This cyclical approach supports continuous resilience improvement. 49.4 Asset-level adaptation strategies. Offshore platforms. Elevated design to withstand higher storm surges. Improved mooring and riser systems. Emergency response redundancies. Onshore facilities. Flood barriers, drainage redesign. Fire-resistant vegetation buffers. Backup power and water systems. Arctic infrastructure. Deep pile foundations below thaw zone. Real-time permafrost monitoring sensors. Seasonal access planning adjustments. Remote field camps. Modular, relocatable buildings. Water reuse and air conditioning retrofits. Heatwave protocols for worker safety. 49.5 Integrating climate risk into capital projects. Climate resilience must be a core part of project design and approval. Climate-adjusted IRR and NPV metrics. Mandatory climate impact assessments in FEED stage. Use of climate-resilient materials and designs. Engagement with local communities on adaptation priorities. Insurance clauses covering climate-related delays and damage. Leading firms are applying climate-smart design principles across all new upstream investments. 49.6 Operational and supply chain resilience. Logistics redundancy, dual access routes, multiple suppliers for critical materials. Water management, closed-loop systems, alternative water sources, drought plans. Workforce safety, heat stress protocols, evacuation drills, climate hazard training. Digital monitoring, remote sensing for wildfire, flood, and heatwave alerts. Real-time risk awareness is key to operational continuity. 49.7 Governance and accountability. Resilience should be overseen at the highest levels. Resilience is a cross-functional responsibility. 49.8 Disclosure and stakeholder expectations. Investors and regulators increasingly require disclosure of climate adaptation plans. TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, mandates reporting of physical risks and response strategies. ISSB, IFRS S2 standards emphasize material climate-related impacts. CDP requires metrics on climate hazard exposure and adaptation budgets. Transparent reporting builds investor confidence and can reduce insurance premiums. 49.9 Community and ecosystem resilience. Upstream operations affect and are affected by surrounding communities and ecosystems. Key actions include collaborating with local governments on shared infrastructure, e.g., flood protection. Supporting workforce housing and healthcare resilient to climate stress. Preserving and restoring natural buffers, e.g., mangroves, wetlands. Conducting human rights and environmental justice assessments. A resilient ecosystem means a resilient operation. 49.10 Case Studies. Chevron, flood risk adaptation in the Gulf of Mexico. Deployed new digital tools to assess sea level rise and storm surge risk to offshore and coastal assets. Adjusted design criteria and emergency response plans accordingly. Equinor, Arctic infrastructure reinforcement. Strengthened foundations and introduced active permafrost monitoring for key infrastructure in northern Norway. Collaborated with indigenous groups on adaptation strategies. Woodside, heat stress protocols in Western Australia. Implemented real-time heat risk monitoring, modified work rest schedules, and retrofitted cooling systems to protect workers and maintain productivity during extreme heat events. 49.11 Conclusion. Climate adaptation is not about resisting change, it's about preparing for it. For the upstream oil and gas sector, climate resilience is a pillar of risk management, operational integrity, and long-term value creation. Companies that invest in climate resilience today will be better positioned to operate reliably and responsibly in the uncertain climate of tomorrow. In the age of disruption, adaptation is the ultimate competitive advantage. Chapter 50, The Road Ahead, a Strategic Blueprint for Net Zero Upstream Operations. 50.1 Introduction. As the oil and gas industry confronts the accelerating realities of climate change, the imperative for net zero upstream operations grows ever more urgent. This chapter synthesizes lessons learned, emerging best practices, and strategic priorities into a comprehensive blueprint guiding upstream companies toward a resilient, low-carbon future. 50.2 The Vision for Net Zero Upstream. A net zero upstream operation means emissions neutralized across all scopes. Scope 1 direct emissions, Scope 2 indirect emissions from purchased energy, and Scope 3 value chain emissions where feasible. Continuous innovation in low-carbon technologies and operational efficiency. Resilient assets and supply chains adapted to evolving climate risks. Transparent governance with stakeholder trust and policy alignment. Inclusive social frameworks ensuring just transitions for workers and communities. 50.3 Pillars of the Net Zero Blueprint. 1. Emission reduction and abatement. Accelerate methane detection and elimination. Deploy electrification and renewable integration on site. Invest in carbon capture, utilization, and storage (CCUS). Optimize flaring and venting practices. Prioritize energy efficiency and digital transformation. 2. Carbon removal and offset integration. Develop nature-based solutions, reforestation, wetlands. Leverage technological removals, direct air capture. Adopt rigorous carbon credit standards, ensuring integrity. Align offsets with broader climate strategy and limits. 3. Financial and investment alignment. Embed internal carbon pricing and climate risk into capital allocation. Issue sustainability-linked bonds and transition finance instruments. Increase transparency of climate-related financial disclosures. Engage investors and insurers proactively on climate targets. 4. Policy and advocacy engagement. Support science-based climate policies and carbon pricing. Ensure lobbying is aligned with net zero ambitions. Collaborate in multilateral climate forums and standard setting. Promote just transition policies supporting affected workers. 5. Climate resilience and adaptation. Integrate physical climate risk into enterprise risk management. Retrofit assets and operations for extreme weather and long-term change. Build community and ecosystem resilience partnerships. Invest in monitoring and early warning systems. 6. Governance, culture, and talent. Establish clear board oversight and executive accountability on climate. Foster a corporate culture of sustainability and innovation. Train workforce on climate risks and low-carbon technologies. Engage diverse stakeholders to co-create solutions. 50.4 Strategic Roadmap, Phased Implementation. 50.5 Measuring Progress and Driving Accountability. Define key performance indicators, KPIs, linked to each pillar. Use scenario analysis and stress testing for risk-informed decision-making. Regularly publish transparent climate reports aligned with TCFD and ISSB standards. Engage third-party verification and stakeholder feedback. Benchmark progress against peers and industry targets. 50.6 Challenges and Opportunities ahead. Challenges. Capital constraints amid competing demands. Regulatory uncertainties across jurisdictions. Managing Scope 3 emissions and value chain complexities. Balancing short-term costs with long-term benefits. Navigating social license and community expectations. Opportunities. Capturing value from low-carbon technologies and services. Enhancing operational efficiency and cost savings. Strengthening investor and customer confidence. Driving innovation and new business models. Contributing to global climate security and sustainable development. 50.7 Final Reflections. The journey to net zero upstream operations is complex, dynamic, and transformative. It demands courage, collaboration, and conviction. The companies that seize this moment will not only mitigate climate risk, they will secure their place as leaders in the energy transition, creating value for shareholders, communities, and the planet alike. Appendix: Resources and Tools for Net Zero Strategy Development. Science-Based Targets Initiative, SBTI. Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD. International Energy Agency, IEA, Net Zero Emissions by 2050 Roadmap. Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, OGCI reports. Global Methane Initiative Guidelines. About the author. Olubusayo Aina is the director of LAREINS, an energy, climate, ESG, and sustainability training institution. He is also a professor with the Global Humanistic University, GHU, in Anguilla. Olubusayo has a PhD in energy economics and finance.